awfully suspicious. But it's okay.
What's
We'll get back to
what's
answering your
suspicious?
question.
Whoa, 1 second. What's suspicious is in my viewer base. What's suspicious is the fact that TikTok will enforce rules that are not explicitly stated inside of the TOS. But that's a problem with TikTok. That's not a problem with the viewership of the live.
You say so.
Wait, like I deal with this every day on live too. That's currently why I'm not on my main account, because I'm banned on every single one of my accounts from going live.
Okay.
Right. So remember the question on the table.
No, I already remember. It's okay. You don't need to state a million different points. I can respond to what we were talking about before.
Well, I'm gonna clarify it so you can't obfuscate. So the question that I'm asking you is very clear. You made an analogy to a pie to basically demonstrate that because they had to focus more on undocumented entry, they diverted funding away from legal ports of entry, meaning that they weren't tougher on legal citizens carrying DRUGS, even though they funded Border Patrol as a whole more. And then you said that what Donald Trump is doing is more specifically allocating funding to those legal ports of entry. I asked you for data or empirical evidence to justify this point. You didn't have any, so you tried to give me a analogy to a pie, and if you're taking pieces of the pie, how much of the pie do you have left, or some stupid shit like that. I then responded to that by pointing out that like funding and discretionary budgets, it's not a pie. It changes based upon demand and necessity. And I mean, we saw an increase in like the discretionary budget and expenditure on Border Patrol and border regulation under the Biden-Harris administration. So your pie analogy was disanalogous. So at this point, I'll revert back to my original question, where I want you to show us that Donald Trump has diverted more funding specifically to the legal ports of entry to crack down on citizens carrying DRUGS. If you can't do this, I think that you have failed at making your point. I would appreciate you just to own that instead of giving us ridiculous analogies that take 30 seconds to dispute, but I guess we'll have to just see what you choose to do.
Right. So what I'll choose to do is to take my words out of your mouth because you're twisting them, because I never said anything about diverting funds away from legal ports of entry. You said that in order to try to conflate our arguments together so that you could create something that you could falsely debunk because it was your own fake made-up argument. What I'm saying is that we are getting a certain amount of funding towards things like border security. As a result of Biden-Harris's abysmal policies that rewarded criminality, we saw the majority of those resources going toward places that they should have never been at, unfortunately. Now, under Trump, I have no problem when we are seeing more funding go towards the correct spaces that they should be in, such as ensuring that our ICE Border Patrol agents are getting the correct amount of training that they need, making sure that we're lessening the chaos at the border by making sure people know that if they come here, they will not be rewarded for that, because that's really the basis of why Biden-Harris failed so much, is they were rewarding criminals. It's a longer story, but no, I never said that anything was being diverted away from legal ports of entry. You said that. And then I used the pie analogy to explain how wrong that was, but...
Thank you so much, love. Yeah,
Sure.
I appreciate the $20.
Great.
Thank you so
So
much.
you literally
That's incredibly
just
kind of you.
explained that
The nice
I'm
message.
right.
Thank you so much.
Okay?
W's for loving
because
the chat.
I said you were making an allocation of a misallocation of funding away from the legal ports of entry to handling undocumented immigrants. And then you said, no, Dean, that's not what my argument is. Stop being a bad faith interlocutor that's misrepresenting my position. But then you went on to say that they diverted funding to quote unquote reward criminals.
I didn't
and that
say
Donald
that
Trump
they
is spending
diverted
that funding on like training ICE agents and whatnot to be better prepared at the legal ports of entry to crack
I
down on
didn't say they
DRUGS.
diverted funding. I'm saying that if we're getting a certain amount of funding, unless you want to put a higher tax burden on the American people to appease criminals that shouldn't be here to begin with.
That's a side point. Come
It's
on,
not a
stick to
side
the topic. Yeah,
It's
I
not
mean,
a
the
side
tax
point.
burden on the American people, hopefully,
because
is
you
not
already
related
said
to
that.
a
You
primary
said, well,
point
we
here
could
that you're
just get
claiming
more
that
money.
Donald Trump has been spending more money on the legal ports of entry, the people controlling it, to make sure they're better equipped and better trained to handle the DRUGS that citizens are bringing in.
It's ironic that you say that these are abysmal policies that award criminality while you support a candidate that pardoned people that violently assaulted police officers on January 6th and is a convicted criminal himself.
Sure. So those are different points. We could get into
But
those.
does that like award criminality?
No, but we could get into
How
it.
so? Can you explain how that doesn't award criminality?
Yeah, so you both made points. I can respond to both of your points. I guess this is a 1v2. That's fine.
I'm actually with you on this. You get to choose who you respond to. You could respond to me. You could respond to Parker.
I can respond to both if you just.
No, I won't.
I can make the point later on if you'd like.
No, it's fine. I don't care. But what I was saying originally to you is that your counter argument to what I was explaining with the very basic analogy was, well, that only works if we're going based off the assumption that we can't just go get more pie. What does that mean in this case? It means get more money. Get more money from where? Get more money from the taxpayers in order to appease criminals. We shouldn't be doing that. And then we could, of course, tie it back into Parker's argument where you want to try to say, oh, January 6th, which Donald Trump...
Get more money from taxpayers to appease criminals. Well, we literally spent $150 million of the taxpayers' funding to appease the criminal, convicted felon Donald J. Trump for a military parade last month. So I don't know what you're talking about.
So do you understand the importance of nationalism and being proud of your country? Because I do. That's actually been shown to make a lot of things better. It improves people's rate of happiness, their love of this country, them wanting to try
his failed military parade? I mean, that didn't go very well.
Failed?
By the way, no one else can hear us right now, but it was absolutely failed. Like it was way less than what were the projected estimates for the amount of people going there. He accidentally powered off his PC. That's actually what a rip.
So I would say that it's not necessarily...
Just like because only me and you can hear each other right now. No one in the chat can hear us. Like I just genuinely want to hear like
no one in the chat can hear us.
Everyone in the TikTok live can't hear you. Only people in my YouTube stream, because it's all lagging if you look at the chat, because it's all frozen because he's the one that's live. It's only us that can hear each other. But I was gonna say can you maybe address my point then, like in terms of the is he back?
Are we reconnected?
Yep. Hello?
Wait, that's crazy. Sorry, I accidentally turned off my computer.
Yeah, we were just we were just sitting here talking, and the chat couldn't hear us, but it was just us.
I accidentally turned off my computer for the chat. I apologize for that. I'm actually surprised that I was able to just restart the live. I thought I'd have to completely restart it. I didn't think I could just continue it.
No, it does that. So if you ever turn off your PC on accident, it will keep the live up, and you just need to go into it and resume.
I fully turned off my computer. Hey, for everybody tuning back onto the 1 second.
I'm just trying to help you.
I know
Your comments are saying your YouTube is down.
I know, yeah, but it's because I turned off the computer. For everybody tuning back into the YouTube live stream, I appreciate you guys for coming back. We are now on the second stream of the day because I accidentally turned off my computer. So apologies for that, everybody. But we are back now. Anyways, we left off at you saying that the Biden-Harris administration spent money to appease criminals. And then I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? We literally spent
Parker was also
100...
This is, okay. Okay, let's do it this way. Or if it's okay with you, because it's your live, can I respond to Parker and then respond to you?
Yeah, I don't know what Parker said. You'll have to rehash his point.
Okay. Parker was saying, he was talking about what he called the failed military parade. So I was just going to address that quickly. I think that that's not necessarily fair when you're saying that it was failed because not as many people showed up as were expected. When you're taking into consideration the insane threats from the left when it came to this parade. There were going to be extremely violent protests, which there were. There was complete civil unrest, which the left loves to do, because as much as they try to project onto the right, they are absolutely the party of violence.
What threats? Can you reference the specific threats?
Can I just finish my sentence?
If you reference the specific threats.
Yes, the party of violence.
The left is a party of violence, but in red states, we see significantly more gun deaths per 100,000 residents. The left is a party of violence, but no, we haven't had cases, and we haven't seen because lower levels of gun control. But the left is a party of violence, but we haven't seen the left cause an insurrection upon the Capitol, and we haven't seen a sitting Democrat president try to steal and rig a presidential election, purporting the largest threat to our democracy since the Civil War. The left is a party of violence, but we haven't seen a Democrat in office literally call people that tried to kill cops patriots, then letting them out of jail scot-free via a federal pardon. The left is a party of violence, but I guess some members on the right are so violent that now they are having to Google if it's okay to kill illegal aliens, leading to, I think this was a man, a fiance, killing his wife or his wife to be. And before he did, he Googled if it was okay to kill illegals, and she was an undocumented immigrant. The party is the left is a party of violence. But then once again, I mean, when we're looking at like gun deaths per 100,000 citizens in states, levels of criminality and violence statewide, we see that Republican states are significantly more violent with higher murder rates and higher gun death rates than Democrat states. Like, get real, man. Don't just throw those baseless rhetorical jabs when they're not backed by substance.
Muted so you could interrupt me. Cool. Basically, no. If you look at the left and what they've done, they play off of this idea of mob mentality. It's what we saw with the BLM riots, where they absolutely destroyed certain cities. They cost taxpayers millions of dollars, assaulted police officers. They assaulted federal agents at the No Kings protest. They assaulted just innocent passerbyers, realistically, completely destroyed small businesses, some which were never even able to reopen. You could look at what they did all the way back to where they...
and they were pardoned by Harris and Biden, right?
I'm saying, Parker. Just let me finish. There's two of you. There's one of me. I'm not going to interrupt you when you're speaking. I promise. Anyway, what I was saying, even if you look all the way back, right, what happened to Steve Scalise, right? Who did that? The left. Like I said, I don't think I could say this word, but they took a weapon and they you know what to him. If you look at what happened with Brett Kavanaugh, where the FBI had to get involved because there were serious plans to kidnap him as well as his children. If you look at the left, they broke into Tucker Carlson's house with his wife and his children there, once again trying to do another kidnapping plan. They've had riots that have absolutely decimated cities, and it's also interesting you're trying to talk about gun violence, because if you look at the statistics, the cities with the highest rates of gun violence are all Democrat controlled, which doesn't really make any sense, because I thought...
What's larger, cities or states? What's larger, cities or states?
Was there.
What's larger, cities or states?
Somebody, because guys, it's against the law, so obviously...
What is larger, cities or states?
I'm sorry?
What is larger, cities or states?
Obviously states.
Yeah, we see that states that are more Republican with less gun control have more gun deaths per capita. Thank you.
Plus, what is the evidence you have that like left-wing political violence is more likely? And also the people that you're referencing being assaulted at any of these protests that you're referencing, again, we would disagree with that. We disagree with violence, but I'm confused where like the candidates that we're advocating for were pardoning people who were like assaulting police officers. So I'm confused about the comparison there.
And then even just one last point, like you're like pointing out all these like specific scenarios of like people on the right having acts of political violence like ingressed against them, but then you're saying that those acts of political violence weren't committed by a singular individual, they're committed by they, referencing the totality of the left. Like, I feel like that's so disingenuous. Last month, I was actually shot at. Me and my girlfriend were shot at with a BB gun while we were driving in the car, and then the car quickly sped away. Call the cops. I think that they even arrested somebody for it. Now, if I wanted to be disingenuous like you, I'd say, well, this is the big problem with the right. Look at how violent MAGA is, everybody. But I'm not going to be disingenuous like you. I'm not going to say that shit. Why don't we just condemn all political violence? And if we want to co-sign a party to violence, we should look at the leaders of that party, the champions of that party, and see what the followers of that party are willing to permit. The followers of the party of the GOP or MAGA were willing to permit a near insurrection on our capital. The followers of the party of MAGA were willing to permit the pardon of 67 of those rioters that tried to beat up, kill, assault cops. The parties of MAGA were willing to permit grape. The followers of the party of MAGA.
Wait, what grape?
Him being held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
So we could get into these points. For starters, I think that it's rather interesting that one of your talking points that you made earlier, Dean, was to actually do exactly that, where you cited a specific incident where, I'm going to be honest, I don't know about it, so I can't really speak on it, but you were talking about how a man decided that it was okay for him to unalive illegal immigrants, and as a result, he ended up unaliving his wife, somebody's wife, I'm not sure, but you did use a specific single talking point. And I could give you specific Democrat politicians politicians that actively encourage this. Meanwhile, Donald Trump did not. Donald Trump had said to keep it peaceful. He told people to go home, trying to insinuate that every single person that was at January 6th was somehow encouraging violence or trying to be violent. That's just disingenuous. Obviously, I condemn January 6th. I condemn political violence as a whole, just like the two of you had said that you do. But if we look at who doesn't condemn political violence, we could look at Joseph DeSoto, a West
Donald Trump didn't condemn that political violence, or I would have called them. Sorry, steamrolling.
Can you
Donald
reference the
Trump.
pardon?
Donald Trump didn't condemn that political violence, or else he wouldn't have called them patriots and pardoned them.
Dean,
wait, no,
there are two
just
of you. You both made points. I'm trying to respond to all of your points.
I know, but when you were addressing it, you just left out the pardon. Can you talk about that?
I didn't leave it out. I didn't get the chance to get there yet. You can't interrupt me halfway through my sentence and then say, well, you didn't respond. You didn't let me.
I mean,
right?
you were clearly addressing it, but you just didn't talk about the pardoning of the violent rioters.
You have to let me respond, right? Because you can't say you didn't answer me if you never gave me the chance, right? So what I was saying when I was interrupted is Joseph DeSoto, a West Virginia delegate-elect, right? He actually got arrested in 2024 for making teist threats against his fellow legislators. If we look at the Democrat Maxine Waters, right? She's pretty high up there. She is on video saying to get in people's faces if they support Donald Trump, to go out and harass them. This is something that was echoed by Cori Bush. We saw multiple Democrat politicians actively refuse to condemn the assassination attempts that were made against Trump, all three of them. So it's just...
Name the person.
Just let me finish what I'm saying.
Just name the person.
Please.
It's fine.
Just let me finish,
if you name the person,
I'll answer every question.
You haven't yet.
But like, Dean, I'm not used to your lives, so like, how does that work? Do we just interrupt when we have something to say?
Yeah. If you can't name the person and you're not going to name them, go for it.
Come on, be fair. I was able to work with you. I was being very kind.
And I'm trying to work with you.
One second. I was willing to work. I was being kind. I was willing to let you speak.
Thank you. And
I was even like taking notes of everything you said and dissecting it, etc.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm trying to get clarification from you on how it works. Just because I keep getting interrupted. There's two of you. There's one of you. I'm trying to respond.
I will say, if you have a friend that you'd like to come up here to debate with you, feel free to invite them. B, when you package your statements and responses in these long-winded explanations that take 5 minutes, you are likely to be interrupted. Now, the reason why you'd be likely to be interrupted in these circumstances is because we feel like you're not being genuine and you're not purporting the totality of said information in your response. Like for instance, the reason why like Parker, and I think even me interrupted you not too long ago, was because you said, well, like Donald Trump condemned the violence on January 6th, and then you started talking about all these Democrats that haven't condemned political violence. Right?
No,
in that statement, right? The reason why like I and Parker felt like it was really important to butt in and interrupt was because it's just completely outrageous to say that Donald Trump condemned that violence when he called them patriots and let them out of jail, right? And like obviously that's very necessary context that should have been addressed in your statement or response.
Right. So there's plenty of things that I found outrageous that the two of you have said, and I let you say it. Again, it's going to take a little bit longer when there's two of you. I'll see if somebody will come up. But in the meantime, right, I'm just trying to genuinely understand, right? Because one of the things that I keep hearing during the interruptions is, well, you didn't respond to, but you got to give me the chance to respond to, right? That's how it works. But I'm just trying to clarify the rules so I could be respectful of your platform, of course. So moving on with that, and I did actually kind of already speak to what you were trying to insinuate, where you were sitting there and you're trying to tell me, oh, how could you say that Donald Trump condemned the violence on January 6th because he let people out of prison? Once again, it's not a fair statement to say that everybody who was there on January 6th was promoting violence. If anything, it's rather questionable that our FBI spent so much time and resources going after like random elderly ladies that happened to be at the Capitol at that time than they did on actual violent criminals. So that's...
I find this to be a red herring. I find this to be a red herring to my question. Okay? Because basically what you're saying here, I'll be quick. Basically what you're saying here is that you can say Donald Trump condemned that political violence, even though he pardoned these people, because you're insinuating here the people that were pardoned weren't violent and were random old ladies that the FBI went after. Okay, that would be a very fair, cogent rebuttal of my statement if it was true. Like, no, his pardons included people like DJ Rodriguez, who pled guilty to the violent assault of a cop driving a stun gun into his neck. We even have it on video, okay? Like, when I'm referencing Donald Trump's pardons, I'm referencing his pardons of people like DJ Rodriguez. There was like another 66 people apart from DJ Rodriguez who also were found or pled guilty to the violent assault of police officers on January 6th that he let out of jail. It is those specific pardons that make it clear he didn't condemn that violence, because if he did condemn that violence, he would have had them serve out the totality of their terms, and he definitely wouldn't have been calling them patriots.
Sure. So the issue with, and like I said at the very start of this, I want to make this clear that I don't condone what happened on January 6th. That's not my prerogative. But at the end of the day, the left does themselves no favors when they do these things where, one, they set a hypocritical precedent for themselves, because once again, you're saying, oh, they assaulted police officers. Okay, what happened during these BLM riots? What happened?
She can't do it. She can't even address it. She can't. She still can't. Dude, I'm going to go crazy. I have to be able to make this point. Please let me make this point. Jesus Christ.
Please let me finish a sentence.
No, because you're not addressing the point. Stop.
You're
not even addressing the point. You keep doing the same thing.
I
have not been able to finish a
Oh my God. Dude, go for it. Go for it. I'll wait. How many minutes? I'll wait 30 minutes.
I'll make it very clear why Parker is like losing his
I
shit
don't
right now.
care why.
But it's worth it. It's worth it. Just let me explain. The reason why Parker is losing his shit right now is because I gave you my argument. Obviously, Donald Trump didn't condemn the violence on January 6th because he pardoned people that violently assaulted cops. Your first response was to say, well, the FBI was locking up people who, like old grandmas, who weren't violent. And then my response to your response was to say, I'm talking about his pardons of these 67 people who either pled or were found guilty of trying to fucking kill/assault cops. And then your second response, and this is the response that is driving Parker mad, is that instead of addressing the point where he is pardoned these 70 people that try to kill or assaulted cops, and he called them patriots too, and how this obviously makes it clear he didn't condemn that political violence. Instead, your response was like, well, the left is hypocritical. Okay, listen, this very specific point has nothing to do with the left, has nothing to do with me, has nothing to do with you, and has all to do with a claim that you made, which was that Donald Trump condemned the political violence and violence as a whole on January 6th. So try again without talking about the left, without talking about hypocrisy of the left, without talking about Democrats. I want you to very specifically respond to your original claim, that being that Donald Trump condemned the violence on January 6th. And my response to that claim, well, no, he didn't condemn that because he literally called the people who did that violence patriots, pardoned them, and let them out of jail. There's 70 of them, one including DJ Rodriguez, who pled guilty to driving a stun gun into the neck of a cop. And there was even a video of it. He was serving a 12-year term. Trump pardoned him 4 years in, first day in office, and called him a patriot. Obviously, this makes it clear that he didn't condemn that violence.
Right. So I just want to preface this by saying that, do you at least agree that it might not be the most genuine thing to try to say, well, you didn't address this point when a single sentence into my response, I'm being interrupted. You got to give me the time to fully address, right? To fully address. And I can't do that if I'm constantly being cut off.
It can be disingenuous. However, in this circumstance, I don't believe it was, because the first words that came out of
a preemptive assumption.
The
you
first
don't know
words
what I was going to say.
The first words that came out of your mouth had to do with supposed hypocrisy of the left. I just don't see how hypocrisy of the left can connect back to Donald Trump pardoning the people that try to kill cops and calling them patriots.
Right. So I'll explain to you exactly how, so long as I'm able to speak. Am I allowed to do that?
Yes, but before you respond, could you please rehash more so the question or statements I gave you to make sure that we agree with what you're supposed to be responding to? Sharp, thank you, Galaxy.
So that the questions you asked me specifically were, how is it that Donald Trump how can you support Donald Trump essentially when he pardoned January 6 people who you're claiming tried to do violent things? How could you do that, especially since he called them patriots? How can you say he condemned it? Is that the question you'd like answered?
Yeah, how can you say that he condemned the violence when he pardoned the people who did the violence, letting them out of jail and referred to them as patriots? Yes.
Yes. So I'm going to be able to have an actual answer with
please stay on track. Please try to make it as concise as possible to be
let me
clear.
respond.
Yeah, that's fine. Just make sure that you're clear and concise.
Yeah, always. Basically, what I was saying before I was interrupted is that what the left does is a disservice to themselves, because you guys like to do this thing where you create witch hunts and then you have no moral standards to try to set for yourself. You were trying to insinuate that everybody who was part of January 6th was some sort of violent criminal, which isn't the fact. Donald Trump said at the very start of January 6th that he would like for it to remain peaceful, that he wanted people to go home when things were getting out of hand. There is nobody who was unalive during January 6th, but there were people who were unalive during the BLM riots, which the left, by and large, openly support. You could laugh, but you're not listening. That's not good faith. Wah, wah. Why can't I hear you?
I'm muted, but I am listening. Go ahead.
Perfect. So you guys don't do yourselves any favors by sitting there and trying to act like this is a problem with the right. If there were specific people that had done something wrong, yes, absolutely they should be held accountable. The issue is when you use the FBI basically as a political pawn to go after people rather than those who genuinely belong behind bars, and set this false precedent. But I mean, obviously I know you guys are going to want to respond, but I would also like to move away if we can from January 6th, because it's just not something I support as a whole.
Okay, all right. So you actually didn't respond.
I did respond, but if you didn't respond...
Come on, no interruptions, please. So you actually didn't respond to the question, or more so statements, that I made anywhere in that explanation. So the first response that you gave, once again to the question, how can you say he condemned the political violence when he pardoned the people that did the violence? Your first response was to say that not everybody there was violent. The reason that didn't respond to the question that I asked you is because 70 of those pardons were for people that were violent. And that's what I'm asking you about. So that was a non-response. The second point that you made was saying, well, you don't understand how the left can hold a moral high ground here because of the BLM riots. Well, the reduction of what you're saying there is essentially that, okay, sure, Dean, Donald Trump didn't condemn that political violence, but neither does the left in their own regard. So that would actually be a concession, an admittance that no, Donald Trump did not condemn the violence. Now, the third point that you made was saying that the FBI was weaponized to lock people up that didn't actually deserve to be in jail. So if that point was true, that would have been a response. But that point is false, and I made sure to describe why that point was false in my question, because I pointed you towards very specific pardons of people like DJ Rodriguez, who was sent to jail for 12 years for driving a stun gun into the neck of a cop trying to kill him. And this was caught on camera. The cop testify against him. He even admitted he was guilty. So obviously this isn't going to be the political weaponization of the FBI. This is going to be legitimate investigation, detention, and prosecution of somebody that deserved it. So now that we understand that you actually didn't respond to anything I said, I'll ask you again, all right? How can you say that Donald Trump condemned the violence on January 6th when he is the one who let the people that actually were violent, such as DJ Rodriguez, out of jail through presidential pardons and labeled them patriots?
Sure. So when it comes to the very small percentage of people on January 6th who were violent, like the one you mentioned, DJ Rodriguez, I don't believe that he should have been pardoned. The issue that I have, and I already explained that Donald Trump said multiple times on January 6th to keep it civil, and when it started to get out of hand, he told people to leave. The issue is that unfortunately it creates this this unfair idea of the FBI, right? Because you're saying, oh, how could you say that the FBI was used as a political tool because this one individual did this really bad thing? Well, because the vast majority of people who were arrested from that day did not do what people are trying to insinuate, right? And that was who the majority got pardoned. Now, had the left started this by making sure that the people who were being violent at BLM riots that literally cost police officers their lives, at these Antifa riots that once again literally cost people their lives, destroyed cities, destroyed small businesses, ruined people's livelihoods, had they done something like use the FBI in the correct, appropriate manner there, rather than using it as like a bipartisan tool to go after people they don't like, then we'd be having a different conversation. But that's not what you do. You pick and choose who you want to make the laws apply to, and that's why you guys just really don't have a leg to stand on when it comes to this. But like I said, I think that at the very least we can all find some common ground that we're against political violence, right? You guys, I'm hoping, are against the riots that took place from BLM and Antifa. I'm against what happened on January 6th for those who actually broke the law. So I don't know. I feel like there's a better use of time, but if you want to continue, we continue. It's fine.
Yes, I would love to keep, wanting to address this point, because it really seems like you really don't want to address the point that Trump intentionally released the people who were convicted of and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th, while simultaneously saying that he was just trying to make things peaceful. Can you please explain that? Because that's like the most intentional thing that you could identify. He intentionally was doing that. Address that. Address that. That was an intentional purpose that he had behind that.
And then like imagine if I had a kid and I told my kid that when he goes to school to fight like hell, but also to keep it peaceful, and then he went to school and he stomped the skull in of some other kid on the playground. And when he got home, I gave him an ice cream, even though I told him to fight like hell but to keep it peaceful before he went to school. Did I condone that violence?
No, because here's the issue.
Donald Trump told his supporters to keep it peaceful. He also told them to fight like hell.
Can I reductate this, please?
And then DJ Rodriguez went to J6. He drove a stun gun into the neck of a cop. He got sentenced to 12 years in jail. Donald Trump regains the White House. He looks at DJ Rodriguez. He gives him that metaphorical ice cream cone. He lets him out of jail, scot-free, 8 years unserved, and calls him a patriot. So obviously Donald Trump didn't condone DJ Rodriguez's violence either.
If Joe Biden pardoned people who were involved in any of the riots that you're referencing, please explain to me why you would think that wouldn't be condoning the behavior.
Right, so here's the issue. You guys are trying to use the term fight like hell to say, oh, be violent, but that's not what Donald Trump was saying. What he was saying is that, unfortunately, if you look at the reasons why people were so angry on January 6th, again, not that it excuses actions, but why were they angry? They had everything taken away from them because of what the Let me finish.
Dude.
Of what the Democrats had done.
Gracious.
You guys
listen real quick. Explain to me how Donald Trump could condemn DJ Rodriguez's violence on J6, even though he let him out of jail 8 years early and called him a patriot. 3 sentences or less. Go.
Will I be able to finish what I was saying before that after?
Maybe. 3 sentences or less. Go. How can you say that Trump condemned Rodriguez's violence on January 6th, even though he let him out of jail 8 years early and called him a patriot? How can you say that?
I already stated that when it comes to DJ, I think that was the incorrect.
So did he or did he not condemn DJ Rodriguez's violence?
He condemned violence as a whole and told people not to be violent. The issue is
by pardoning them.
Why did he pardon DJ?
We saw a gross misuse of what is supposed to be a justice system that was anything.
Was the justice system?
He was condemning
misused?
him. He was condemning him by pardoning him.
Was the justice system misused against DJ Rodriguez?
You guys have to listen to me.
Was the justice system misused against DJ Rodriguez?
In this specific case with him, no. And like I said,
So then why did Trump
I
pardon him?
think you guys
Why did Trump pardon DJ Rodriguez if he condemned what he did?
The issue is you guys are cherry picking. You're honing in on this one guy.
We're honing in on the violence.
We're
honing in on the violence. Why did Donald Trump pardon DJ Rodriguez and the other six? No, the overall issue was the violence. The overall issue was the violence on January 6th. There was 70 people who were found guilty for violence against cops on January 6th. I'm talking about DJ Rodriguez and the other 69 people. So you disagreed with their pardons.
Overall issue.
The issue that we're talking about was specifically the violence against cops on January 6th. That is the overall issue. I'm making that the overall issue. That's what we are debating. We are debating if Donald Trump condemned that or didn't condemn that. That is what this debate is about. So now that both you, me, Parker, and everybody listening understands that we are debating if Donald Trump did or did not condemn that violence, let's talk about it. There were 70 people who pled or were found guilty of violence against cops on January 6th, and they went to jail. First day in office, Donald Trump signed presidential pardons for all 70 of them and called them patriots. You agreed that the justice system was not incorrectly used against them. You agreed that you disagreed with the pardons. Now explain how Donald Trump condemned what they did, thought their violence that they used against cops was bad, while he also let them out of jail early and called them patriots. You and me agreed in the hypothetical that I gave you. If I'm a father of a child and he goes to school and I know he's amped and riled up because of a school bully and he was amped and riled up against a school bully and I tell him to keep it peaceful and then he goes to school and bashes his head in and then after school I buy him an ice cream cone and I call him a really good kid, I condone what he did? I did condone what he did. I didn't condemn what he did. Okay? And then as it would relate to DJ Rodriguez and the other 69 people that were either found or pled guilty to violent assault of cops on January 6th, explain to me how you could agree with their convictions, you could disagree with their pardons, you could think that the FBI justly prosecuted them, but this doesn't obviously show that Donald Trump was rewarding them for their violence on January 6th by letting them off early as he could because he did it the day he got the office and labeled them as patriots.
Can Cam come up if he's free?
This honestly, the only reason not is because this conversation is over after you respond to this point.
Okay, so now it's over. Okay, great. So that was your overall issue, and I already stated before that that was not the overall issue as a whole, and you were just basically cherry picking this one specific instance that I said was wrong. And then before that,
so for these 70 specific instances, how can you say that Donald Trump condemned it when he let them off? How can you say that Donald Trump condemned it?
I never said. Right? Because I said this one individual, DJ, I think was in the wrong. But Trump had told
that wasn't the question.
Trump had told people to stay peaceful. The FBI did use a gross misuse of justice. So in the very small cases where they were actually correct, they had made an absolute fool of themselves because they had done the same thing to.
So did he or did he not? Does Trump or does Trump not?
And using their First Amendment rights.
Does Trump or does Trump not condemn the violence used by DJ Rodriguez and the other 69 people either that pled or were found guilty of the use of violence?
You'd have to go through all 69 because unfortunately the FBI
he pardoned all 69.
Uncredible.
Okay, well then we'll just talk about specifically DJ Rodriguez. See how now you forced me down into one isolated circumstance?
No,
when I was talking about this one isolated circumstance, you accused me of being a cherry picker. So now we're going to talk about that one isolated circumstance where where we know he pled guilty, where we know it's caught on tape, and we know that the cop testified against him. So did Donald Trump condemn or not condemn the use of violence at behest or at the hand of DJ Rodriguez on January 6th in lieu of the fact that he pardoned DJ Rodriguez, let him out of jail 8 years early, and called him a patriot?
Unfortunately, because of the gross misuse of the justice system that was perpetrated by the left as a political weapon against conservatives for things they were unwilling to hold their own side accountable for, 10 times worse, they had created a...
You conceded less than 10 minutes ago that it was not misused against DJ Rodriguez, and we're talking about him specifically.
Case, but you're missing the overall point.
We're talking about specifics.
You're missing the overall
Either engage in the argument and stop saying that I'm missing the overall point just because you don't want to engage in the argument because you know that it makes you look like a fucking low IQ buffoon, or I'm just going to move on to the next guest. This is absolutely unreal at this point. I'm asking you about this one very specific circumstance, and then you keep on re-suggesting that we need to like re-abstract and look at it as a whole. I did that. I started talking about the 70 pardons for the individuals that pled or were found guilty of violent assault on police officers as a whole, and then in response to that, you said that we'd have to look at them individually. So when we look at it as a whole, you tell me that we have to look at it individually. Then when I do that, I placate to your desires. I look at it individually. Then you tell me that we have to look at it as a whole. So stop fucking doing this dance, right, around the facts. Give us your dead straight response. DJ Rodriguez pled guilty to driving a stun gun into the neck of a cop on January 6th. We got it on film. The cop testified against him. He was found guilty, and he was sentenced to 12 years in jail, okay? 4 years in, Donald Trump wins the election in November of 2024, inaugurated January 21st, 2025, January 22nd, executive order signed into law pardoning DJ Rodriguez, and he called him a patriot. So did Donald Trump condone, or did Donald Trump not, did Donald Trump condemn, or did Donald Trump not condemn the violence that DJ Rodriguez had used on January 6th. Don't say misuse of FBI. You already conceded that this was not a misuse of the FBI. Don't say that we need to look at the issue as a whole because we're talking about this one specific individual circumstance, whether you like it or not, and either respond to the substance of my question or don't respond and get kicked. Which one will it be?
Well, I already responded by saying that in the specific case of DJ, I think that it was wrong. But
That's not the question. The question was, did Donald Trump condemn DJ's violence?
Donald Trump had told people from the very start to not be violent.
I didn't ask you if Donald Trump had told people not to be violent. I asked you if Donald Trump condemned the violence once it was used.
No, just she's saying that Donald Trump condemned it while also pardoning him. Can you explain that?
That's not what I said.
That's obviously what you were saying. If you actually were meaningfully engaging with the dialogue that you just were.
Unfortunately, the left had set a precedent that they were not willing to keep, which is why they had...
This has nothing to do with the left. This has everything to do with whether or not Donald Trump, is condoning or condemning the behavior.
Oh my God, this is... you okay. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I thought that you'd be a much better faith debater than this. This is insane. Okay, so once she finds something that she can't address because it's just so obviously the case that she's wrong, like she just won't answer. She'll just straight up and not answer. So right now, the only counter response that you've given, insofar as to defend the proposition that Donald Trump condemned DJ's political violence while still pardoning him, was the idea that he told everybody not to be violent and to be peaceful instead. Okay, well, I think that two things can be true at once. I think it can be true that Donald Trump said to not use violence and that he condoned the violence when it was used. The reason why I think this can be true is because if he truly condemned the violence that was used after saying not to use it, well, then he wouldn't have pardoned DJ and called him a patriot. That would be the very obvious next step in the equation of setting this boundary, preventing or informing somebody to not engage in a particular set of actions. If you truly do condemn their use of that particular set of actions, you're not going to reward them if you were to engage in it. That is like the most basic incentive structure known to mankind. If I'm a father and I tell my kid that he can't stay up past 8 p.m. on the Xbox, and he does stay up past 8 p.m. on the Xbox, what would a good father do? He'd pull the plug on the Xbox and tell the kid to go lay down and go to bed. Well, if instead I said he can't be up past 8 a.m. on the Xbox, and then he does stay up past 8 a.m. on the Xbox, I give him an ice cream cone and $100. Obviously, I'm not condemning him staying up past 8 and using the Xbox, even though I told him not to. And honestly, 8 years as a free man that DJ Rodriguez would have spent in jail if not for Trump's pardon is infinitely more valuable than an ice cream cone and $100. So thereby, we have infinitely more reason to believe that he very obviously didn't condemn his use of violence.
Right. So the issue is you're trying to conflate Donald Trump's statement to make it appear as though he specifically called DJ a patriot, which he did not. He called the people of January 6th who were practicing their First Amendment rights to speak up against what they felt they had been wrong, specifically against the federal government. So they went to the federal government rather than looting Targets and burning down small businesses like some movements from the left had done. He did not specifically call DJ a patriot.
You're a shill. You're a fucking shill. chill, kind of like Charlie Kirk. So whenever I point out anything that's wrong that your president has done, your response is to say, "Oh, well, the left," and then not respond to the critique of Donald Trump at all, even though the question at hand is, did Donald Trump condemn it or not condemn it? So now you're saying that he didn't specifically label DJ a patriot, so he said that he was going to go and pardon the January 6 patriots, which include a pardon of DJ Rodriguez. Now, if you want to make some rhetorical argument to suggest that he wasn't specifically calling DJ that, that's fine. I'll concede. I'll give it to you because I want you to respond to the meat on the bone, which is going to be his pardon. Okay, the pardon is what is valuable here. Once again, I'm going to re-grant you the hypothetical. If I'm a dad and I tell my son that he cannot be up on the Xbox past 8 p.m. and he does stay up on the Xbox past 8 p.m. and I give him $100 and an ice cream cone, and I let him stay up on the Xbox for the rest of the night, right? Maybe excommunicate that last part. I just give him $100 and an ice cream cone. Did I condemn him being on that Xbox past 8?
Right. So first of all, thank you so much for comparing Charlie Kirk. So sweet of you. Second of all, what I'd like to point out is that you're being disingenuous, because if you look at the root of the argument, which you are consistently failing to do, right, this all stems from the Fight Like Hell tweet that you had originally mentioned, right?
No, this has nothing to do with the Fight Like Hell tweet. This has all to do with DJ Rodriguez being violent on January 6th and then Donald Trump letting him out of jail. This has nothing to do with the Fight Like Hell tweet. This has to do with DJ Rodriguez being violent on J6 and then Donald Trump pardoning DJ Rodriguez. That is the argument. That is the argument. But the question is not, was Trump wrong on that instance? It is, did Donald Trump condemn the use of violence that DJ Rodriguez deployed?
I think, right? I conceded to that. I said, I think Trump was wrong with DJ's.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you if he condemned or did not condemn DJ's violence on J6.
He condemned all of the violence,
including DJ's. Wow, including
he condemned all of the violence.
So did he condemn DJ's? Does that include DJ's? Does that include DJ's? Did he condemn DJ's violence? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So he condemned DJ's violence.
He inherited a corrupt FBI.
Okay. So you're basically saying that he condemned DJ's violence and then rewarded DJ. So this goes back to the hypothetical I gave you.
No, I'm saying
if it
his
is the
hand
case,
was forced because the FBI had become, unfortunately, such a corrupt tool that has been proven by the left to be used to go after their political opponents in absolutely disgusting ways.
Wait. So he pardoned DJ because the FBI was corrupt? You agreed that the FBI was inside of their proper usage as it related to his pardon, as it related to their condemnation of DJ Rodriguez.
Case, but once again,
then why did he pardon that specific person?
You're cherry picking to ignore the overall problem.
What? No, we're talking about a specific instance of Donald Trump obviously not condemning violence. We're not cherry picking to ignore a larger problem. We're literally talking about violence exuberated on J6. I'm giving you an instance of violence on J6 that he obviously didn't condemn. This has nothing to do with cherry picking or trying to hone in on some specific circumstance. The reason that we're talking about this specific circumstance is because A, I know the facts of this specific circumstance, and B, this specific circumstance makes it incredibly clear that he does not condemn the violence used on J6 as it relates to DJ Rodriguez trying to kill a cop by driving a stun gun into their neck. This is so fucking abundantly clear. You're doing everything in your power to maneuver and super navigate around this point. You should be fucking embarrassed of your low IQ and your very subpar debate ability, because you look absolutely terrible right now. Anybody with half a brain and the knowledge / education of a third grader can obviously look at you and say, oh my god, she is not responding to what Dean is saying. Oh my god, she's just not listening at all. Every single time Dean says anything or asks any question or makes any point and then asks for her response or cogent rebuttal, she has a complete inability or lack thereof an ability to do so. And the reason why I say that is because I'm looking at these two facts. DJ Rodriguez tried to kill cop on January 6th. Donald Trump pardoned him. Therefore, Donald Trump did not condemn DJ's violence. Your first response was to say, well, he told everybody not to use violence. I gave you a hypothetical to show that that's utterly useless insofar as condemnation because of the incentive structure. If he truly condemned the violence used because he said not to use violence, then he wouldn't have pardoned him. And my analogy to show that this is the case was to say, imagine that I let my son play his Xbox until 8 p.m. If I truly didn't want him to be on the Xbox after 8 p.m., I would take him off the Xbox. If I didn't really care and didn't condemn him being on the Xbox past 8 a.m., I definitely wouldn't have then thereby given him an ice cream cone and $100. I wouldn't have rewarded him for staying on it past 8 p.m. And then, okay, for everybody spamming Free Parker in the chat, I'm so fucking sorry, everybody. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, I'm being very specific and detailing why she's wrong. Like, Parker's very free to talk once I'm done. But, like, what I'm saying here is, like, very, very valuable. And I appreciate if you guys could recognize that. So then I used an analogy to show, like, what Donald Trump had done would violate the incentive structure of a true condemnation following from his first statement of saying that you shouldn't use violence or you should be peaceful or whatever the case is. And then your second response was to say, well, it is the case that the FBI is corrupt. Well, the reason why that second response is invalid is because it is the case that you told us that the FBI wasn't corrupt in their condemnation as it related to DJ Rodriguez, because he truly did do these things. And then your third response, once I gave you that analogy and I pointed out the fact that you told us that the FBI was used appropriately in the circumstance of DJ Rodriguez, you told us that this is just a micro event that we should ignore, and I'm cherry picking, and we need to talk about the whole picture. So what is it going to be? Are you going to try to run away again by telling me that we should focus on the full picture? Or are you going to respond to the fact that the FBI wasn't misplaced as it related to their condemnation of DJ Rodriguez? Or are you going to respond to the fact that the incentive structure that Donald Trump set forth obviously shows that no, he didn't condemn DJ Rodriguez's actions following his statement to not use violence because he pardoned him? And then Parker, after she responds to this, feel free to take it away.
Thank you, Dean, so much for imparting that wisdom on us. You're very seen and appreciated. I find it kind of interesting that you're sitting here talking about, oh, you're so low IQ, and then all you could do is resort to insults after you had to bring up Parker to fight on your behalf. So
wait. I didn't bring up Parker to fight on my behalf. He was literally in the queue, so I brought him up.
Just let me finish.
Wait, I'm sorry, but that was just abundantly wrong. Parker, did I text you to come up?
Nope.
Oh, no.
Parker, did I reach out to you in whatsoever?
Nope.
Why did you request to join?
Because I actually already told him at some point I would join up on the live whenever it is the case that I was free.
Right, precisely.
I actually
So
didn't even
shut the hell up, and
know
that
what the
part of my
debate
point.
was before I even clicked on to even send a request.
Right. Beautiful. So shut the fuck up with that bullshit. Now respond to my points.
Yeah, I was responding. No, if you look at the way that you've been debating this entire time, we'll be speaking about a broad issue, and then you'll cherry pick this one point to try to really hone in on, because you feel that it's going to be your saving grace, but it never is, because unfortunately these very small cherry picked incidents always relate back to the bigger problem that you just want to ignore because you have no way to fight against it. You have no way to refute it. So you just look at the...
She's running away, but she's trying to make it my fault that she's running away. Listen to this absolute clown show. So she won't respond to the fact that Donald Trump very obviously didn't condemn DJ's violence. She's saying, Dean, you are terrible for getting me in this logical corner. Dean, you suck at debating so much because I don't know how to respond to your point. Dean, you are so bad for fucking drilling me with specific information about a specific pardon of a specific violent offender that I think that we need to obfuscate, extract the conversation and muddy the water by making it more vague and broad scale. And you are such a POS, Dean, for honing in on the specifics. It's absolutely an unbearable cope. COPEIUM, copium to the max. I'm so sorry that you don't know your facts. I'm so sorry that you can't follow a simple logical syllogism. And I'm so fucking sorry that you're such a shill for the right, likely funded, that it is the case that you can't even admit that Donald Trump didn't condone Donald Trump's use of violence on January 6th, even though he pardoned him and set that incentive structure forth. Absolutely unreal. I don't want any more tears. I don't want any more cries for help. I don't want any more copium. I want you to either address the facts or ignore the facts and leave as it relates to Donald Trump obviously not condemning the use of violence of DJ Rodriguez on January 6th because he let him out of jail.
He condemned the violence of all of them.
I've already responded to that with use of an analogy. You don't even remember my analogy, do you?
Nope, I remember you were talking about being a dad and, oh, if my kid was on their Xbox too late and I rewarded them for it, which isn't a similar analogy in the slightest, because once again, it just oversimplifies the issue and completely negates the main problem, because you have to stay away from the main problem. You rely on these cherry-picked incidents, which I've already said, I think it was wrong in that one specific case. So once I said that in that specific case, this is wrong, but we're talking about an overall problem that needs to be addressed that unfortunately hasn't been, you just kept going back to that and back to that and back to that because you cannot address the overall problem that's being faced.
So the overall problem that you think there is like a misuse of the FBI under Biden and Harris?
I think that under the Democrat administration, probably I'd say starting with Obama, we've seen a
Great. Yeah. How Obama handled the FBI shouldn't be relevant to if Donald Trump condemned DJ Rodriguez's violence on January 6th following his pardon on January 22nd, 2025.
But I've already said in the specific case of DJ, I think it was wrong.
But that would for the 11,000th time. For the 11,000th time. I'm not asking you if you disagree with the pardon. I'm trying to get you to admit that this shows that Donald Trump didn't condemn his violence. Your only counterargument has been to say, well, he said not to use it. Okay, that doesn't matter because two things can be true at once. He can say not to use violence, but if violence happens, he doesn't condemn it, right? That's logically possible. Can you concede there?
I think that in this case, it was.
That's answer my question. Is that logically possible for those two things to be true at once?
Possible?
That he says
Yes.
not to use violence.
Is it possible? Yes. Do I think that it's this specific case? No.
Okay. Would you say that an implementation of this would be if I had a son and I told him he has to get off the Xbox at 8, but then he doesn't get off the Xbox at 8, and I give him an ice cream cone and a $100 bill, that I condemn him being on the Xbox past 8?
I don't think that's a similar thing because
Answer the question.
I don't feel like answering something that's just completely not related because.
Okay, well, you could prove its lack of relevance after you answer the question. Come on, have a spine. Which one is it? Did I condemn him being on the Xbox Pass 8 merely because I told him that he shouldn't do it, even though after he did do it, I gave him an ice cream cone and a $100 bill?
It's just not going to happen.
Okay, so now I've been able to beat you so badly in this debate that we've gotten to the it's just not going to happen point. Jesus Christ,
it's not going to
everybody.
happen because
This is what an absolute intellectual slaughter looks like. This is what an intellectual slaughter looks like. But take it away, Parker, go ahead.
Can you define condemn?
I'm sorry?
Can you define condemn?
Sure. Condemn is basically saying that you think something is wrong, that you're against it.
Okay. Do you think that like if Joe Biden like pardoned people who again were
Like
involved in violent riots, do you think that in those circumstances that you would say that he is saying that he is in support of that behavior or against that behavior?
Well, he was in support of that behavior. His statements aligned with it.
I'm not asking you that question. Would you like to answer to my question specifically?
I did answer your question.
Given that he engaged in that action, would that be showing that he specifically does like think that the behavior is okay, or does he just thinks the behavior is not okay?
He did think the behavior was okay.
Okay,
And
so
that's
it
what
would be
he
indicative that he thinks the behavior is okay, correct?
Biden thinks that the behavior of the
That's
BLM.
not I'm asking if the action would be indicative of that.
I'm sorry?
I'm asking if the action would be indicative of that.
His actions were indicative of it, yes.
So the action
Dude,
specifically within this hypothetical that
it
I'm
doesn't
providing.
take a big brain. It doesn't take a big brain.
She's
Why-
asking
okay.
like a she's
Why-
answering
why
like
are
a
you being-
politician.
No, why are you being intentionally disingenuous? Like
Not being
what? Yes,
disingenuous.
you obviously are. So the question that Parker's asking with great clarity is if the action, hypothetically, if Biden had pardoned the people that were found to have violently rioted the BLM riots, if he pardoned them, would that action of pardoning them hypothetically be indicative of a said support or disdain for the actions?
Right, so he did support their actions, though. So it's,
Yeah, so obviously you have enough brain cells to be able to determine that's not the question that I asked you. Instead of repeating the question, I'm literally just going to play the YouTube stream back.
Can you define condemn?
Why,
She's asking like she's answering like a politician.
No, why are you being intentionally disingenuous? Like
Not
what?
being
Yes,
disingenuous.
you obviously are. So the question that Parker's asking with great clarity is if the action, hypothetically, if Biden had pardoned the people that were found to have violently rioted the BLM riots, if he pardoned them, would that action of pardoning them hypothetically be indicative of a said support or disdain for the actions? There's a question.
Mhm.
What's the answer?
I'm saying that he had already condoned their actions.
Not an answer. We'll replay the question. That were found to have violently rioted the BLM riots. If he pardoned them, would that action of pardoning them hypothetically be indicative of a said support or disdain for the actions? Your answer selections are support or disdain. Which one is it?
So they were never arrested because they didn't actually care about the violence from the left, so he couldn't pardon them.
Yeah, actually, also not a response because if you listen to
That
the
is a
question for a third,
response.
no,
You
it's not because if
told
you
me
listen to
that-
the question, if you listen to the question for a third time, you literally hear me say hypothetically. Listen to it. Asking with great clarity is if the action, hypothetically, if Biden had pardoned the people that were found to have violently rioted the BLM riots, if he pardoned them, would that action of pardoning them hypothetically be hypothetically indicative of a said support or disdain for the actions? What's your response?
My response is, why were they never arrested? Why didn't the FBI go after them?
Okay, so you just concede, right?
No, I'm asking you a question. Why didn't the FBI go after them?
So you're not going to answer the question in that clip?
They had.
Why
to
would
have
I play
been-
pretend when
were they
people would
charged and
actually-
convicted?
Dude, I'm sorry. This
Why
is
would I
your
play
career's
pretend when
over.
we could deal with the actual issue?
Chat. Is her career over? Like
My
this is.
career?
Yeah, it's so over. It's
There's,
closed
there's
after
enough
this.
right-wing grifters that are out there that specifically like hold insanely like ridiculous positions that are just able to make money off that continually. She's probably going to be in that list. Like the fact that you can't answer this question is unbelievably ridiculous. This is a very simple question to ask.
I'm choosing to not play pretend when we could deal with
Pretend?
the double
What do you mean
standards that
pretend?
exist.
What do you mean by pretend?
I mean, they were never even arrested to begin with, which just
Wait,
goes
were they
to
charged
the
and convicted?
misuse of the
Were they
justice
charged and
system.
convicted?
The specific people from the BLM riots?
No, I'm
Why
referencing.
weren't
No,
they?
not what I'm referencing. I'm
Why
referencing
weren't
the
they?
January
Why
6
because the left
rioters.
told-
I'm referencing the
sorry.
January 6 rioters.
I think that we just re-asked the question. Okay. So once again, we'll do this one last time. Okay. We'll do this one last time here. So this is a hypothetical question. The reason why hypothetical questions are incredibly like relevant to this debate is because hypothetical questions can better inform us of like what our underlying logical principles are going to be. Obviously, if we hold a belief or a set of beliefs, we're going to want them to be like logically coherent. So if you say in like one circumstance that Trump, right, is condemning, right, the actions of a violent rioter that he pardoned from his crimes, logically speaking, in order to not contradict yourself, you'd have to say the same thing to be true of Biden. Okay, and we're asking you this question as it relates to Biden because it's going to put more pressure on you to say otherwise. To be honest, because it's Biden, not Trump. It's a Democrat, not a Republican, and that is the relevance of the question. We are going to go ahead and play back the question one last time, and here's actually what we want to do. Everybody watching, okay, even if you're a right winger, even if you're MAGA, I want you to laugh your ass off at her in the chat. On both TikTok and YouTube, everywhere. Just absolutely laugh your ass off at her. And if you ever see her, laugh your ass off again because she just doesn't have an ability to answer this question. And people on the right, you should also do this too. Hold your own accountable because I know even the average Trump supporter can look at her not answering this question and admit and acknowledge that she looks laughable. Bipartisanship, baby. Let's go ahead and play the question one last time. With great clarity is if the action, hypothetically, if Biden had pardoned the people that were found to have violently rioted the BLM riots, if he pardoned them, would that action of pardoning them hypothetically be indicative of a said support or disdain for the actions? Mike's on you.
Unfortunately, we never saw a day where Biden could pardon them because the left refused to arrest.
She's laughing because she knows she's a grifter. You grifting piece of shit. You know you're fucking disingenuous. How much are you paid? How much are you paid to do this? This is crazy. This is crazy work. This is some crazy shit. Are you okay right now? How much are they paying you to do this? Who the fuck is paying you?
Yeah,
Seriously, like what the fuck is wrong?
No,
How can
like,
you not answer this question?
I know that like usually like the whole grifter thing is like not true, a joke, etc. But like you have to be protecting something here, because I know that like your ego, your dignity is just like on the floor right now, and I know that even you know that. I know that even you know that. So
Not
you're
even a
protecting something here. You are protecting something here. Is it maybe protecting a paycheck?
No, I don't do this for work.
Okay. So then why are you refusing to answer that question? Because come on, admit it. We know that you're not answering that question.
Topics that exist within reality that we could be focusing on, like why weren't they arrested? Why were they not held accountable? Let's start
Okay,
with
so you're
Oh my
basically
gosh, she
saying,
keeps making the same points. We already responded to this. What
Yeah,
did I say?
So you're basically saying that there's other things we could focus on instead. Huh. Wow. You know what? Honestly, shame on you for requesting to join this live to tell us why you support Trump. There's other things that we could be focusing on instead, such as when is the world going to end or what did we eat for lunch? Okay? All right. Shame on you. So actually, the point of conversation is to find one thing that bears relevance and importance to talk about at one time. We could talk about other things at other points in time. We cannot talk about other things at this point in time. And this very specific, minute, small moment of the space-time continuum where we're seeing this praxis of a conversation between Dean Withers, Parker Get a Job, and this motherfucker, the question on the table is as follows.
Right. So
Let's just
he
see how
did
long this
support
lasts.
their
Let's keep
actions,
asking the
though.
question.
Yeah, so
it's-
obviously you have enough brain cells to be able to determine that's not the question that I asked you. Instead of
Sorry.
No, you're good, you're good. What? Yes, you obviously are. So the question that Parker's asking with great clarity is if the action, hypothetically, if Biden had pardoned the people that were found to have violently rioted the BLM riots, if he pardoned them, would that action of pardoning them hypothetically be indicative of a said support or disdain for the actions? Take it away! and then
Welcome to the Dean and Parker Game Show!
Parker Game Show! Wait, we gotta make this even better. We gotta make this dude, everyone just give us a second. Just give us a second. We're gonna make this so much better. Game show music, not copyright. Phenomenal. Oh, here we go! Oh, let's see. Royalty free. Oh, let's see here. Royalty free. Okay. All right, everybody tuning in. The question is on the table for the contestant in the Dean Withers and Parker. Do you have a brain game show? Let's go. The question is as follows: if President Joe Biden had given presidential pardons to people that were found guilty of violent actions in the BLM protests / riots, do you think that would tell you that Biden condemned the actions of those violent rioters, or that Biden did not condemn the actions of those violent rioters?
Why were they never arrested under Biden's system?
Were they charged and convicted?
This is
Were
embarrassing.
were they charged and convicted?
Dude, Parker, don't entertain this bullshit, man. I'm telling you.
No,
Like, we gotta keep our
they
topic
don't
here.
care. When it comes to violence from the left, they encourage it. They literally actively maxing water.
I will give you $50
Go
if
out
you
and
answer the question.
harass.
I'll give you $100 if you answer the question right now. The question, $100. $100. You know what? Fuck it. $1,000.
You know what? I have a crystal ball, everyone. I have a crystal ball. The paid propagandist is going to make some argument that's totally irrelevant to answering the fucking question. Look at this.
I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. I'm going to give you $1,000 if you answer the following question. $1,000. Okay? The question that you need to answer for $1,000 is as follows. If President Biden hypothetically pardoned people that were convicted and thrown in jail for violent offenses during the BLM riots, would this tell you that President Biden condemned the action of those rioters or did not condemn the actions of those rioters?
No.
That's not even an answer. Would that tell you that he did condemn them or didn't condemn them?
It would say that it would depend on the specific circumstances.
A violent rioter that during one of these BLM protests drove a stun gun into the neck of a cop and then pled guilty
back
to
to
it.
the cherry picking.
Oh, now you give the specific circumstances. You're cherry picking.
What? Dude, you're rage baiting! Listen to this!
Dude,
We need
she's
the
such a
instant replay!
propagandist.
We need the instant replay! For $1,000 is as follows.
Dude.
If President Biden hypothetically pardoned people that were convicted and thrown in jail for violent offenses during the BLM riots, would this tell you that President Biden condemned the action of those rioters or did not condemn the actions of those rioters?
No.
That's not even an answer. Would that tell you that he did condemn them or didn't condemn them?
It would say that it would depend on the specific circumstances.
A violent rioter that during one of these BLM protests drove a stun gun into the neck of a cop and then pled guilty to it.
Back to the cherry picking.
Oh, now you give the specific circumstances.
I'm gonna start crying.
Why did you answer the actual question?
Bro, I'm actually crying, dude. I'm actually crying, dude. I'm
Why
actually
don't you
crying.
talk about the actual?
Dude, straight tears, bro. Oh my god. Oh.
You won't talk about the actual.
Oh my
subject
goodness
matter.
gracious. Jesus fuck. Dude, I got, you know what? Thank you for making me start to develop tears in my eyes because of how hard I'm laughing at you.
Oh my god. This is so brutal.
Actually,
Oh my
Dean,
goodness. Are you like a
that
psyop?
happened something.
Are you a psyop from the left? Like does the left pay you? Is like Obama, right, on your bank account, like paying you to make the right look this bad?
Look bad, sweetheart. Can I ask you something?
No. Hold on, thank you so much for the money, and I appreciate you so much for the love. What a wild, wild ride. Everybody, that has got to be the craziest, most dense guest that has ever been on this live. And she was so dense, it wasn't annoying. It was laughable. It was funny. That's how dense she was. She was so dense that it was literally like great fucking entertaining content because everybody was just laughing at her the whole time. You know what? No. Thank you for coming up and giving me one of the most entertaining, absolutely fucking just so hilarious streams ever. You've made my day. I'm not joking. You have made my day. That is top tier entertainment.
Every single
thank
time
you.
you see her scrolling on your For You page on some paid propagandist shill fucking argument that she's running about something that's going on in the world, right? Please just remember this. Remember what happened on this live stream, because it will just remind you that she's fucking insane and that everything that she says is not actually what she believes. Straight disingenuous. It's actually like we literally proved it. For the past 40 minutes, I've recorded this, past 40 minutes, she wouldn't answer that one specific question, let alone the other things that I originally asked. I originally asked things like I specifically asked like who were the people within the party that specifically said that like the assassination attempts were justified. Right, she never answered that question, and she said, "Oh, you're just not giving me the time to answer the questions." By the way, we spent almost an hour trying to get her to answer that one specific question, and apparently I just wasn't giving her enough time to answer the question.
That was really funny.
I literally said,
oh
"I'll
my
wait
God.
for 30 minutes," and then I proceeded to wait for 30 minutes. I'm serious.
You know what, man? I think that was funny. You know what, man? I'm happy we did that because I have a smile on my face after laughing at her so hard.
She got exposed so hard.
Yeah, that has to be one of the most like brutal peen takedowns in history. That might be number one, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Can you think of a more brutal fucking exposing before? I certainly can.
That was just straight, absolutely diabolical, preposterous, I might say.
Yeah, there's no coming back from that one. There's literally no coming back. We're gonna move on to the next guest, everybody. That was like a monumental peen moment. Like
absolute cinema.
Do you support Trump?
Dude.
Fuck no, that was fucking hilarious.
All right, guys, we're going to move on to the next guest. Make sure if you're in that queue, that means that you are MAGA and that you support Trump. We are just looking for some Trump supporters to talk to. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everybody just do be patient while we get them up here, y'all. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded into the box right now. If you are in that queue, make sure that you support Trump. Let's go to move on to the next guest now.
How many hours you been on live, bro?
Actually, coming in on 4. I probably have like another 30 or so minutes. But I'm feeling good. I'm going to keep on going. Let's go to get that next guest up here while we do.
For sure. I'm going to thank everyone myself.
I actually do have a couple people to thank as well. I'll go super quick.
Kristen,
Brian,
thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate it, Kristen. Thank you so much. Absolutely. I really appreciate it. It was so brutal.
With the $10,
even since then.
Tier entertainment.
Max with the $5. Thank you.
What's going on? You support Trump?
Lindsay, thank you for the $10. I appreciate it. Thank you. Michael with the $1.
Love, man.
Leah, thank you for the $5. Appreciate it.
If you want to come up and debate,
Griffin, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
With the $5. Thank you so much for the
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry to hear that your grandma passed yesterday and you're on today.
What you're saying is
That's
important.
so horrible.
And that you aren't stopping. Dude, Shelly, I really appreciate you for the love.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
100 Shelly W's down below.
That's so sad.
Michelle with the $10.
Rest in
I do
peace to them,
appreciate you for
seriously.
the love.
That's so
You asked me
sad
not
to hear.
read your donation message out loud, so I will not. Karen, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Let's get 200 Karen W's
Melissa,
down below.
thank you for the
Karen says, "This
$10.
guest makes me
Allison, thank you for
miss
the $10. Susie, thank you for the $2. Bethany with the $1.
Dude.
I appreciate it. Bethany with the $5. Thank you so much. I
Oh
really
my
appreciate
God,
it.
if
I need
you
to
know,
catch up
you
on
know.
YouTube
That
as
is
well, everyone.
That is a wild insult. That is probably one of the worst insults I've ever heard. Thank you for the $20, Karen.
Alrighty. Plausible. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Preposterous made my day. Zach, thank you so much for the $2. Love you, Great. Thank you for the $2.
Thank you so much for the $20.
Love you. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
30 minutes
Evelyn,
ago,
thank you for the
saying, "Alex, I have
$5.
no words. This woman is so far in the
Elizabeth, thank you for the $2. Vic, thank you for the $2. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
As well. Show some love to
Pretty
James
with the
down below.
$10. Thank you.
I do
Brandy,
really
thank you so much for the
appreciate
$5. I appreciate it. Danny with the $10. Thank you. Miss Smiles, thank you for the $5. Elizabeth with the $5. Thank you.
Big beautiful Bill.
Sean, thank you for the $5. Kind with the $5. Thank you. Lock-in, thank you so much for the $5. Richard with the $20. Thank you so much. Pirate, thank you for the $10. Love you with the $10. Thank you. Najia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Pretty, thank you for the $2. Love you with the $20. Thank you so much. David with the $2. Woke Grandma, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Miss Smiles, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate it. Love you with the $20 again. Twice. Thank you so much.
Majority of my PayPal that works.
I think I'm caught up with everything. Thank you so much, everyone.
Of the proceeds over on this platform.
I'm sorry to be cutting off Dean, and I'm muted on TikTok, everyone. Just letting everyone know.
Where I could, of course, read out your name. Thank you, as well as read your message. There's a couple more I need to get around.
I just didn't want to take too much time, everyone. I apologize.
Thank his donor, so take it away, Parker.
I actually did so while you were doing it while muted, so.
Oh, great. What's going on, Mike? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump. I think out of the candidates, he was the better of the two.
All right, phenomenal, man. Well, we're going to let you take it away and tell us why, but real quick before I do, Sigma, thank you for the 10 over on Super Chat. Phantom, thank you for the $10 as well. Then Megan, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal, saying absolutely diabolical guest. I got to agree. And then Peter, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, saying, God, that was exhausting, but it paid off in the end. I think I agree. As well as Dude, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, saying, waiter, more keeping Republicans on topic. That was unreal. Laura, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat, saying, to send you a personal testimonial. Would it be best to use your Insta DMs? Your work means a lot to me. Thank you. Yeah, no, I do check my Insta DMs every so often. That would be a good spot. As well as Ghoul with the $10, Mimi with the $10, Star with the $10, and we are all cut up. Appreciate you guys.
Can I say thank you to one person?
Yeah.
Sid with the $200 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for that. Was one of the most brutal 2 hours of my life. Can we please never have her back? Anyways, hi Parker in chat. I hope you're well. Don't worry, we never will. Thank you so much though, Sid. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Sid in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Sid.
All right, take it away, man.
Could I just talk about something that bothers me about you?
Oh, yeah, for sure, man.
So I just feel like you spread a lot of fear and not a lot of hope. And I'll explain why. So last time I was on here was maybe 3 months ago. And I think I mentioned something about the stock market.
Yeah.
And around that time, there was just people basically bragging about how they were cashing out of the stock market, basically saying, I told you so. And I feel like not just you, but a lot of other content
we're heading
creators,
into a recession, stock market was crashing.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I just feel like there was a lot of fear that was spread.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, if somebody cashed out of their 401k, they made a huge mistake because it's at all-time highs right now.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I mean, saying that we're heading towards a recession and the stock market is crashing wasn't only true at the time because it was predicated upon Donald Trump's universal tariffs, but also letting people know that was definitely also necessary because it was ultimately that social pressure which led to him reversing the universal tariffs. I'd say definitely, man. It's an undeniable fact that as universal
Here's the
tariffs
difference
on April
between me and
2nd,
you.
we're sending this country into a recession. We already had one financial quarter of negative GDP growth under our belt. That was a fact, sir. Okay. And then the only reason why we didn't end up in a recession was because he reversed the tariffs. And who knows? Maybe some motivation behind why he reversed the tariffs was because of that social pressure of people not wanting a recession and people not wanting a terrible crash stock market. I mean, if we look at the trends of the stock market, it literally rebounded the day that he lifted the tariffs. And if you're telling me that, well, Dean, everything that you've said so far is true, I can't combat it, well, then basically you're telling me that I shouldn't spread facts if they scare people.
Here's the difference between me and you. I was telling people, I was like, dude, this is a good opportunity to buy. Start buy. And then I did. I mean, dude, I was buying NVIDIA at $100 a share. It's now at $150 a share. And I was telling people to do so as well. I was spreading hope in a time where everybody was fearful. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like that's the opposite of what you're doing, whether it was true or not. It was a phase, dude. You know what I'm talking about?
Statement, regardless if it's true or not, I'm not willing to accept that conditional. I'll say things if they're true. regardless of what it is. There's not something that's true that I wouldn't like be afraid of saying. I think
There's
that
also
seeking knowledge is important.
I'll give you another example of a way where I feel like you're not spreading hope. So one thing you liked about Kamala Harris was her first-time homebuyers program, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was 25,000 for first-time homebuyers, correct?
Yes, $25,000 for first-time homebuyers for new homes.
Newly developed properties.
They have that. That's a thing currently. What state do you live in? Colorado?
Yeah, is like a state thing.
Is it a federal tax credit?
I don't know. I don't know if it's a state thing. I mean, it might
It
be.
must be.
You live in Colorado, correct?
Yeah.
Look up the CHFA. It is a grant for first-time home buyers. The reason I know about that is because I live in Connecticut, and when I would look it up, the Colorado one would pop up.
Let's see here. So that's a down payment assistance. Get 25K or 3% of your first mortgage. Yeah, man. So like what she ran on was going to be like federal, so it's going to be true of all 50 states. And then also secondarily, bro, that means people in Colorado could claim this grant from the state for 25K
And from the federal government.
and from the federal government for 25K. Also, so like that meant, like for instance, if I was like, this actually would apply to me. If Kamala Harris won and I was gonna buy it like on my first house in like the next 4 years or so,
That's actually
I could literally
nuts.
get
50
Yeah, I could
grand?
get 50. I could get 50 grand off the price of the house.
That's unbelievably good.
Hell yeah! Actually, yo, thank you so much for bringing that to my attention. That's awesome.
New point to make.
Yeah, for sure. No, I'm not, like, damn, bro. Like, well, dude, honestly, this makes me fucking hate Trump more. If Kamala Harris won, I would have been able to get $50,000 off of my first house. Like, fuck, dude. Oh my god, that would have made so much sense. I would have been doing that.
Anyway, is that a Democratic policy? Both of those? That would help you?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Colorado's dem.
Wow. That's
my
diabolical. That's
Damn, I'm
actually
actually-
preposterous, I might say.
He left. Honestly, I'm kind of upset now. Like, holy crap, getting 50K off, that's going to cover closing costs as well as like most of the risk of like short-term depreciation. Honestly, dude, if Kamala Harris won, I could have bought like a $400,000 house for $350, got a decent mortgage for it. I'd probably have to work at my credit a little bit first and just be already in the green if I could make the monthly mortgage payments and like turn around and sell it whenever I wanted to leave and like make money. Democratic policy. That's awesome.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Lovey, thank you so much. Appreciate the $10. Thank you so much for also, my grandpa and
We're gonna
aunt
get that
were
next guest
both
up in
heavily
here, y'all.
left-leaning, and I'm
Somebody
sad
said
they
it might not
passed
cover
before
closing
seeing the
costs.
world
I
better
don't think that
itself
closing costs are
from
like a
Trump.
$350,
Though I'm happy
$400,000 house would
they
exceed,
made it so long. I'm so sorry to
$50,000.
hear that, Lovey. I'm so sorry. That's actually so sad. By the way, I am
Unfortunate.
muted
We're
on
gonna move on
TikTok,
to
so
the next
Dean
guest. Here
can't
we go,
hear me.
everybody. Just do
But
give us
thank
a
you so
minute.
much. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
What's going on?
That's
Do you support
incredibly
Trump?
sad to hear. I hope that you're doing okay.
Okay, they left immediately. Yo, Ray, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Ray. Ray says, adding to the getting grifters to admit their wrong pot. Yeah, maybe one day. Maybe one day, right? I do appreciate you so much for the love, Ray. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Ray. Show some love to Ray down below. Yeah, closing would be like around like 17K. What's going on? Do you support Trump? Big Rig? Oh, you were the one showing us your toes earlier. Get out of here.
What?
Yeah. But guys, show some love to Ray down below in that chat. REY. Thank you so much. We got Quinn loading up in. What's going on, Quinn? Do you support Trump? No. What about you, Joey? Do you support Trump?
What an absolute cinema earlier.
Diabolical.
For a man, that was good. That was good.
I really hope that like sticks around and that she hears about that all the time now. I really hope so. Like, cause like that's,
honestly,
that's actually like really sad.
Well, it'll probably like there's a possibility that in the future it'll inevitably amount to like a pretty big wake up call for her. Like I got my ass bruised really badly by a bunch of pro-choice debaters like years ago on TikTok Live, and that's ultimately what drove me to being pro-choice myself. Like that just total destruction is like probably like if she has any brain cells left, we'll drive her into like this existential crisis, and we'll like have her like questioning her beliefs for a long time to come, and might ultimately be good for her in the future. But I don't know, like because I understand that she's like really far gone, right? But like even like an ass bruise that badly, dude, it might be able to pull her out. But maybe I'm just being optimistic. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We're gonna go to get Tiny Dancer loaded into live. Everybody just do be patient. Hey, what's going on? Do you support Trump?
No. I don't, but that was amazing. I just wanted to say that.
Appreciate you for that. What about you, Nerdy? Do you support Trump? Okay, I guess not. Parker, do you want to help us try to get a Trump supporter up here?
Yes, I got you.
Great. Honestly, I don't know if we'll be able to find a Trump supporter after that last convo. Like, that was just too bad.
I think we'll find one.
Apparently, she joined my Discord.
Dude,
Yeah.
diabolical.
That sounds
Why would
good.
she do that to herself?
That sounds good, little bugger. Oh, you're
Um,
so good.
yeah,
You're
Tetler,
so
do you-
cute. I
you
love
support
your
Trump?
big face.
Hello?
Okay, I'm just gonna kick him.
Hello?
AEE, you were up here yesterday. You don't support Trump. Goodbye. Moving on. Everyone, just give us a minute. We're gonna go to get Roman Welch up in here. Thank you so much for the ukulele. I appreciate that. What's going on, Roman? Do you support Trump?
No, but thanks for going on my mom's podcast.
Thank you.
I've had it. They said you accepted their offer, so I was just gonna say that.
Who's your mom?
Yeah, it's my mom. So
Wait, who is your mom? What's her name?
Jennifer Welch.
And she's with the what podcast?
I've had it.
Ah, that's your mom?
Yeah, no, I watch your
Dude.
lives all the time, so I didn't think you'd accept this, but
Dude, that's so cool. That's pretty
Yeah,
cool,
no.
man. Yeah, no, I think I did accept that. That's awesome. Man.
good. Yeah, I can't wait to watch it, dude.
Oh, man, have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, you too.
His mom is pretty cool. Runs the I've had it pod. Pretty cool. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, mom is awesome.
Hello?
I don't know too much about her or the podcast. I just saw them reach out. I was told it would be a good idea. Are they cool people? They're a bunch of cool people. So I mean, it sounded like a cool son if he's watching the streams often. What's up, Chris? Do you support Trump?
No, but I'm wondering what the video title will be for that because I missed most of it from the cinema earlier.
I don't even know. That'll be a hard one to title. Yes, I love them.
I'll have to think about it because I might think of a title.
Right. No, if that guy's still in here. No, your mom is cool. That's awesome. Love him. It's cool. All right, what's going on? Do you support Trump, Braden? Okay, goodbye.
Paid MAGA influencer. That is gonna be the beginning part of it.
Yeah, paid Megan. Dude, I think that's probably my first time saying that unironically.
That is my first time too. That's
Yeah.
my first time unironically saying that.
I agree. I think I agree. Like, there's just no way.
Like,
There had to be like some financial well-being at stake for her to like refuse answering that question.
Okay, I'm trying to add someone up, but it's like really like glitchy now,
Hello?
where it like glitches around.
Yeah.
On
What's
the
going
phone.
on, Paradox? Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
Okay, how old are you?
about 15.
Okay, so yeah, got to be at least 18. What about you, Jake? Do you support Trump?
Yo,
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, how old are you?
Is that an issue?
Well, yeah, it is. That's where we're on live.
I just
So-
don't see like what your whole guys' little GIF is. You guys just sit up here and just like try to convince people that Trump's someone that he's actually not when he's been disproven.
What did we say that was
So-
not right about him?
Oh dear God.
Huh?
What did we say that was incorrect about him?
Like, well, everything. I mean, the whole GIF with him is the media will grab shit that he once said or did or whatever and take it out of proportion and try to do this and
Can
that
you, can you
over.
be
And
specific with anything you're referencing?
I can, yeah. Well, tell me something about him.
Sure. Like for instance, he
Said
know
he
what?
would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years.
yeah, he said he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He also
Well,
boasted about,
okay,
like,
I've
perving on
seen that
naked
little
women.
thing that you've done, you fucking moron. And I
Wow.
saw that.
Whoa, Jake, calm down, buddy. Calm down.
No, I've seen that clip and you don't even see him in the video. How do you even know that's him saying it, you fucking idiot?
Dude, you're gonna get yourself banned, and you're gonna get my live restriction. Stop saying idiot and more. Like, please, bro, calm down.
I'm confused what your point is. Like, does he have to be in the video? He was in an interview right prior, and it was
The
from
10-year-old
1992. It's
girl.
not like they had AI.
Bro, literally the 10-year-old girl. Where was it? Was he in the video?
Yeah, so there actually is a video of him walking up one side of the escalator with her walking down the other side of the escalator. But how about we use like a better example that's just infinitely more clear so you can't reject that on the basis of nothing. Howard Stern's podcast, April 11th, 2005, boasted about walking into the changing rooms of
Yep.
grown adult women and naked teenage girls in Miss Teen USA while they were undressed.
Dude, I don't even know what to say about that. Like he was the guy who owned the place and he had something he had to go check back there. And like, he didn't know how was he supposed to know that they were even back there?
Because it was a woman's dressing room where there was naked women before the show, and he said he knew that, and you'd use that as an
Okay, that's like
opportunity
if
to get
that
on our
even did
case.
happen.
He said
okay,
he was able
messed
to
up.
get away with doing this.
Yeah.
He was laughing about it.
He wasn't laughing about it.
Do you want to hear it?
The thing is, even
What's up?
I'm gonna be pissed at this guest if they get my life back.
sorry, I'm not gonna get you banned, dude. I'm a chill guy. I don't really say fuck like bet like all. I know you can't say drugs on here. I know you can't say it.
You just said it. Okay, whatever. Okay, hey. All right, Cordelia, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal saying you give me hope. I appreciate you for the love, Cordelia. Let's get at least 100 Cordelia W's down below in that chat. And seriously, thank you for the love.
I
Here's
have
Ashley
the
with
info right
$4.
here. I'll turn my camera on.
I prefer you
I can't
not do
actually.
that. How about you tell us why you support Trump? What is one reason that makes you support him?
Because he's the one who's brought us together. You guys keep trying to divide our whole country. He's the one who says America, like he wants everyone to have a better life. And I don't know
No,
What
I think
makes
he
you
said
think
that. It was the other day. He like
because he
literally
literally
said,
runs off like you, dude.
Wait.
you guys
I gotta play you
are
a clip. I gotta play you a clip.
What do you learn in school?
Wait. I'm so sorry, man. You just said that he
Say
brings
you
us together.
You wouldn't know, would
refix
you?
I went to school, but the education system's so messed up. It needs to be fixed, dude.
Wait. I'm sorry. I gotta play you this clip. So you said that Donald Trump brings us together, like Democrats included, right?
Huh?
You said that Donald Trump brings us together, Democrats included. He just wants to make everybody in the country.
Well,
win, correct?
if he wants to bring together all the pro-Americans, all the people who care about our country, if there's people who live in our country who hate our country, then what?
voted for us, and I think we use it in the campaign that's coming up, the midterms, because we got to beat them. But all of the
You gotta
things
beat
that
the
we've given,
Democrats.
and they wouldn't vote only because they hate Trump. But I hate
Yeah,
them too. you know
literally.
that. So it's sort of I really do. I hate them. I cannot stand them because I really believe they hate our country. You want to know?
Bro, he misspoke, just like how everyone else misspeaks and shit. Like he didn't mean he hates all the Democrats. He hates the corrupt, evil Democrats who are out to get him. Like, why
He
wouldn't you
needs
hate
to look
those?
into a mirror, bro.
He said it.
Hey,
Is
he a corrupt Democrat? Is he a corrupt Democrat? Yeah, dude. You're out there. You're out
says that
there.
he hates Dems
You're
like
out
3
there.
times right there.
Huh?
He says that he hates Dems. He said that he hated Dems like 3 times in that clip. It was
Yeah.
only 20 seconds
Yeah,
long.
he
He's
obviously.
the one that
dude, he
hates our
is the-
country. When you cut
Oh,
Medicaid,
okay.
when you cut
Okay.
Medicaid, Medicare, and the
What was he
Affordable
doing
Care
on
Act
4th
and
of
food
July,
stamps,
huh?
you hate this
What was he
country.
doing on 4th of July, huh? Do you know what Kamala Harris or Joe Biden was doing on 4th of July? No one fucking knows.
Do you know what Trump was doing?
Yeah, he was out there celebrating our country.
We're doing what?
There's pictures of him out
Okay,
there.
what was he doing in the pictures?
Shooting off fireworks, dancing, celebrating, screaming, I love America. What's like, are you in it? Dude, you guys are just
Do you
lost.
think
You need to-
everyone who illegally shot off fireworks should be held accountable for
illegally
them?
shot off fireworks? No. So no. Someone shot off a little firework,
wait.
dude.
Oh, okay, wait, so you don't care about the law or the enforcement of the law?
No, I love the law.
Okay, so then everyone who specifically did
My
it in
uncle
places in which
works
is
as a
illegal.
sheriff. Huh?
So everyone who did it in places in which are illegal, those people should be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law, correct?
Dude, the only reason there's even illegal fireworks out there right now is because Democrats keep blaming global inflation, global warming, global this, and
Global
think that
inflation, global warming, what?
No, first of all,
dude, they think that
for
it's going to
instance,
cause the whole world to burn down when it's just a little firework
That's
shooting
not
up in the
what
sky.
climate change is.
In my
Dude, you don't know
area,
shit.
in my area, fireworks were illegal to shoot off because of fire warning. Because I live kind of in a desert where it's really.
Oh yeah,
dry.
you live in a desert, dude. Yeah.
I live in
Shit
Los
out your
Angeles.
ass.
We just had massive fires.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I wonder how that happened.
By a spark that came off of a tire of a car, like with.
Is that
chains
true?
dragging,
Because
I
I
think?
thought there was 3 different fires that all started at the same time in different areas.
It's
I think
because
that's
of
one
the
of them.
wind.
The wind made all 3 fires in
But
different
can we-
areas start at the same
Can we-
time.
Wait,
so
how
make
are
it
we,
make sense.
Can we agree that like
we
sparks,
all know who did it.
Can we agree that like sparks can start large fires?
Yeah, but in 3 separate
Okay,
areas.
so that's why
of
it's gonna be.
Yes,
Or wait, are
'cause
you
of wind.
are you just saying that you just disagree with the law, so thereby you don't care that people violated it?
What are you talking about? You're putting words in my mouth.
Like, do you
Paul.
care if like people like illegally shot off fireworks on July 4th?
I mean, if they're big bad fireworks, then yeah, you probably shouldn't be shooting off bombs.
No, but in all
dipshit.
instances in which it was illegal.
Huh?
In all instances in which it was illegal.
All fireworks were illegal. See, that's
Every
just
single
what-
firework that was shot off that was illegal to shoot off, was that wrong?
Sure, dude. Whatever. I don't know what this has to do
Sure,
with Trump.
dude.
you
Sure.
dummy.
Should they be held accountable to the full extent of the law?
Don't be mocking my voice. You're a petite little guy.
Okay.
What? That's so strange comeback.
Would you like to respond to what I said?
What'd you say?
You got a petite
Repeat.
brain, bro.
Oh, that's hilarious. My head's probably way bigger than yours.
Yeah, your brain isn't. You got a
What is
big
wrong?
head with a small brain.
Repeat your question.
Big
Are you
head,
gonna do
small
it, or are you
brain,
gonna-
I tell you.
Are you gonna keep sitting there and saying shit out of your ass?
What are you talking about? You want try
You
me.
said answer your question. What's your question, little guy?
Appreciate the galaxy. You don't remember?
Speak it.
Do you
What's your biceps? What's your biceps circumference?
Way bigger than probably both of yours combined.
Okay. Can I get an inch diameter here, bud?
Give us
You
a
want me
number.
to turn my camera on and flex for you, little guy?
You don't have the
No,
ability to.
I don't want you to turn on your camera and flex. I just want to know what like the bi-inch diameter of your
Probably a
bicep.
lot above average.
So what is it?
So what is it?
Yeah, not
I
the
don't know. I don't
diameter,
know how
the
to. I
circumference.
don't measure them. I'm not some little pretty boy.
You're not some pretty boy.
I'm not a pretty boy. I work outside and get dirty.
Does that mean that you're ugly?
What?
Because if you're not pretty.
Well, yeah. What is pretty?
Oh no,
mean?
they're a lot bigger than probably you, though. What's that matter about anything, huh?
Wait, what does pretty mean?
Huh?
Wait, what's wrong with being a pretty boy?
I don't paint my nails or go get my hair done or get
Why
my
not?
facial done at the
Why
salon or
not?
shit like that.
Why not? You're not cool enough.
No, I got too much time doing
You don't
work.
You don't. Wait. So I mean, it's funny because you said I'm not a pretty boy. I don't take care of my skin or keep my.
I don't do basic stuff to take care of myself.
I shower and I put
I
soap
don't-
in my
I
throat.
don't-
I shower and I put soap all over myself.
Wait. What do you think about the pretty boys that like do take care of their skin and have a?
That's cool. You do your little thing, but I'm probably way stronger and buffer than all of them.
He said, I haven't taken a shower in about 6 months. I
You're a
get my
funny
hands
guy.
dirty. I don't
You're a
brush my
funny guy.
teeth.
You guys try to act like little
I-
pretty boys,
I-
but you
do-
don't even get no girls, so you can't even be no pretty boy.
Well, I'd hope I don't get girls because girls would refer to minors.
That's not how that, dude. You don't know shit.
Do you mean women?
Of course, I mean women. What the hell are you talking about?
I'd also hope that I don't get multiple women because I have a girlfriend.
No, you don't. No, which
She
girl would
doesn't
want to be
exist.
with you? I've seen a
I've-
video of
I've
you.
literally
I've seen
met
a video
her.
of you, and you're about 4'8".
I've literally met her. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, what's her name?
Why would
I'm
you
not
tell me
gonna
that?
say.
Yeah, exactly. She's a fake bitch.
What did you just say?
She's fake.
What did you say after that?
She's a fake bot.
A fake bot?
You probably got one of them little AI chat bots, huh?
I thought you... Yes, an AI. I'm in
Yes.
love with an AI chat. bot,
Actually,
yeah.
you know what? My girlfriend is an AI chatbot.
So you gonna tell me why you support Trump,
the
or you
fuck?
gonna?
It's so true.
What are you gonna say? You haven't said
Whoa,
one.
thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat saying that this guy probably thinks having skid marks is masculine.
Dude.
That was pretty funny, Coral. That was pretty good. That was a good one,
Well,
Coral.
I gotta go
That
back
was,
to
that was
doing
$20
manual
well
work.
spent. Thank you for the
I got a
love, Coral.
job.
That was
Call
fine.
my name. I gotta
Wait,
go
I have
outside
a question.
and
What do you do
some
for
shit.
work? What do you do for work?
I do a lot of things, huh?
What do you do more specifically?
Right now, I gotta go outside, go chop down a whole bunch of trees and move them somewhere and get rid
What
of
kind of trees are you chopping down?
a whole bunch of big pine trees. I only got a hatchet.
Palm trees? What kind of stuff are you using to?
Pine
to-
trees.
What kind of equipment are you using to take down the trees?
Just a hatchet.
What?
You're just gonna take a hatchet to a bunch of pine trees?
Jesus
You
Christ!
take the hatchet to the
You
pine
ever heard
trees.
of being? You ever heard of doing lumber?
Dude, what is this, Minecraft? Oh my God, bro! You can't just go up
Tell
to
me
the
you've
tree
never
and try
been.
and chop it down with
Yeah,
your
you can.
fucking.
I've done it all the time. I've been doing it since I was a kid.
I have a question. Do you think that I have a real job?
Probably not.
Oh,
Do I have a real
why?
job?
Probably not.
Why not?
Why? What's the job, man?
Because you're sitting here playing with your dingleberries all day, not actually going outside and making.
Is that what Dean is doing right now?
I'm playing. with my
Wait. So, are you
dingleberries?
watching your phone right now? Are you watching Dean? Are you watching Dean do that? That's
I'm looking
really
at it.
weird.
I'm doing-
Why are you
Why are you-
watching Dean do that?
Yeah.
That's diabolical,
What
Jake.
the?
Preposterous. Okay.
What the? Why are you watching me
Huh?
play with my?
Why are you watching that? That's crazy, dude.
Abigail,
PayPal.
thank you so much
Was.
for the $14 donation over on PayPal for the fake job. I appreciate you so much for the love,
Fuck
Abigail.
you,
With the 14.
dude.
Wow. Whoa. Whoa. Where did the aggression come from? I was just thanking Abigail for the
I'm getting money
$14
too, but I'm
donation.
not thanking
then
all
also
of them.
Marisol, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal for the fake job as well. So now we got Abigail and Marisol. Thank you so much.
Cordelia,
Abigail.
thank you so much for the $40
And-
on PayPal. Thank you so much, Cordelia. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so
Dude,
much.
I got $10, $14. You got $40. Can you thank them? Real
What do you
quick?
guys do in your free time, man? What do you do for fun?
This. I hang out with
This
my
is
girl.
what you
I
do
hang out
for
with my
fun every
beautiful.
day?
I hang out with my beautiful girlfriend.
You ever go do physical activity?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I do. So
Play basketball, pickleball, or something?
Actually, yeah.
Pickleball's pretty
Like what?
Like literally, like I played tennis the other day. Went swimming.
No, you don't.
Miko, thank you for the $15 over on PayPal for the real job. I appreciate you for the love, Miko. Shout out to
Most
Miko down below in that
unathletic
chat.
tennis player I've ever
So
seen.
let me tell you what I do.
Probably
Let me
can't
tell
even
you.
hit
So-
the ball.
So
You
the
probably can't
moment,
even do a backflip. I can do a backflip.
so the moment this stream ends.
I doubt that.
Listen
I
here,
can. I'll
buddy.
take a video. I'll send it
Listen
to
here,
you
buddy.
in the
Don't
morning.
you
Yeah,
overspeak
post it to
the
your
alpha.
TikTok here, sir. You better post that to your
He's
TikTok in
overspeaking.
T-minus 3 hours, or I'm
He's
not gonna
over.
believe that here, sir.
You
One
don't.
second.
You want me to? I'll tag both of you.
Hey,
in
Jake,
the
you're
backflip. Dumb
overspeaking
shit.
the alpha.
Dumb shit.
Why don't stop overspeaking the alpha, Jake? Now let me tell you. Now the moment I get off this stream, you know what I do? I turn around, I grab a 300 more billion pound barbell, and I do half bicep from the halfway
No,
to
you
the
don't.
up there to get the upper part of the arm, and then I do rows. Now that's just while I'm walking down the stairs to go into my kitchen and get some goddamn protein powder.
See, the thing
that
is, you have to
then
work
I
out to
don't
get a
put
little
in
muscles. I
milk.
don't even need to work
I
out.
I don't put in water. I put straight into my goddamn mouth and I dry scoop it until I'm blue in the head, right? And then once I'm done dry scooping all the protein powder, okay, I then put on a 500-pound weighted vest.
What about the egg
and
yolks?
I tape nails to my feet and I run 5 miles around my neighborhood and back while retaining 25 dudes on salary to punch me in my face and gut every 300 feet. And I do that all before 6 a.m. You absolute useless beta fool.
What about egg yolks? Raw egg yolks. Do you like how many of those? You do
Yeah,
at
those
6
are
a.m.?
too beta for me. I just eat the chicken. I just eat the live
What?
chicken. I just eat the live chicken. No, the raw egg yolks. I just eat the live chicken.
What?
The whole thing. That's where the protein's at, Parker.
Dude, the feathers too?
The feathers too, sir. The feathers. Welcome in, Jacob. Do you support Trump?
That's interesting.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, well, okay. All right, Jacob. Why do you support Trump?
Mostly immigration and the big beautiful bill.
All right. Real quick before we hop into the debate here, quickly, Brian, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Brian. Appreciate you so much for the love. And then one more here, quickly. I'd like to thank, let's see here, Serena, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo, and Reed with the $5, and Anna with the 10. Appreciate you guys. Anyways, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump. Feel free to be more specific. Parker, I'll give this one to you. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick.
For sure.
All right. I gave the 2 reasons: immigration and big beautiful bill. I do want to apologize for that lady earlier. She's not a good
So
one.
immigration, the big beautiful bill. Okay, so what about the big beautiful bill?
The Tax and Jobs Act. That's probably my
Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
permanently.
Okay, so did you know that this bill net leads to a decrease in after-tax income, specifically for the lowest quintile?
You talk about effective taxes.
Yeah, I'm talking about after-tax income.
Again, that's from the CBO. We don't trust the CBO.
Why not?
Because that's an estimate.
Wait, you don't trust any? So you don't trust any numbers about what's going to happen in terms of the bill?
Yeah, I don't trust the CBO.
Not
It's
a
been
single
wrong about
estimate.
the Affordable Act.
You
Well,
mean a
not
nonpartisan committee from the federal government? You only trust
yeah, it's
partisan.
gone
You
wrong.
only trust partisan MAGA sources, correct?
Yeah, MAGA sources. That's the only thing we trust, actually.
You're totally trolling. There's no way you just said that.
No, I'm trolling with that, but I don't. I think that effective taxes estimate, that isn't a viable.
Do you have a better estimate?
Yeah. Well, when was the Tax and Jobs Act implemented? Was it implemented in 2017 or was it implemented now? Is this the first time we've seen it?
No, we've seen it. We saw what what happened in terms of it being implemented.
Yeah, and what was the numbers of it being implemented?
In terms of what,
Was there?
Yeah, I think that it only added around $8 to $16 billion in GDP annually, while accounting for $190 billion of debt-related spending per year. So the level of spending, right, was not justified given the amount that it produced for the economy. It was just not enough at all to justify that.
Yeah, but
by the way, Dean, just by the way, since you were gone, he said he doesn't accept the CBO. He doesn't accept nonpartisan governmental sources like the CBO because it is the case that he only accepts MAGA sources.
No, that's not what I said.
Wait, the CBO is like right leaning. Why don't you like the CBO? Yeah, why don't you accept the CBO?
Because it's an estimate. I would rather look at the numbers from 2017.
Which means he can't accept any estimations.
Wait. But do we understand that the Big Beautiful Bill and the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act aren't identical?
Wait, I have a question. Do you have a population number for the United States population?
It's around 330 million.
That's an estimate.
Right? Yeah, well, we don't know because all the illegal immigrants.
But like if I thought you don't accept estimates.
Across the board.
I thought you don't accept estimates.
Well, we don't know the actual numbers. Probably a lot more.
Okay, so are you saying you can accept an estimate, particularly if you don't have
no,
other evidence?
I actually don't accept the $330 million.
Okay, so, so you don't know how many people are in the United States of America?
No, we don't.
Wait. Can we also just point out that using figures from the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act as an imposition of what we can expect from the Big Beautiful Bill is also definitionally speaking an estimate?
But it has the permanent. I mean, it is an estimate, but
so he accepts estimates, and he's just lying, and he's using that as a reason to deflect away from the argument.
And then also, why would we look at the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for an idea of what the BBB will tell us when the BBB and the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act aren't identical? Like, sure, it's extending some things in the BBB, but it's also adding a whole lot new on, like work requirements for the ACA.
A lot of
for Medicaid,
like
Medicare.
repealing like Medicaid subsidies. Or like making it harder for low-income Americans to get the programs that they need to reduce their copay /
So can we talk about the provisions they added?
After you could like give us good reason why we should reject the CBO.
Because it's gotten wrong with estimates in the past. With the Obama repeal
What is
act.
the likelihood of it being wrong?
I mean, look, it got when Trump got rid of some of the mandates for the Obama Affordable Care Act.
What is the likelihood of it being wrong?
About 30 to 40%.
You think it's a 30 to 40%? You would say based on what? Like, can you give me any good data to indicate 30 to 40% of what the CBO says is wrong? Because there's no good justification for that.
If you look
give
at
me
the
three
last
examples.
Oh my God, bro! Are you gonna let me talk? Like,
no.
You're gonna let me talk? Yeah. So then I'm not gonna give you 3 examples if you're not gonna let me talk.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I'm tired of these 5-7s trying to.
You want to get a Kleenex? You want a tissue?
Yeah. Do you want a hype booster? You want in your shoes?
Parker's actually
how
like
tall
6'1".
are you?
Parker's like 6'1",
I'm
6'2".
6'3".
Okay, you're like 2 inches taller than me. 3 inches taller than me. I'm like 6 foot.
I don't know if I believe that. I've seen your page. I've seen Dean.
Okay, cool. I don't care.
Tippy toes in the mic.
Wait. Yeah, you're talking to Parker. I'm the short one. He's not.
Okay. My bad. I apologize for that. They got
Dean's
the
also not short. Bro, the fact that you feel the need to like boast the fact that you're 6'3" shows me how insecure you are and that you need to make up for probably other characteristics in which you're lacking with.
Look at my profile. I'm a Chad light.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Keep trying to boost your ego to make yourself feel better.
No, I'll take a look at Chad Light real quick. Let's look at the profile. I mean, he told me to. Let's pull it out. Gotta go to my other account. Take a look at Chad Light real quick. Continue to debate politics, by the way. Take it away.
Okay. Where's the CBO been wrong? It was wrong about the Obama Repeal Act.
You don't have anything about yourself posted on your profile. Why didn't you tell me to look at your profile?
The profile pic.
Oh, excuse me. Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'm not going to be derogatory towards somebody for their physical appearance, so no comment. Take it away.
Okay, buddy. So this is where the CBO was wrong about the Obama repeal mandate from Trump's tax jobs cut. It said that about 4 million people would be uninsured. It was actually 2.8 million people uninsured. So that was an estimate, but they were wrong.
Can you provide me a source?
Source, bro? Source? Yeah, I didn't bring up a bunch of papers actually to combat this, actually, believe it or not. I know that's crazy. But I do have a source actually. It's from, let me give you, the effect of eliminating the individual mandate penalty and the role of behavioral factors.
Yeah, the individual mandate. Yeah, that was related to the Supreme Court. So I just want to let you know that, I've heard this from multiple guests before in the past. I just want to let you know specifically that's not relating to what the CBO was making an estimate about, because the CBO makes estimates about legislative policy. That was an executive that was related to the executive and judicial.
They still made an estimate on it. They got that estimate wrong. Whether they're for legislative or whatever.
Show me the specific estimate they made about that.
You're gonna make me go pull that up too.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. Give me a second. CBO budget. There's also. Give me a second to pull that up. But you're just gonna say, even if I pull up, you're just gonna say, well, that doesn't matter. That's exactly what you're gonna say after I pull it up. You're just gonna say, oh, well, why does that matter? So, I don't know why you're making me pull it up.
Jacob, is that actually you in the pic?
Zach Wilson.
Yeah. So then why did you cite what you
Yeah,
look
that's
like
exactly
as your
what I was about to
PFP?
say. I'm looking at Zach Wilson right now. It looks awfully familiar.
Yeah. So Jacob.
That's my celeb lookalike.
So you look like him.
So you tell me to look at your profile picture because that shows that you're a Chad Light. Turns out it's not even you, bro. What are we doing?
That's actually. I just want you to know, Jacob. That's embarrassing. You're in front of 10,000 people on TikTok. You're in front of 1,700 people on my YouTube, and probably 2,000 people plus on Dean's YouTube. That's embarrassing to be in front of 14,000 people and for that to happen to you. Embarrassing.
That's Zach Wilson's profile picture on Facebook.
That's not his pro. Is it on Facebook?
Yeah.
I don't know. Me and Zach Wilson are the same. We're both Chad Lights.
That's so cringe.
Dude, come on. You're trolling. Stop
I'm
it.
not trolling.
Stop it, bro. Stop it. Please. I'm begging you. Please stop it. Esmeralda, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Esmeralda says, love what you do. My favorite part of my day is watching you
have the Washington
Thank you,
Post,
love
Parker?
Esmeralda. As well as Sophia, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Sophia says, love listening to you absolutely destroy these dummies while I'm stocking Red Bull coolers. You're doing an amazing job. Never stop. Thank you for the love, Sophia. That is incredibly kind of you. Let's show some love to Sophia down below in that comment section. As well as Anna, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Reed with a 5 and Serena with a 5. Oh, as well as Mother Amanda, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. I do really appreciate you for the love. That was a comment about the last guest. I agree, they were crazy.
Yo, Kayla, thank you for the 2 points on TikTok. Really appreciate that. That goes a long way. JJ, thank you for the 2 points.
Elizabeth, thank you so much for the 20 pounds. I really appreciate it. Sid, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That is so crazy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Sid. Plausible, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Michael, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Wes, thank you for the $2. Really appreciate it. KMB with the $50. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Plausible with the $10. Wes with the $2. Thank you. And KMB again with the $50. Thank you so much for this. Is actually from Zach Wilson. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Zach. Thank you. Brandon, thank you so much. I appreciate the membership subscription. Thank you. Naomi, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
I got you the source, Parker. It's from National Taxpayer.
I appreciate the $5. Thank you.
New report reveals how wrong the CBO was about the individual mandate.
So repeat to me the title.
The title or the source?
The title.
The title is the new report reveals how wrong the CBO was about the individual mandate, and it's from the National Taxpayer Union Foundation. But you're just gonna
Wait, CBO was with what?
New report reveals how wrong the CBO is about the individual mandate.
I got you. You can talk to Dean while I look at it.
No, I'm responding to something on Twitter.
Okay, all right, all right. I'll look at this National Taxpayers Union or Washington Examiner.
Yeah. This is just one source. I don't
Which
know.
which one are you referencing?
The National Taxpayer Union Foundation. Oh, when it comes to the 4 million, that's from the study themselves. But this kind of goes in depth
The
about how
Union
1.5.
Foundation.
Yeah, it says that 1.5 million fewer direct purpose.
All it does is just make the claim that they mistakenly did that.
Yeah. Oh, you're just yeah. This is exactly like you're just gonna discount my source, and you're gonna say even if I give you a correct source, you're just gonna say, oh well, what's wrong with that? Let's just assume that it is 1.
I mean, wait. By the way, I could absolutely do that as well. You want me to do that
Yeah,
as well?
you're gonna do that. You're gonna do that. So I don't know why you're making me go.
That's fine. We can.
why
I
you're
mean,
wasting-
because you have to justify both points.
Okay, so yes, the CBO. Can we agree that the CBO has gotten estimates wrong?
Of course, the CBO has some estimates that are wrong. We might not agree on the specific estimates that they got wrong on this particularly. But again, you can say that the CBO got estimates wrong. That doesn't mean that they aren't a reliable source. You understand that we don't need 100% likelihood of something being true. We just need that it's most likely to be the case. And the CBO is the best likeliness in terms of it being accurate comparative to any other source you'd be able to reference.
Okay, so let me respond to that. So I would actually trust the 2017 and 2018 data on middle class people having more income and having more money than I would trust the CBO. Is that fair?
Wait. How do you know that's related to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act?
Because the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act from 2017 is basically the same besides a few provisions. And
if you look, wait, no, but you have to give arguments as to why that led to that, because the trend already existed in terms of real GDP. So like you have to explain how real GDP was caused by that, and you would do that by making it or looking for an analysis. And if you're just saying that you can just feel like whatever you want to is true, well, then you're saying your determinations and estimates are more accurate than like literally economists.
Well, I can give you sources that show I give you sources that shows that the Tax and Jobs Act is connected to middle class income growth. If you would like those sources.
Yeah. What do you when you say connected? Can you give me evidence and how much?
About $1,000 to $2,000.
$1,000 to $2,000.
Yeah,
And
then
what source
also
is this?
let me pull that up for you while I'm talking. But I'll talk while I'm
Are you
pulling
saying that's how much they get back in terms of the income? Because I mean, if we
Well,
want to look at
that's
the
how
big
much-
beautiful bill, if we look at overall after-tax income effect again, which you don't accept in terms of the CBO, that indicates that again that the bottom quintile, the lowest quintile, loses money with the
Damn,
BBB.
I gotta tell you about something. Does anybody remember that guest that joined the stream yesterday? If you happen to be watching, that said that he could like hypothetically consent to his child to be taken advantage of by an older adult. Does
That's
anybody remember
not
that guest
me.
from yesterday?
That's not me. I don't know.
It's not. It's not you. It's not you. I know that. Yeah, you guys remember that? Well, so Republicans on Twitter got a hold of that. They clipped it out of context, and apparently now, like their takeaway is that I'm pro pedophile because I think that children can consent to sexual contact like that. And there's also a lot of people saying that like before children reach that age of consent, decisions require parental permission. And like now we have like Sarah Field saying, believe it or not, Dean, children do not have a legal right to consent. It's our responsibility as parents to protect our child and never put them in this hypothetical situation.
They're literally creating up false arguments against Dean so that because they have nothing against Dean.
Well, I'm just like the false arguments come against me all the time, but like specifically in this context of like putting this MAGA spin on things when I was condemning an adult that said he had the ability to consent to exploitative sexual contact on their child's behalf to the child, and then MAGA's putting this spin on it is completely preposterous. And
Yeah, straight up defamation.
outrageous. Yeah. In fact, if you're on X, you should go to my account at it's Dean Withers and like my most recent reposts.
Could
because
you
I
literally
responded
sue
to
them
the
for
clip.
that?
I mean, maybe. I'm not gonna put the time into it, but you know, like I still want like my response to be like populated pretty high. In, like, the one tweet that's performing well.
Well, I'm just saying that like you can say like if you don't address this, you will get sued.
Yeah.
So absolutely, you should totally. I mean, that's totally defamation. She knows she's wrong with that. She has to.
I mean, to be fair, now there's like a bunch of people in the reply saying Dean is a fucking pedophile.
Yeah, like literally, don't let that shit spread like that.
And
Don't
now
let
they're
people
saying
do
that Dean Withers is openly trying to dox somebody who thinks parents have a right and duty to protect their kids is nuts. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Okay, can I respond? To
Yeah, you can
Parker's
easily
language
put pressure on them to address it. Have to address it because that's you legally cannot go on platforms and do stuff like that, right? With
Yeah,
mass
and now, like,
followings like that
other
can
people are
affect
now
your
saying,
reputation.
Like, why does this Biden admin paid shill want kids to be able to consent and have their naked bodies seen by adults? And this is all in
They're gonna run
response
with it,
to-
yeah, because they're insane lunatics that will believe anything that fucking right wing grifters will say on the internet.
That's nuts, man. What a crazy defamatory spin. I mean, I'll
Did you
consult a
post
lawyer.
on Twitter about it?
Yeah, I just responded to Sarah's original tweet. Yeah, I can't even believe
Damn,
that.
that's tough, bro.
Yeah,
Sorry
people
about
have to make shit up about you because they literally have nothing against you, Dean. It's actually insane. They're trying so hard to limit Dean because they know that Dean is doing something for the world. They know that Dean has the ability to change things, so they're trying to make shit up, literally.
Yeah,
to
and then,
try
like,
to defame him.
Then on the stream yesterday, I said, like, guys, like, if you find any public information about this guy, to report it to his, like, local authorities, particularly local CPS, because, like, it definitely needs, like, to be investigated, because he was literally fucking saying that he could consent for his child to be exploited by older adults. Like, that absolutely warrants CPS investigation. Now they're saying, like, I'm pro doxing. Jesus Christ, man. Completely is real. Completely is real. Unreal, everybody. Unreal. Yeah, I mean, if you want to do your part to at least have the truth be told, if you have an X account, you should go over to X, type in Dean Withers, and like the most populated tweet in my feed. It'll be like a retweet from a response to what Sarah had posted, but really necessary to post nonetheless. Anyways, guys, take it away.
Is that me?
That'll be you, Jacob. Take it away.
Okay, I got the source that says that the average household paid about $1,600 less in 2018. The source is, I'll give it for you guys right away. The TCJA would cut taxes by an average of $1,600 in 2018, with most of the, no, wait, that's the wrong article.
By the way, you're providing me an estimate.
Okay, sorry, that was the wrong article. It says the 3 numbers to know the most about the TCJA in 2018. And I got the 1600 number wrong. It's actually 1300, so I apologize for that.
Wait, repeat what you just said?
The source is the 3 numbers to know about the TCJA in 2018. And the claim is that I was wrong about the 1600 number. That was from a different source, but this is a more bipartisan source, so I'm gonna give you this source. It says overall households paid $1,300 less in individual income taxes in 2018.
Okay, are you saying on average?
Yeah.
Okay. That doesn't change anything that I'm referencing. Disproportionately for the rich, those tax cuts went to. So disproportionately, we could have given a higher tax cut to anyone in the middle class, right? Specifically, if we have that. Secondly, it is the case that we'd want to address the effect that it has on terms of the debt, the deficit, and then in terms of the its application within the big beautiful bill. Again, still leads to a net decrease in after-tax income for people of the lowest quintile.
Do you know what the taxes are besides the corporate tax that helps the rich? Do you know what most of those tax cuts are? And we can go over a lot of the tax cuts in the bill.
Yeah, it's the extension of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. It's the same thing.
Okay. Well, no, there's other provisions they added in the 2025.
Yeah, obvious. I'm saying in terms of the tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires, right?
Okay. Besides the corporate tax cut, what tax cut is just for millionaires and billionaires? And the corporate tax cut also benefits small
You
businesses
said
because
you say just specifically, in terms of the income thresholds, that it's going to disproportionately help the rich because it is the case that when they mitigate the same level of, say it's the same percentage for people who are lower income and higher income, people who are higher income are going to get nominally more money because they put nominally more into the system. We're talking about corporate tax and income tax. It's a progressive tax system. So if you replace a progressive tax system with a regressive one, such as tariffs, that's going to lead to a taking money from people who are low income and giving it to people who are high income. That's literally what this bill is. This bill takes money from people who are low income in the lowest quintile and gives it to people who are rich. That's what it does.
First of all, can I just explain a lot of the tax cuts that are just not based on income tax? Higher standard deduction, that helps middle classes. The $2,000 child
that was in Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Well, oh my God, are you gonna let me finish? The $2,000 child tax cut, that helps middle class people. Small business
It
expanding.
would have been $6,000 for the first year of a child's life.
Bro,
so
are you gonna let me
3,600
finish
to being
my
5 years old,
point?
3,000 to being 18. If it was
let
Harris.
let me name the taxes and then you can respond. You got to be
Sure,
patient.
Sure.
Like-
I mean, these are all Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that I again already acknowledged.
Okay, so you think that a lot of these tax cuts are good?
Yes, those specific portions of the tax bill, those provisions are good.
Okay, what's the most expensive expense on the big beautiful bill?
What's the biggest expense? I'd have to check what the
It's
nominally
the
what the
child
biggest
tax
expense
credit.
is.
It's about $120 billion per year. That's the biggest expense on the bill.
What's your point?
So this
And
idea
is
that
I think corporate tax cut would be more.
no, what's the corporate? It's 35 to 21%. That's not more than the child tax credit, which costs about.
Yeah, it
120.
is. We're talking over 10 years, right?
Yeah.
Can you give me your source for your claim? That it's that
Literally
percentage?
look at the bill. It costs $120 billion per year to double the child tax credit.
No, you
I
saying
think
that it was
someone-
the highest.
That's the highest expense. Yes. Literally look at maybe it's Medicare or at one, but it's either child tax credit or Medicare is the number one expense. I think someone in Dean's Live went through this too. and I think,
Medicare? No, Medicare they cut.
they cut Medicaid, not Medicare.
And they cut Medicare, Medicaid, and the ACA.
Okay, but who did they cut it for?
It was $930 billion of the three.
And okay, has there never been an agenda bill that cut Medicaid?
Now he's justifying it. You were saying it's not in the bill, now it is?
No, because we don't live in a fantasy world, actually. We live in a world where the government has to make cuts on entitlements. And the Affordable Care Act...
I mean, you say we don't live in a fantasy world, but the bill you're referencing adds multiple trillions to the debt, $2 to $4 trillion to the debt over the next 10 years.
There's been multiple bills that... Okay, what? The debt? Are we seriously going to have a Are we going to act like Democrats or Republicans care about the fiscal debt? Neither party does. Both parties expanded the military.
If you
Both
cared about
parties aren't
fiscal
gonna go after Social
responsibility,
Security.
it clearly would be the case that that you would vote for Kamala Harris. And by the way, Dean, are you okay, bro?
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm sorry, I was just focused, and I'm really tired, so it probably looked like I was sad.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Dean, just post the
making sure.
original clip. Just post the original clip in the reply.
It's
No, it's already
it's
circulating.
literally
It's
on
already
YouTube.
circulating.
Okay, just post the original clip in the reply and just say stop clipping farming, or I don't know, just do something.
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
just like that's a really crazy thing to take and twist. You know, like I'm really used to people taking things out of context and twisting them. That's kind of just like a reality of being in politics. That's the political spin. But you know, to do this, you know, like this context, and what it's led to, like me being labeled. And then also just like the broader conversation of causing more harm to children, like literally defending somebody who made it explicitly clear that they retain the right to consent to exploitation or sex for their child, to their child. It's just completely outrageous. Very, very, very.
Look,
insane.
and I think that person is wrong, and I hope you do get justice. You know, I think this is a non-partisan issue, and that I think it's wrong what they did to you. And as someone on the right, I think that is disgusting that person clipped you. And
I'm happy you could agree to that.
No, and I will agree to that. That is wrong, and both sides do it, and that doesn't make it right. So I have to call out, I have to call that out for my side, which I think is horrible. But moving on to the big beautiful bill, what were you talking
You
about?
can go to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. What you said was the largest expense of the bill wasn't. There's the extend and expand rate cuts, extend AMT repeal for taxpayers with income below $1 million. extend and expand senior deduction hike, which is one I actually agree with, but that was all higher than the child tax credit increase.
Well, is that like the federal revenue, or is that just the effect of the tax cuts that's going to cause the debt? Is that like debt or federal revenue being spent? Because if it's debt, then yeah, I think that individual income.
No, that we're talking
tax
about
would be
overall
lower.
revenue, the effect that
Oh,
it
we're
would,
talking
no,
about
sorry,
overall.
the overall effect that it has on the deficit. Sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was talking about what federal revenue is being spent to. When it comes to federal revenue being spent, it is the child tax credit. When
Yeah,
it comes to actual
We're talking about
effect of
each
the debt.
provision. So if this provision causes this effect on the deficit, that's what it's going to be within
Okay,
the context of the bill.
so
The
my
total
mistake.
debt impact with interest is $3 trillion, specifically within the next 10 years, right? And 5 trillion if permanent. That's what the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget indicates.
Okay, yeah. And what's our federal deficit right now? Like trillion dollars. So yes, let's not act like each party cares about the deficit. If you really care about the deficit, you're gonna have to be cutting these programs with
No,
higher
you
tax.
don't. You just need higher taxes.
Not all the time. What's the biggest
Higher
federal
taxes
revenue?
and get rid of loopholes.
Yeah,
And you can
but you're still
you can cut the Department of Defense. That's fine.
yeah. Neither Harris wouldn't cut the Department of
I'm
Defense.
not
Biden
saying that they would. I'm just saying that that's what you could do. And if you want to reference what they would do, we can reference the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget to show you specifically that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris added 4 trillion less than Donald Trump.
Yes, but I don't vote for Trump because of the deficit. I know that Doge was a part of it. I didn't agree with Doge. I think Doge was a joke because unless you're going to go after entitlements and no one, it's politically suicide to go after Social Security or raise taxes because you would still have to raise taxes on the middle class too because the middle class is still like 70 to 90% of federal revenue. So you're still going to have to raise taxes on everyone, including the middle class, if you actually want to do anything about the deficit, and that's political suicide for anyone. So I just think that when it comes to the deficit, I don't think either party is going to fix the deficit. So that's for my opinion. I don't think the deficit's really a big factor when it comes to the big beautiful bill, or why not to support the big beautiful bill.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
What, like, is this boring to you? I know this is not just some like short. I know you guys just like to do short TikTok clips and try to farm TikTok clips for your clickbait YouTube videos. But if you want an actual conversation and you guys want to actually become legit, you are gonna have to have serious conversations.
Dude, you don't accept this. You don't accept the CBO or the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. You said it was
But
just.
I went
You said it was
over
biased.
you. I didn't say it was biased. I just said they got the estimates wrong. Stop putting words in my mouth, bro.
Wait, again, no, they didn't get the estimates for this wrong. You said that they got some other estimate wrong, and them getting one estimate wrong in the history of all estimates is not evidence that they got this estimate wrong, nor that they are an unreliable source.
Okay, but they got the past.
That's like claiming that on a test in your life you got an answer wrong. So why should I accept this answer from you right now?
I know talking about fiscal responsibility is hard for you, and I know that's not entertaining, and I know you can't get really your 5-second TikTok clip.
I'm not trying to clip you right now.
This is actually an important conversation.
By the way, I just want to let you know, if you looked at my YouTube channel, if you looked at my TikTok clips, practically none of my clips are just me on Dean's stream, right? Practically all my clips are me on my own stream. So I'm not farming you. I'm not clip farming you right now. Respond to my argument.
No, well, no, you can look at your titles. MAGA influencer says this, and
that's one thing I brought up earlier because the person that came on was a MAGA influencer.
I just invited Sarah to join, like the person that posted that video, because she just like re-responded to me on Twitter. So I just sent her like a public message and a DM inviting her to join the live. So we'll see if she joins. But go ahead.
I doubt that.
We'll see. I mean, she's typing back in the DMs right now.
Look, I just think that when it comes to the bill, you guys are very disingenuous.
How?
Don't bring up tax because you're just saying, "Oh, well, this tax is only for the rich and not the poor."
I never said that. I said specifically that it leads to the lower quintile losing out, right, in terms of this policy, and disproportionately helps the rich. I'm not saying that none of the policies or none of the provisions in the bill are good. I said specifically the standard deduction and the child tax credit increase are good aspects of the bill.
So that's the main aspects of the bill. But so
No,
were
they
you against
aren't. No, they
Obama?
aren't. I literally just told you from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. They go over the main aspects of the bill. They cut $900 billion, $930 billion from Medicaid, Medicare, and from the ACA, along
Okay,
with
we'll get,
200 billion from food stamps. So I mean, if you want to defend that,
okay,
if you want to be behind that, along with the fact that it adds $2 to $4 trillion to the debt, fucking be my guest.
okay, well, let me respond to that point. Were you for Obama cutting $700 billion when it comes to provider payment programs in the Affordable Care Act in his agenda bill? Do you think that it was necessary to get rid of some of the fraud and higher income salary that Obama had to cut about $700 billion in provider payment programs? Were you for that, or do you think that was wrong?
Yeah, was that emergency for relating to the Great Recession?
This agenda bill was in 2011, so I don't think
which was a bit after the recession.
That was 3 years after.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I would have to specifically look at like if it was related to the emergency. If not, obviously, I mean, here's my position. I think that there should be universal healthcare in this country. So anyone that is losing healthcare, I think it would be bad.
Yeah. So Obama had to make cuts on his agenda bill. Biden didn't really make cuts on his agenda bill because he didn't have a major agenda bill besides the American Rescue Plan.
The bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. These aren't massive aspects of massive bills that he was promoting and passed.
That's not an agenda bill.
What do you mean by agenda bill?
Like a 10-year long-term legislation.
They were.
When it comes to no, they weren't.
Well, you're just yapping, dude. You're just totally yapping.
CHIPS
You
and
have no clue. You have no clue what you're talking about.
The CHIPS and Science Act is like the biggest joke ever. Like that's such a
now you're saying it's a joke. Are you going to move the goalposts onto a different argument because you were wrong about the fact that it goes over a decade plus?
The infrastructure bill, yes, it goes after a decade plus.
No, practically everyone I mentioned. Name one of them that I mentioned that doesn't go that long.
How does the CHIPS and Science Act go for more than a decade? Is it just
it was supposed to do it by 2030, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Okay, is that an agenda bill? Is that a budget?
You said it's supposed to be for the long run. It's supposed to be something that they create and they generate by 2030.
Like, you know the difference between a budget agenda bill then.
Wait. Why are you adding budget on top? You said agenda bill, and you defined agenda bill to then include specifically what I was referencing.
I meant budget included with the agenda bill. Obviously, there's other agenda bills
what is the point of your distinction here that is so relevant for you to bring up?
Because every major budget agenda bill has cuts on Medicaid and other social programs. This isn't like you guys are saying that what Trump's doing is like completely new and crazy.
Do you think it's good to cut Medicaid?
I just think it's necessary.
Okay, name a single bill that Biden passed that cut Medicaid.
I didn't say Biden did that, but Obama.
Okay, then why are you we can disagree with what happened specifically with Obama.
Yeah, but Biden didn't have a budget agenda bill because the 2017 agenda bill was still mostly in place. He had the American Rescue Plan, which was an agenda bill, but that was just stimulus.
No, actually, the American Rescue Plan, based upon your definition, was not an agenda bill because it's emergency era policy.
Okay, yeah. So it was a big bill.
Dude, what the hell are you talking about? A big bill? That's now your definition? The Inflation Reduction Act was a big bill. The infrastructure bill was a big bill. The CHIPS and Science Act was a big bill. What are you saying right now?
A long-term budget reconciliation bill. That's what I mean. Like the American Rescue Plan, none of Biden's bills were like that.
Yes, they were not. Bro. Go to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. I want you specifically to look at all the different bills, right, between the Biden-Harris administration versus the Trump administration. Secondly, right, you're not addressing the reality that you do not have to cut Medicaid, right? Donald Trump did not have to cut Medicaid. He chose to be okay with that in the bill because he's a lunatic that's okay with cutting over fucking 11 million people off of their health insurance.
Okay, who is getting cut off Medicaid?
Yeah,
who's getting cut off Medicaid?
What do you mean?
Okay. Is it able-bodied adults? Okay, yeah. Who's the provisions? What are the eligibility standards for Medicaid?
Do you want me to mention every single one?
Just mention the main one. Mention the main.
We're talking about work requirements for people between the ages of, I think it's 18, 19 through 64. And it is the case specifically that they would have to work 80 hours a month, right? That's the particular condition. and it
Yeah.
says that people who are exempt from this include people who have children, right, and disabilities, people specifically who have children, and it also qualifies only some disabilities. But if we reference people who have children, it's only up until specifically then until for food stamps it's till 7 years old, and for the other one it's like 14.
Okay.
For Medicaid,
First
it's
of all,
14.
okay. So first of all, provisions where it's able-bodied adults from 19 to 64. That's the biggest provision that makes it eligible. And if you are 19 to 64 years old and you are able-bodied and you are able to work 80 hours per month, I think you should. Why should the rest of America?
I have a question. Why should it be 80 and not more than that, under your view?
Well, I'm not sure how much it should be. I need to see the exact numbers, but I think 80 is a good start. And if you are able,
do you think it should be full time?
I don't know. I don't know. Again, this is such a
wait, because someone from your own side could be like, oh, the 80 hours a month is not enough, right? I would argue that's ridiculous, because it is the case that there are plenty of good reasons why specifically people wouldn't be able to work 80 hours a month, right? And it could be related to their conditions, environmentally speaking, based upon the economy, whether we're in a recessionary period, whether there's a jobs drought specifically within that region. There could be plenty of reasons specifically as to why they do not have work, right, at that particular time, to 80 hours a month, and that still doesn't mean that they should be cut off Medicaid.
Also, I think there's some volunteer programs they can join too, so they could be able to find work in that. But overall, if you are able-bodied, I think the American people are actually tired of their productivity being used for people taking advantage of the system. And I think that if you are able-bodied between the ages of 19 to 64 and you don't have a major disability, why is it crazy to say that you should go to the work environment and not take the productivity of other Americans? Why is that such like a mind?
I'm sorry. What you're not understanding is that this is access to healthcare, bro. Everyone in this country, regardless of how much they work, should be able to get access to healthcare. If someone doesn't work a single fucking hour in the month, I don't care. They should be given fucking healthcare. That's a basic fundamental human right. It's a bare necessity for people to live. And the fact that you want to sit here and you want to remove people's access to healthcare that saves their fucking life is crazy to me, because you don't think that they work enough.
Medicaid is not the same as emergency Medicare. So let's get one thing straight. It's not life-saving. What is Medicaid?
Wait, yes, it is. Insurance is life-saving, because preventative healthcare is life-saving. 45 to 68,000 American lives are lost every single year in this country due to lack of health insurance. That's because they don't get access to preventative healthcare, which then reduces it makes their outcomes worse in terms of health.
So you believe that we should have universal health care?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Even though, well, we can look at other countries that have universal
I think that's America first. If you cared about America, if you actually loved this country, you wouldn't want 45 to 68,000 Americans dying every single year due to lack of health insurance because they can't get access to preventive health care, simply because they couldn't afford health insurance. That's the fucking reason. And you're just sitting here and you're okay with that on the live stream, and you're going to call yourself a patriot. You're going to say you love this country.
No, you're completely disadvantaged. You're just completely ruining my point. You're completely saying that my point's invalid. You're not letting me respond. My thing is, look, how many people have died in Canada from waitlisting? Many people have died from waitlisting. Universal health care.
Can you give me any source that indicates it's more than 45 to 68?
I will gladly. There are literally.
And also, I would love to see. And also, how many people are waitlisted in the United States as well, specifically that died because of waitlist in the United States? I would love for you to compare both of those and address the amount of people that die due to lack of health insurance.
Okay, we'll look at the people who died in Canada. I'm searching up the stats
You
right now.
You really think that if we had a universal healthcare system, more people would die?
Yeah, because the government programs are actually not good. Government is very.
Why would more people die?
Look at the DMV. I have to go to the DMV next week.
The DMV oftentimes is actually really good, but I just want to address this.
Go tell most people.
I just want to wait. A lot of the people that I know have had good experience with the DMV. It probably depends on specifically where you're at. But in terms of this, that's still not addressing the reality that it is the case that if we look at countries around the world, they spend practically half as much as we do per individual on healthcare expenditure, and they have better average health outcomes. So the idea here that we're going to have a worse system that's going to lead to more people dying is actually preposterous. It's incredibly wrong. It's misinformation that leads to people dying in this country. And if you care about this country, if you love this country, you should clearly support, right, policies that ensure that people don't die in this country because they simply can't afford life-saving medical care.
Okay, let me respond to that. Who has the best cancer treatment in the world? Who has the best innovation when it comes to healthcare?
Wait. Based on what metrics?
Based on
If you want to reference overall, no, we do not have best health outcomes.
when it comes to cancer treatment and innovation.
Wait, I'm sorry. I have a question. Right? If you want to reference innovation, what is that innovation funded by?
Private.
No, wrong. That innovation that you're referencing is not funded privately; it's funded publicly. You give me any good evidence that most of the innovation in the relating to things like relating to healthcare and what people need is specifically coming from private investment, not public investment.
Where does most stem cell treatment come from? Is that private or public?
I will ask you for a source. I want you to provide it instead of shifting the burden. Could you please provide?
I'm not shifting.
Source. You are absolutely shifting the burden instead of providing a source.
You're
shifting
not
the
letting
burden
me
so that you don't have to provide a source. What did I ask
provide.
you?
What you wanted me to provide a source that most innovation comes from the privatization of market?
That specifically most innovation when it comes to the development of say anything relating to people's health, right? Innovation relating to health, right, and healthcare, right? Please give me any good evidence that most of that is privately funded.
Most major innovations, and I'm searching up a source right now why I say this claim. Most major innovations, like the vaccine, like cancer treatment, like a lot of stem cells treatment.
Yeah, if you want Operation Warp Speed, try again.
Okay, who made the vaccine? Johnson & Johnson. Is that it? Yes, they did some federal funds.
Wait, I have a question. Did they do that based upon federal funds?
I said yes, they used some federal funds. Overall, it was a pro-profit company.
Wait, no, they absolutely relied on investments, specifically from the American taxpayer. Stop sitting up here and lying about how much the U.S. taxpayer has been involved in the development of these different types of medicines, right, and things that are clearly related to our health, because the investments that we make from a governmental perspective have saved fucking millions of lives, right? And the fact that you can't acknowledge that is actually crazy. Millions more people would die if we had your policy throughout the context of history comparative to my policy throughout the context of history.
You want to get rid of completely pro-profit healthcare.
No, wait, I'm not. No, I'm not saying completely and 100%. I'm saying that it is. I'm saying that it is the case that everyone should be given a baseline. That no one should be able to profit off of someone else fucking dying relating to not being able to get access to their health care. Yeah, no one should profit off of people fucking dying. Is that a clear thing? Do you agree that people should be dying because of profit? No, that's an insane position. Don't act like you hold that position.
Yeah, but these people getting off Medicaid are not dying. That's not the same as emergency health care.
There are people that are going to die because they did not get access to health insurance. You are lying.
They are able-bodied working adults. If they want to,
people are going to die, and you're completely okay with that.
They're not disability. They're not. Nothing's wrong with them. They are able-bodied adults. They should be.
What about people who have undiagnosed mental illnesses? What about people specifically who have undiagnosed problems in general? What about people specifically that have and they live in an area where there's job droughts, where there's recessionary periods, right? That could be impacting their ability to access to a job, right? In those set of circumstances, are you saying in those set of circumstances, people in those circumstances should be harmed? Those people should be at a greater likelihood of dying?
No, I don't think anyone should die.
Okay, so then what are you arguing? Because this does lead to that.
I don't live in a fantasy world where it's like.
Why do you keep acting like I live in a fantasy world when you haven't provided a single source for a single one of your claims? You haven't provided any evidence. I've given you straight facts, and you've provided nothing.
You said, well, what source? That privatization has given us great innovations.
No, yeah, that private investment has led to greater innovation, specifically within the context of healthcare, comparative to public investment in the context of the United States. I'd love to see a source that indicates that.
I'm giving you a source, and obviously, I'm not against.
Keep looking.
Warp Speed was both a private and a public funding venture. They were both working together. It's not like Johnson & Johnson didn't have investment.
Oh, so you're saying that it relied on public funding?
It relied on both. It also relied on private funding too. Johnson
Okay,
Johnson.
so then did we get a share of the profits?
Did the U.S. people get a share of the profits?
Yeah.
What's your claim? Yeah, they got the vaccine. Like, what are you talking about?
No,
They
but
got
we're
the-
talking about the profits. We put in terms of the investment. Did we get any in terms of the profits? I thought you were
Did
saying
it-
if people take a risk, that they deserve the profits.
When did I say that? First of all, I didn't even say that. But what profit did we get? We got the vaccine. What are you talking about? Was the vaccine money, or was that did the vaccine go out for free, or was that money? Did
Yeah,
people pay for the vaccine?
Yeah, not only should we have gotten the vaccine, but we should have gotten some of the profits that Pfizer and different COVID developing vaccines or businesses that developed COVID vaccines got because we were a part of the investment process.
Yeah, what do you think we should have got a $20 check? Like, what's your claim, bro? Like, what
I'm
profit?
claiming
should
that
we
the
have
government should have gotten money that can use on the constituents, specifically relating to healthcare, right, from those businesses, right, because they profited off of our investment.
They gave out the vaccine for free. That's what are you talking about? It's not like they paid for it.
We
It's not like
paid
it was
for it.
a
The
$1
government
vaccine.
gave it out for free. We still paid for them.
Yeah, we did. And they gave us the vaccine. You don't think that there should be private and public funding operations together?
There
I'm
can,
confused on
but
what-
if there are, it is the case that we're advocating for some fucking piece of the pie as investors.
Okay. So if the U.S. government has a deal with Lockheed Martin and the government gets fighter jets from that, does that mean Lockheed Martin should give everyone a $20 check too? Like, what's your
You're
claim?
misunderstanding my point. I'm saying the government was a part of developing the technology that they were going to sell, right? We put money in as taxpayers in the investment, right? Therefore, we get the benefit, right? You were saying in terms of our capitalist society that if someone puts in risk, puts in investment, that they deserve to profit specifically off of that. And that's also true in this context for the American taxpayers. If they put it in terms of investments relating to these companies that help them develop vaccines that they then profited off of, we deserve a share of that pie.
Yeah, we got the share of the pie by free vaccines. That's what we got.
You're misunderstanding. I've already explained this. I don't think you're going to get this. Is there
I
anything
don't
else
think
you'd like to
anyone
provide
does.
for the
I
conversation?
don't
Because
think-
clearly
I
it
got-
doesn't
and I
seem
got-
like
I
you're
got you the
intellectually
source.
involved enough.
What do you mean? Are you making fun of my intelligence? Like, I don't know why you're doing jabs when this is a honest, good debate, and
And
you're just doing.
I said you weren't intellectually involved in the conversation.
Oh, so you're calling me stupid? All right. All
No,
right.
I just said that you're not involved.
How am I not involved?
But I mean, if the shoe fits, wear it.
Yeah, okay. I'm stupid for sure, and I'm not paid by the DNC like you are.
Okay, you think I'm paid by the DNC? What evidence do you have that I'm paid by the DNC?
What the fuck? Dude, what?
You guys are both paid by the DNC.
Yeah, get what
so,
evidence do you have that I'm paid by the DNC?
Wait, one moment. When you say that we're paid by
Biden
the
gave you the check. Biden gave you the call.
When you say
yeah,
that we're
Biden
paid by
gave
the
me a check,
DNC
really?
Wait, one second. I
Biden gave you the
haven't
call.
talked at all this conversation.
Yeah.
Quickly. So when you say that we're paid by the DNC, do you mean like the Democratic National Party? Like they're paying us money?
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, obviously, I know that no evidence exists of that.
Okay, it was a
because
joke.
I'm
It was a
not
joke.
being-
Calm down. Like,
There you go.
stop being so offended, Snowflake.
There you go.
And then
I'm not
here-
offended. I was just interrogating your view.
It was a joke, bro.
Do you think that interrogation of a view is like taking offense?
Okay, Zach
Well,
Wilson.
Parker's calling me fucking stupid.
Annie, thank you so
not
much
what
for the
I said,
$50
but-
over on YouTube Super Chat, saying it's incredibly hard to qualify as disabled. I'm a literal amputee and I'm on my 3rd round of appeals. Annie, it sucks so much. It is so fucked up. I'm really sorry to hear that. But thank you so much for the $50 Super Chat. That is incredibly kind of you. As well as Ken, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. We actually do talk about that often, Ken. That's an argument that we run very frequently. And then also, real quick, just got a couple people to catch up with. Cordelia, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Cordelia, that is so incredibly kind of you and so much money. Jesus, thank you for the love, Cordelia. Can we please get 500 Cordelia W's down below, as well as M with the $5, Joanne with the $10, and then Sophia, thank you for the 20. That is incredibly kind of you guys. And then also Ellie, thank you for the 10. And Amanda, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Amanda says, appreciate all your hard work. Dean was on your live yesterday and can confirm you did the right thing. Sorry, you're the target of this hate. Yeah, I actually have a little bit of an update as it relates to that. So I reached out to Sarah and I invited her to come on the live. I was like, hey, come on the live and chat. She says, lol, no, you play dirty with your bot farms. You responded that I've never seen so many bots come onto the scene in an immediate community note so freaking fast in my life. You're not here for an honest discussion. You would not even listen to what the man said. I've been fighting child sexual predators since you were in freaking diapers. You do not know what you're talking about, and you tried to dox a parent for saying that children cannot consent. And he would never put his child in a dangerous situation in the first place. Your mind games are insane. Quote unquote, come here so I can griff off of you and twist your words. Yeah, not today, kid. I'll respond by saying in total, that's what she said. And then I said in total, I've just over 12K people watching me live right now. I just want a good faith convo about your post/claims because they are wrong. I'll allow you to speak and not mute/talk over you. You said that you've been fighting for the rights of children for a long time. I want to explain why you're wrong and hopefully come to some peaceful resolution because I do believe that the rhetoric you're promoting is harmful to children and unjustly harmful to my reputation. Once again, just looking for a good faith person-to-person convo. You have the invite. She says, you want to know good faith if it bit you in the ass? I say, okay, Sarah, I see you're unwilling to come to your senses. If you change your mind, let me know. She says, you crashed out because a parent said children can't consent. They can't, Dean, save your theatrics for the teenagers. I say, once again, feel free to come on my live and make that argument to over 12K people. She says, I'm literally getting threats in my inbox now. What nice people are following you. It's not an argument. It's a fact. Are you trying to tell me that children can consent? I say, no, that's not the argument. The argument would be that's what the guest said, and that's why I quote-unquote crashed out. I apologize for any threats in your inbox. I also have quite a few from your post as well. She says, the guest said that children cannot consent. Children cannot consent. They can't consent to decide on education, health, or even which parent they live with. And you become angry when he said that to you. I say, the guest said that children can't consent to said exploitation, but the parent can consent to said exploitation to the child on the child's behalf. I'll lay this to rest. I agree that children cannot consent. I disagree that parents can consent to said exploitation on that child's behalf. Use an advocate for children should agree with me here. Like I said, just join my live and talk to me about this voice to voice instead of over DMs. I'm sure we can find a peaceful resolution. She says, no, Dean, you're playing a really weird word game. I listened to that video multiple times. He was trying to tell you that parents, unfortunately, have placed their children into these situations before because they're evil, but he would never place his child into that situation because he knows that parents cannot consent, that children cannot consent. He knows that he has full will over his own child. It is up to parents to protect our children. You know this. You know exactly what he meant. You are playing mind games, and I'll not play them with you. I say your explanation is clearly false. I can tell based upon it, based off of it, that you didn't listen to the totality of the conversation start to finish. If you are interested in joining my stream to chat, at least please go listen to the whole conversation start to finish, meaning from the moment he joined the stream to the moment he left. That should be enough to clear up your misconceptions. She says, holy cow, you were so freaking disingenuous. This conversation is over. Oh my God. So she just wants to go and make some crazy claims.
Sorry, I'm just. By the way, she called us all bots. There's 9,000 people in the TikTok stream. There's 2,000 people in my live and 2,600 people on your YouTube. She called us all bots. All of us, apparently. Not only do we have bots on all of these platforms, but apparently we have bots on X too, because that's the platform that she's on. Crazy, by the way.
Okay, Parker, I have an issue with what you said, bro. Like, I'm actually pretty pissed off. I can't lie. You said that, oh, I'm a fucking idiot because I don't know what you're talking about. Can you explain to me what benefit the American people should get from Johnson & Johnson since it was involved public funding from the war thing?
By the way, I didn't say that about you. I said if the shoe fits.
Yeah, okay. It fits all right.
It fits? Oh, you said it, not me.
Yeah. Also, you asked for a source that private companies are the most when it comes to R&D spending and most likely to find new drug discovery. Here's a source right here.
Yeah, provide me a source.
Biotech R&D spending. Who's investing the most in new drug discovery?
No,
it explains that.
No, I'm talking about on average. Give me a title.
Give you the title. I just gave you the title.
What was the title?
Biotech R&D spending. Who's investing the most in new drug discovery? The people who are finding the most discovery when it comes to
I'm trying to type in biotech R&D.
Okay, I'll say it really slowly so you can understand. Okay.
So I can type it down.
Okay, so you can understand. Biotech R&D spending. Who's investing the most in new drug discovery? Market trends.
And what is it from?
Patient PC.
Patient PC. Okay. Patent PC. You mean?
Patent PC. Sorry, I don't have my glasses with me.
Okay. The
Also, if you don't like that source, I can give you other sources.
It's not comparing private to public spending. It's just talking about within the private sector.
It literally says that.
Where does it say
majority-
public?
That big pharma is contributing more than 60% in R&D spending when it comes.
By
to
the way,
market.
this is literally just like an article written by someone. This isn't like a study.
Oh,
It's just a claim, and they're referencing. There's no claim of anything about the government at all.
I'm just gonna discount your source, bro. Okay, we can.
There's no government claim at all. There's no claim
How
about
much
the
money
government.
did the federal government spend in R&D? I'll give you that source, and I guarantee you it's less. I guarantee you it's less, my guy. I guarantee you.
And how much? How much was the other one?
How much? I'm searching up how much money the government spent.
14 billion.
How much money did? What were you asking?
You said top pharmaceutical companies based upon projected R&D spending in 2026, about 14 billion. This is for 2026.
Okay. And R&D spending.
U.S. federal government R&D spending.
Drugs.
Yeah. It's just gonna way more. 179 billion.
Is that when it comes to the drugs?
That's
when
per year, bro. You got cooked, bro.
Is that when it comes to drug discovery?
This is R&D. It said in 2023, six agencies received nearly 95% of total R&D spending, federal R&D spending. The Department of Defense, Department of Health and Human Services, combined accounting for more than 70% of all federal R&D funding.
Private.
The federal government has increased funding for research and development, R&D, investing $179 billion in 2021.
Private was not 14 billion. Literally the IPO of Moderna.
That's for the top company. So
okay.
I mean, if you can add up all the different companies again.
I got a source that compares both of them. Ready? I got a source that compares both of them. Overall U.S. R&D spending, public versus private, from the National Science Foundation. The private sector this is from 2021, but I assume that the numbers didn't drastically change. It says that the private sector, when it comes to total R&D spending, was about $610 billion, and the federal government was about $175 billion.
I'll read.
I'm like an hour over when I wanted to end the stream. By the way, you guys have been going for a while. I'll probably get like another 5 or so.
Give me 2 minutes to make this point.
Just give me the title.
Okay, private industry dominates total R&D spending, but the government is crucial.
Dominates total
R&D spending, but the government is crucial in basic research. And it's from the National Science Foundation. Also, I got cooked. I got cooked. Fuck no, I never get cooked. We always up.
By the way, that still doesn't mean your own source, even if it does claim that, again said it was crucial, right? Indicating that that's specifically a fundamental aspect of it. Would you agree?
I'm not against. I never said.
By the way, I don't see. You said National Science Foundation.
National Science Foundation. Private industry dominates total R&D.
That's not the title. That shows that business R&D dominates U.S. R&D enterprise. That's what it says.
Okay.
Is that what you're saying?
Let me pull it up real quick. I closed my computer. U.S. R&D spending by sector, private versus public investment, 2021.
Yeah, and so what does it say the sector is specifically for? Like for development of healthcare, pharmaceuticals.
It literally shows you the numbers right there. Literally explains that.
Okay. We're almost over, you guys.
Yeah. I want you to.
You can go. By the way, I can carry this over on my own live.
Well, I want to go over, like, I want to sit here and with the chat, like, look at what Sarah posted, and like actually listen to it. Well, I'll do that like once this conversation's over.
No, you can go.
No, you got it. You got it.
Okay, great. Yeah. So I don't know, guys. Let's go ahead and listen to the clip that was actually posted of the stream.
Actually, wait, before I do, can I make one point? I apologize. I just read this thing and I have to say this quick. It says the fucking top thing. The U.S. the largest performer of research of R&D with 800 billion in gross domestic expenditures in R&D in 2021. Just want to clarify, but go for it.
Okay. Yeah, let's listen to the actual clip that she posted, because I haven't listened to the actual clip yet, because if I turn the volume on the stream, then you guys will be able to hear it too. But anyways, after even like more back and forth with her, like she just like literally just can't see it. Like, and she's just going back to what she originally said. I don't know. Let's listen to the clip that she posted. I'd assume because it's convincing so many people that I'm in the wrong, like it's out of context. I guess we'll see together. But I'm even like seeing that people now say that like the perfect place for a bullet is in Dean's brain, like just straight up calling for my death. I don't know. Let's go and listen.
If I was dumb enough to send my kid in, it's no different than a baby commercial for diapers.
Can you answer my question? Do you think that you have the right to consent to 65-year-old men looking at your son while he's naked?
I wouldn't allow it.
Do you think that you have the right? Do you think that you have the right to allow it? Do you think if you did allow it, that you would be violating the consent of your child?
They have no choice in the matter whatsoever. It's my decision as the parent. And I wouldn't put my kid in that situation. That's why I think pageants are weird in the first place. I would never...
That's it?
It's still going on.
I don't hear.
I'm pretty sure this is where I tell people to get in contact with his local CPS. We'll see. You won't be able to hear it because I was like so flabbergasted my mic was muted. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. I think that you don't deserve to have any custodial rights over your child. So for those watching, their handle is goatman91096. It's going to be their handle. If there happens to be anybody in here that's good at has like facial recognition software,
you can find me. It's fine. Nothing I said was wrong.
Okay,
I just said that the kid doesn't get to make the decision.
What's your name?
I would never put them in that situation.
Okay, what's your name?
And why are you trying to dox people, dude? That's weird.
Because I want to find who you are so I could call CPS and have them take your child away from you.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure you would like to try to do that.
Yes, I would. So
they would never even do it. That's the best part.
Okay.
Because I would take the part, and I have a witness sitting here who's heard me say I would never put my child in that situation.
Okay. So what's your name?
But don't worry, move the goalpost too, by the way.
So you said that you think that parents have every right to exploit and traffic their children. So
no, that's not what I said.
So I'm not going to debate it with you. That is what you said. So I just putting this out there for anybody. Feel free to take his profile picture. Maybe you could go on like tiktok.com/his handle. You could save his profile picture, run it through some like reverse image search. Maybe it will link back to like a Facebook or something where you could find his name. And if you do find said information, that's public, by the way.
You're more than welcome to.
Feel free to take that information and report it to CPS. Feel free to take that information and report it to the law authorities in this area. Feel free to take that information and report it to maybe his local CPS, etc. Child Protective Care, Child Protective Services. Feel free to do that. I'll go ahead and leave him on the live for around another 20 or 30 seconds here before we kick him, just so you guys, anybody that's interested in trying to do this, can grab his profile picture. Okay, so that's the totality of the clip. What they cut off at the end, and I should have honestly said this earlier in the clip, is that this isn't doxing because it's public information that isn't going to then be public. It's going to go to the authorities. And once again, I want to replay the beginning of the clip that warranted that response.
If I was dumb enough to send my kid in, it's no different than a baby commercial for diapers.
Can you answer my question? Do you think that you have the right to consent to 65-year-old men looking at your son while he's naked?
I wouldn't allow it.
Do you think
That's
that
my
you have the
responsibility as a
right?
father.
Do you think that you have the right to allow it? Do you think if you did allow it, that you would be violating the consent of your child?
They have no choice in the matter whatsoever. It's my decision as the parent, and I wouldn't put my kid in that situation. That's why I think pageants are weird in the first place. I would.
So, I mean, what he says there is very clear. He says, in response to my question, does he think he has a right to consent for his child for a 65-year-old man to look at them while they're naked? He says that they have no choice in it whatsoever, and that's his decision as a parent. And I think that's really what I grabbed onto as just being absolutely terrible. Saying that children don't have like the ability to even like reject, right, like sexual exploitation from adults, and that it's the parents' ability to ultimately allow or to not allow for it. And then somebody in the chat says he wouldn't allow it. He did say that. He did say that he wouldn't personally allow it. But he still said it is his decision as a parent. Now, there's still people in the chat saying that's not what he said. Well, just listen to it again.
For diapers.
Can you answer my question? Do you think that you have the right to consent to 65-year-old men looking at your son while he's naked?
I wouldn't allow it.
Do you think
That's
that
my
you have the
responsibility as a
right?
father.
Do you think that you have the right to allow it? Do you think if you did allow it, that you would be violating the consent of your child?
They have no choice in the matter whatsoever. It's my decision as the parent, and I wouldn't put my kid in that situation.
So he says it's his decision as a parent, and that he wouldn't put his kid in that situation. And this is after defending Trump for walking backstage into the changing rooms of naked teenagers. And he defended that by saying, do you have evidence that the parents didn't allow it? Right? That's also what's not clipped in this. So not only is this that father saying that he has the ability to make that decision for his kid, but he doesn't think that an older man that actually did this was in the wrong unless we could find evidence that the parents weren't okay with it. So what that claim amounts to is the conclusion.
That actually, I think, provides the necessary context to show that you clarified before and that it wasn't just you assuming that based upon what he said. Because I think that what people are trying to assume is that they're probably like, oh, he didn't mean to say this and he just misunderstood what you were saying. Because they only have provided that part of the argument.
So, I mean, there's a lot of people in the chat saying that I'm in the wrong. I want to hear one of you guys out. So you could try to convince me. That
I think you should just post that prior clip of specifically him like saying that and arguing it. Post like a 5 to 10 minute conversation between you two that provides that extra context, because then I think it would make it more clear rather than just them thinking that you were just misinterpreting them. Because I think that that's what people are thinking right now, and that's what's common, is that you misinterpreted them and that you overreacted based upon a misinterpretation.
Yeah, but this is like following, like him saying the reason why he doesn't think what Donald Trump did was wrong is because he doesn't have evidence that the parents didn't allow it. So he was basically saying that some other old man did do this to underage teenagers, and he would have to make sure that the parents of those underage teenagers didn't consent to that in order for him to make the determination that it was wrong. And then about the next clip, I think what I could say is I should have definitely worded it differently. Right? Like, but I mean, I don't think I regret like trying to like inform CPS of somebody that
thinks that like they
definitely
can
should warrant that investigation. You know, somebody that has made an acknowledgement that he doesn't think it's wrong for an older man to take advantage of a minor unless he has evidence that the parents of that minor didn't consent. Somebody in the chat says like calling CPS is too far. I don't think so. I mean, I think that there's definitely going to be like some potential harm there. I think that's a really bad thing.
even if someone says going to CPS is too far, that's still not like unhinged for you to do in that response. Like in that situation, I don't think it's like unhinged. But like you could say you disagree with that.
There's
but,
also like better safe than sorry. You know what I mean? It truly is better safe than sorry, especially when talking about like minor safety.
Yeah.
Much better safe than sorry. Like I think if there's a man that says he's unsure of an exploitation of a minor, is wrong, and what would make him sure is if the parent didn't give consent to said exploitation of the minor, and maybe if the parent gave consent, then it wouldn't be wrong. That's what he said. And then I asked him, what if he was in that shoes as a parent? You know, like would he retain the right to do that for his child? And he says, well, I want to do it, but I have the right to do it. That's concerning to me. That's concerning enough to warrant an investigation on behalf of CPS. Now, if you disagree, I'd love to get your perspective.
I do have some people to thank. Is it possible I could thank them real quick? I don't want to take away from everything that's happening right now.
Yeah, go for it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Miss Smiles, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said yes, that Gene could successfully bring a case since especially is tied to income. Recommend starting with a cease and desist and an attorney. Yes, I will definitely try to consider that later. Jacqueline, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sage, thank you for the $2. Brendan, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Elizabeth with the £10. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Tree with the $10. Tyler with the $5. Lovey, thank you so much for the $10. And Miss Miles, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Mira, thank you so much. I appreciate the $11. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Jessica with the $4. Thank you. Cordelia, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you. Thank you. Jay, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Thank you. And then Jamie, thank you for the $1. And AJ, thank you for the $3. Thank you.
So is there anybody in here that wants to give pushback against that claim? Anybody? Let's see. Try to get somebody up here. Danny says he wants to give pushback. Ivoli, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate that. Looks like there's a lot of people that disagree with it.
How long have you been live, man?
Oh, like 5 or 6 hours?
Bro's going a long live today.
Yeah, we've been on live for quite some time.
Everyone, if you're on the YouTube streams, make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. It helps send it out to more people. I would really appreciate that, everyone. I'd really appreciate that.
It doesn't really look like anybody in here actually wants to join to give pushback. I mean, I'd just like to hear like the alternative perspective, because I mean, I just can't imagine why I'm in the wrong. Like maybe, I don't know. Oh well, whatever. I'll let them continue to think that. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe like what I could say is, I mean, like, hey, I don't think that anything I said was illegal. Because like, what does doxing legally define as? Yeah, the word doxing means to search for and publish private information on the internet with malicious intent. Oh yeah, so then what I did is just definitionally speaking, not doxing, because I told them to take public information to private authorities. So definition, like legally speaking, it wasn't doxing. Anyways, I guess that'll be it for now on that topic.
All right.
All right. Hey, have a good rest of your night, Parker.
All right. Have a good night, man.
Cool.
Get some rest, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get some rest. Take care.
All right. I will see you, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get some rest. Take care. For everybody in the stream, can't believe this.
Alrighty. What's up, everyone? We're gonna have our own debate. Alrighty. Let me check my third account, see if I got that back, actually. Let's check. Appeal approved. I actually got it back. I'm gonna get off my girlfriend's account here. We'll go into my third account actually. For everyone that's on the YouTube stream, how y'all doing? Good to see everyone. Alrighty. Let me log out, and then let me QR code. Alrighty, all right, there we go. I'm gonna go on my third account, and then we're gonna get some debates going for the day. Alrighty. Alrighty. Let's give it a second for people to join up here on the TikTok stream, everyone. I'll tell Dean I'm on Parker Get a Real Job. Is he still live? Still ending the stream, I'm guessing? Oh, he already ended. Okay, well. What's up, everyone joining in from Dean's stream? How y'all doing? How long are you streaming for today? 3 more hours or so max. Probably 8 o'clock is probably when I'm going to get off. Depends on when my girlfriend gets back, really, actually. Leah, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you so much. Thank you. What's up, everyone joining in? Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. What's up, everyone? We're going to start getting some debates up here very soon. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? For sure.
But I know you aren't Christian, but I just want to let you know that I'm worried for my friend's salvation, and he doesn't like you, like he doesn't believe in the heaven or hell, and I just don't want him to suffer when when he dies. But do you said you were brought up Christian?
I would just say don't be Christian to fix that one. So I mean that
But
seems like it's gonna be
you
unrelated.
went to church and stuff, right?
Yeah, I grew up Christian.
Yeah, like my brother, he had an ex-girlfriend, but he had a kid named Spencer, but we took him to church and like that, but he actually wanted to receive Christ, but my brother didn't really explain it to him. He was only 8, but because Michael's ex-girlfriend Destiny, she didn't want him to like get religious, so it would be put on her. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I guess I don't really
I just
know what you're asking for, and I am just gonna go on to the next person to get some debates up here for the stream. What's that?
But no, I'm just saying that you were brought up Christian, so you wouldn't understand that you could know God too. But you know what I'm saying, because you said your families are Christians, right?
I don't think I could know God. I don't believe in God.
But who made you?
My mom and my dad.
But where did we come from?
Their parents.
You don't get what I'm saying? It's not. I'm not talking about sex.
I know you're trying to say that there's an initial cause to everything, and that initial cause can be natural.
But God made us. How can you not see that?
That's your assumption.
But you don't see that a creating God made everyone.
I don't think that now.
Oh, but Biden caused up everything. It wasn't. We talked before, Parker. So don't act like we're friends. But like Biden made stuff higher. It was Bidenomics. It wasn't COVID. Everyone's blaming it on COVID. And it was Biden because of inflation. He put the prices higher, and now Trump's going to lower prices and X and stuff. Why don't you not get that it was Biden?
Well, I just want to let you know, Trump isn't going to lower prices. His policies will lead to higher prices. And Biden did not cause the prices to go up.
What?
No, he didn't. That's a lie. He didn't make prices go up.
Yeah, he did. You
No,
should
he
know
didn't.
that. You're smart. You're smart, Parker. You should know that he did it. He
No,
did it
no, he didn't.
because. Prove it.
Prove it? Yeah. Can you give me any policy that you can mention that caused inflation? Because there was global inflation in practically every country around the world.
Okay, so what's that got to do with Biden?
I'm just saying it doesn't have to do with Biden because it is the case that this inflation was seen all around the world.
And all Biden did was went to Delaware, go on a train or whatever he did, or a car, and then he went to Delaware and go to the beach. He wasn't president. He was just a puppet. You know that, right?
Trump golfed more than Biden went to the beach.
But you need to realize that Biden wasn't in charge. It was either Kamala or someone else in charge. Biden.
I mean,
was just a
I
puppet.
would have preferred that it was someone else in charge, but I don't think it was. I think it was Joe Biden.
You think Kamala's going to have a chance in 2028?
I don't know.
I don't think she's going to be the winning
Well,
pick
I just
because we
if
never
she,
had
if she
a woman
runs, if she
president.
runs, she has a chance. Absolutely. I just don't know if she's gonna run.
Well, Obama's not either. He's not qualified, right? Obama?
He can't because he can't go and have a third term.
He can't? Okay. What about, oh, what's that guy's name? Who do you think will be the next Democrat, in lead?
I have no clue.
Well, I mean, you should know. You know this stuff.
Well, I have no clue.
Well, Trump's getting stuff done, unlike Biden.
What did he get done?
Trump?
Yeah.
Not cause like sex trafficking and stuff, and close the border.
Wait, I'm sorry. Not cause sex trafficking? How did the Biden-Harris administration cause sex trafficking?
Okay, you don't watch Fox News, do you? Have you heard of the show The Five?
Yes, I
on
have.
Fox News.
Dan, think the $5. I've heard of that.
Yeah,
But
well,
no, I
you
don't
should
watch
watch
Fox
that.
News. Why?
You know,
why should I watch that?
Because they, are you laughing?
I'm
It's okay if
sorry.
you're
Like,
laughing.
well, obviously, because Fox News is a bit ridiculous.
I mean, they don't lie like CNN.
What makes you think that?
But okay,
what makes you think that?
you have to admit that Biden was getting old on his pace. He wasn't really, up to his game. Can we agree on that?
Of course, I don't think Trump is either. Can I actually play a video for you specifically of Donald Trump?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Right, and I want you to tell me like what you think he would be saying in this video, because I do think that like it's a little bit concerning. Just like how this went, I guess. So let me pull it up real quick. I got you. I gotta go to my repost. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. There we are. I gotta click repost. There we are. Wait, did my repost disappear? What? My repost disappeared.
Is it about Eugene Kiro?
No. Well,
Oh.
No, it was actually a claim specifically of Donald Trump just like incoherently responding to something. So, yeah, I had it. Give me 1 second. I got you. I will pull it up for you. I will pull it up for you. Give me 1 second.
Do you really think?
Hmm. What were we saying?
Yes. Okay. But Biden was incompetent. He didn't do anything. He made stuff higher. You know Janet Mills in Maine? I am from Maine. Janet Mills.
How
she
did he
just
cause
had,
things to be more expensive?
dude. It's because he wanted inflation higher, so it would be more expensive for people to buy stuff. You always
Why,
you
wait, why
Parker,
would
I mean,
Joe
Parker.
Biden want inflation to be higher so that it's more expensive for people to buy stuff? Why would he want that?
What do you mean? He's the bad guy.
He's the bad guy.
You
Why do you assume that?
okay? You Parker and Dean and Matt. I like Matt, but you guys always complain about homelessness and stuff. It's not the Republicans are doing it. The Democrats aren't even with Trump and agreeing on like the big beautiful bill, and the Democrats refuse to
How does
work
the
with Trump.
how does the big beautiful bill address homelessness?
What do you mean?
Where's
No, I'm just saying.
where's the getting rid of homelessness for veterans? What happened to that?
I'm just Parker. I'm just saying that you agree. You do see that the Democrats don't work with the Republicans, right? Sometimes.
Yeah, and Republicans don't work with the Democrats.
And you know, crying Chuck Schumer, he's always complaining about what Trump is doing, and he's trying to do better. He's a different person than what he was from 10 years ago. He's trying to make everything affordable so people can have a job, have security, have a house, have a bed to sleep in.
Yeah, but
There
like
are a lot of people
the
that
big
are.
beautiful bill does the opposite of that. For the lowest quintile, it decreases their after-tax income, according to the CBO.
No, you're wrong.
I'm not. That's what the CBO indicates.
Well,
how am I
what
wrong?
would Biden do?
Where's the greeting?
Biden wouldn't do anything, Parker.
Well, Biden wasn't the candidate. It was Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris would have done a lot. The $6,000 child tax credit for the
No,
first
she
year of a
wouldn't.
child's life.
And she allows abortion, too.
$3,600 through them being 5 years old. $3,000 through them being 18. The $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. $2,000 deductible or like cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket per year.
Parker.
$35 cap on insulin per month for everyone, not just people on Medicare. Those were a few things.
You know that I live in Maine, okay? I won't say where, but I live in Maine. But Maine is the most poverty, low place ever. It's not big. There's a lot of dumps, a lot of people homeless, not a lot of stuff. And Janet Moses here, and she just had she was she was in Farmington, but people was booing at her because no one wanted her. She allows abortion.
So the median income for Maine is definitely higher than the rest of the nation.
Farmington, put in Farmington, Maine, 04938.
Okay, well, you probably shouldn't be out here saying you're the area.
Well,
you're
I don't
like,
have my last name, so I think I'm good. But I'm just saying that.
Still, I mean, you don't. If it's a smaller area in Maine, you probably wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah, no, I'm good. But I'm just saying that Trump is bringing back stuff. You guys you complain about him talking about Indian care, about the girl dating her in 10 years. He was joking. He's a better person. He is getting stuff done. If we had Kamala, we would be in war, and it would be way worse in Ukraine with Putin and in the U.S.
How would we be in war, and how would it be worse with Putin? Because
Okay,
I would say
so
that
you
Donald
really
Trump
think,
gives Putin
you really
more
think
power.
that you really think that what's her name? Sorry. Kamala Harris, do you really think she would get stuff done? Every time when we watch Fox News, we never saw a press briefing from Biden or sit down in the Oval Office or him taking. I know he took questions, but he wasn't like getting stuff done about going to the border and getting stuff done. I know Kamala did because they were complaining about her not going, but she finally did. But they don't. That's what is happening. They are making the
I have a
country
question.
way worse.
Can you name one thing a vice president has done in U.S. history?
Which one? I don't understand.
Can
What
you
do
just
mean?
name a single thing a vice president has done in U.S. history?
I don't know of any because I don't really look into that stuff.
So I guess my point when it comes to that is that like you don't know anything that a vice president has done. So how could you evaluate what Kamala Harris did as vice president? If you don't know anything that she's done, obviously you wouldn't be able to evaluate that, correct?
Yeah, but you get that people are hard at getting a job, like working at McDonald's somewhere and getting paid for a living. It's hard. I was going to get 3 things at Hannaford, and it cost $15 for 3 little things. That's egregious.
I mean, I just want to let you know that Kamala Harris wouldn't have actually led to more
Dude,
inflation.
prices would still be up.
Prices would still be up, I agree, but they wouldn't go up as much as what they would go up with Trump, and we would have actually seen growth comparative to like what we saw with Donald Trump, where we actually saw contraction of the economy. In Q1 2025, we saw real GDP decrease by 0.3% after several quarters of multiple percentage points real GDP growth, which real GDP is GDP increase minus inflation. So that, along with, we can look at real median wages, right? Real median wages declined, right, in Q1 2025 comparative to Q4 2024. So clearly we can point to plenty of things that indicate that Donald Trump not only has made us in a worse circumstance in terms of the economy, but also puts us at a worse circumstance in terms of inflation because of the policies he's advocating for. And that's not just identified by me, that's identified by like top economists in the Federal Reserve that didn't decrease the rates as much as they would have otherwise because Donald Trump's impending tariffs. That's literally what they said themselves.
How much did Biden do to really help the country for 4 years? You know, you're rooting for a guy that is an idiot, has no confidence, and he wasn't even the president of controlling things. So what did he do, Parker?
Yeah, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. I appreciate the gem gun. Thank you so much, the American Rescue
I mean,
Plan.
prices were so high. Why couldn't it lower it?
How did he cause the prices to go higher?
Because
Matthew,
he wanted
thank you for
to.
the $2.
Dude, I can't explain it.
Okay, I just want to let you know. Elle, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it. And Tim with the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Bidenomics.
I really appreciate it. Well, here, I just want to let you know. I do have a degree in economics, and there's nothing that Joe
I said
Biden...
Bidenomics, but yeah.
No, I said I have a degree in economics.
Oh, okay.
Right, and like the only thing that you could associate to be like a cause from a presidential standpoint, really that people generally talk about, is relating to like the spending. And actually, Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending comparative to Biden. So the typical fiscal irresponsibility leads to inflation isn't actually an applicable argument here. Appreciate the level up, Spark. So and there's no good argument for Biden causing inflation. Dan, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
But why? Let me ask this. I want to ask this question with Matt and Dean, but in with you. Why does Democrats can complain about Trump, but we can't complain about Biden? But we can't talk about Biden, but you guys can talk about Trump and how bad he is.
What, say that one more time, sorry?
Why can you guys complain about Trump and we can't say anything about the other party, about Biden being bad?
I do. I say things about Biden being bad.
Like what?
I disagree with his pro-Israel stance. I don't think he goes far enough on healthcare in terms of expanding it to everyone. I think the ACA has like holes and doesn't provide it for everyone within the country. And that's oftentimes because of the concessions from Republicans. I mean, there's plenty of things I can point to.
And remember, Biden said don't to Putin, don't do it. But all he did was that, and then let the war go on, and Trump is actually doing something about it. But Biden wouldn't
That's
have.
just not true. Did you know that specifically Biden got basically the entirety of Europe to help defend Ukraine from Russia? The only reason Ukraine's still a country right now is because he did that. If Trump were president, Ukraine likely wouldn't be a country. I know Trump likes to claim that the Russia-Ukraine war wouldn't have happened if it wasn't specifically for him. No, Russia would just be taking the entirety of Ukraine already. Spider, think of the $5. It would be Russia. As well as Leah, think of the $10. So that's actually something that I think that Trump has led to, Ukraine becoming at a greater likelihood of their country being, taken away from them. Because actually he got rid of the funding for Ukraine, which then gives Putin more power in the region. Spider, think of the $5.
Like a lot of people got hurt and stuff. Kids hospital got bombed. That was during when Biden was in office. And I think I was talking to my friend, but all they did was give them weapons and food and blankets. They can do that, but, there's a point of stop helping
Weapons,
this food and blankets.
training, funding.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, Parker. The war is still going to go on. You need to end the
assistance,
war. All
food.
you're doing is helping it to get more, have more war and not end it.
No,
Giving them food and blankets
no,
doesn't
I
stop it.
just want to let you know, our funding is the reason why Ukraine still is a country. Ukraine would not be a country today if it is the case that we never, with Europe, came together to help defend Ukraine. It simply is the case that Russia would have taken over Ukraine, and that's a reality. So, given that that's the reality, it clearly is the case that we should have defended Ukraine, and we should still defend Ukraine, but we're not right now because Donald Trump has pulled our funding.
Okay, let me ask this: If Kamala was president, if Kamala was president, do you really think she would work with other leaders and presidents over the country?
Yeah, actually, I think that our allyships have been negatively impacted because of Donald Trump. I mean, he's threatened to annex Canada, Panama, Greenland, right? Our allies. I think that heavily hurts our relationship with our allies. I also think it heavily hurts our relationship with countries around the world in terms of our peace negotiations and in terms of negotiations in general when we threaten them with tariffs. I mean, that wasn't, positive and helpful to our communications with other countries. So it seems like Donald Trump is incredibly harmful to our relations with other countries, and especially our allies.
But Parker,
and he actually
let me just say
he helps people like Putin, gives them more power.
And it's funny that my friend, I won't say who it is, but he said Trump is friends with Putin. That's not true. That's probably more Biden than Trump.
What? I don't think either of them, in a certain sense, are friends with Putin. I think that Putin is a manipulator. I think that Putin's a narcissistic, murderous dictator. And I think that Putin doesn't have friends in Trump or Biden and is trying to manipulate both of them. I think that's the reality.
Yeah, but how much was stuff really got done with Biden? And can you just name something, because I don't know the tricky questions. What did Biden do to help us?
Again, in terms of the policy, like I mentioned earlier, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the American Rescue Plan. The border specifically had an executive order that led to a reduction in border crossings to lower levels in terms of daily crossings in the end of Trump's first administration.
It was open.
If it was open at the end of Biden's administration, well, then it was open at the end of Trump's administration, in his first administration.
It was open, then Trump came in, and then it was closed again. There was literally video on Fox News that people were taking immigrants back where they were because Biden let them in.
I'm talking about the very end of Trump's administration. There were
Biden's.
There were higher levels of border crossings on a daily average in his first administration comparative to the end of Biden's administration.
And Biden let them in so they can be in the United States. They are literally, my parents used to work for Westminster Community Action.
Biden didn't say you can come into the country, specifically. But I do just want to let you know that if that were the case, I would agree with it. I mean, I don't think that people coming to the country is a bad thing. If you haven't committed a violent crime or a bad crime, I believe you should be given a pathway to citizenship that's quick. For people who are in the country who are undocumented, who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, they should be given a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country.
Yeah, but they were bad. They committed crimes and murders.
Okay, well, I just want to let you know that undocumented immigrants commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime at multiple times lower rates than natural-born U.S. citizens. And even legal immigrants commit crimes at lower rates than natural-born U.S. citizens. This idea that immigrants are bringing crime to this country is a right-wing manufactured propagandistic talking point meant to demonize immigrants coming to the country.
Yeah, let me just say this. I have a cousin, her name is Julie, and she's a hard-bear Democrat. She hates Trump, and, people aren't supposed to hate people, but she only hates Trump. She can't stand him.
People aren't supposed to hate people? Then why did Donald Trump say that he hates all the Democrats?
He doesn't really hate them. He
said it himself. He says that he hates us.
You should know, Parker, if you turn on CNN or CBSN or whatever, and you see how Chuck reacts to Trump, you should see inside Chuck how much he hates Trump, how much he doesn't want to work with him, and how the Democrats get their own way. They hate Trump, and they want him out.
But Donald Trump hates us. How could you hold us to a standard of not hating?
He wants to help us.
I can play
You guys just complain because he was going date a little girl in 10 years. He's better. He was mature. He's older. He got over that. True or not. But he wants to help people. Why do you think he's still doing this?
Can I play a video for you?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, for sure.
I really do. I hate them. I really do. I hate them. I cannot stand them. With all of the things we did with the tax cuts and rebuilding our military, not one Democrat voted for us. And I think we use it in the campaign that's coming up, the midterms, because we got to beat them. But all of the things that we've given, and they wouldn't vote only because they hate Trump. But I hate them too, you know that? So it's sort of, I really do, I hate them. I cannot stand them because I really believe they hate our country. You want to know the truth? I really...
Done? Oh.
Okay, so like, I mean, that's pretty clear evidence that Donald Trump hates us. I mean, if you don't want anyone to hate others, then it seems like you have to apply that to both sides. And if you apply it to both sides, well, then that's not something unique you can bring up about one side to say that you would support one side over the other. It seems like it's true for both of them.
Yes, but how about this? The gays and they and I saw one of your posts. You went to protests and you supported that, but that's the people that don't want peace. Why would you support that?
What do you mean gay people don't want peace?
I mean, they have their own, my body, my choice. Don't tell me what to do.
By the
like
way,
that.
by the way, gay people. I just was gonna say that. I was gonna say like the quote unquotes for the way that you said it, but that's how are gay people causing this? You said what?
No. I'm just saying that I saw on your TikTok thing that you went to a protest thing.
Yeah,
supporting
No Kings protest. Yes.
Palestine, I think, and they
I do
want
support
to destroy
Palestine as well.
stuff, and they want to destroy stuff, destroy stuff in the United States.
Are you talking about the No Kings protest? We're destroying things. The No Kings protest that I was at was peaceful.
But they don't support Trump.
The only ones that weren't peaceful were the police officers, right? Were the ICE agents, right? Were the Marines, right? The ones that came and literally shot people with rubber bullets and sent off tear gas, right? Like that specifically, that was what led to there being conflict. When I was there, literally, I'm not trolling. I was there up until I think I left around 3:30 or so to come back and go live because it takes me time to come back to get where I live because I was in downtown LA, and I was literally on the very block that I saw later they tear gassed. And when I was there was literally no violence. It was totally peaceful. Everyone was chilling, hanging out, talking. Some people were protesting. The very furthest that it went to was literally people like yelling and talking to like the people with guns that were standing in front of the buildings. You know what I mean? Like we went up to them and we talked to them, being like, "Yo, why do you support this? Like, why are you out here not standing with us in solidarity?" Things like that. And
what about people burning Teslas and
that wasn't happening where I was, not at all.
No, I'm not saying that.
But any circumstance in which that happened, I disagree with. But what does that have to do with being gay? I'm confused.
I didn't mean to say gay.
Okay.
So anyway, just drop that anyway.
Okay.
But do you agree that Trump's doing a good job on doing stuff, getting stuff done?
No, I don't think he's doing a good job.
I mean, he's doing better than Biden.
Again, in what way? Push that mustache.
What do you mean in what way?
Yeah, in what way? Push that mustache. Do you think he's enforcing the law more?
Yes.
Okay, well, he's a convicted.
Trump is, yes.
He's a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that pardoned people that violently assaulted police officers on January 6th, were convicted of it, admitted to it, and were caught on camera doing it.
Did Trump go to jail? No. So that's over with. And he's not going to jail, prison, whatever you call it.
If someone doesn't go to jail, is that reason that they didn't do it?
Now you're just turning it. How about all the emails that Hillary Clinton bleats?
I don't know what Hillary Clinton's emails have to do with this.
Well, I mean, she gets away with stuff, so does Biden.
Get
You know, we
away
pay
with what? Like
stuff more.
what specifically in her
We pay
emails
stuff
did she get
more,
away with
so the
that's at all
Democrats can get
comparable?
paid.
I just want to clarify. We're talking about Donald Trump pardoning people who admitted to, were convicted of, and were caught on video assaulting police officers. Like, he pardoned people who did that. And in those circumstances, I'm just asking you, like, do you think that that's wrong that he did that?
I don't know anything about that.
Well, in those circumstances.
I guess not.
So you do disagree with that? Can you give me an example of Joe Biden or Kamala Harris specifically pardoning people who have violently assaulted police officers? Can you give me a single example of that?
No, but they let the border still be open.
What did they do to open the border?
I mean, they open it. They let immigrants in that were not legal here.
Okay. So what did they do to open the border? Like, what policy?
What do you mean? I can't give you one. They just let them in, and then Trump, when he was president,
Well,
Trump,
he
put them back.
I just want to. There's no specific policy that we'd be able to point to, in which would indicate that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris like just opened the border. There was a restricted border at the time. Actually, nominally, there were more people deported under the Biden administration comparative to the Trump administration so far.
Yeah. But okay, Trump, Kamala and Biden, they don't do anything, Parker. They just don't. Trump gets it done.
Hey, can I recommend some news for you? Like, I would recommend to look at AP News, NPR, PBS, or Reuters. I think that's better news to look at than specifically going to Fox. Also, like, I don't think watching like the 5 people on Fox that specifically talk or talk hosts is going to give you like the most unbiased information. If you like, I would say that you should probably look into more, bipartisan, sources. Not to say you shouldn't look at that information at all. Just to say that you should look at more bipartisan sources and information because it will give you a more clear view of what's happening.
Do you agree that Biden went to the beach a lot?
Sure. I'm not really familiar with how much he went to the beach, but sure, he probably went to the beach a lot.
Yeah, but we didn't even see him on the news a lot. It was like once in a while he was on. Why can't you agree with that?
I just think you're comparing him to Trump, and Trump just wants to be in front of the media so much because it is the case that he just like his ego makes him do that. Like he has to be at the center of attention at all times. And Joe Biden was kind of just like more of a chiller than Trump, insofar as that like he wasn't.
What do you mean
needing-
by chiller?
I'm explaining it. He just like
I'm sorry.
He didn't want to be in front of the media as much as Trump. He wasn't trying to make as much of a spectacle of things in terms of that sort of idea.
You mean more on him?
Yeah, like I'm just saying he didn't care as much to be the center of the attention comparative to Trump. Trump cares to be the center of attention and always wants to be in front of the media.
In Biden's press briefing, woman, she was always on and she always said the same thing. Oh, I get back to you. Oh, I get back to you on that. No, she couldn't because Biden wasn't doing his job.
Wait, I'm sorry. Every single
press briefing.
every
when
single
Biden's woman was on. She said, "Oh, I'll come back to you. Oh, I take that question. Oh, I come back." She never had an answer because nothing was getting done.
Yeah, every single person who speaks to the media for the administration also, right, is going to talk to the media a lot and say that they're going to get back to them with information in terms of press briefings, in terms of intelligence reports, or plenty of different things that they reference all of the time. This isn't unique to that. And then secondly, like I don't think you should be referring to anyone as like quote unquote Biden's woman, right? Like I think that's
I
kind
meant
of-
press secretary. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah, like you can refer to like the press secretary of the administration.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I'm sorry. I didn't know her name. GMP or whatever.
So yeah, is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add before I go into the next person here?
Yeah, I had a question about Dean. Do you know why he gets so mad all the time when he does his lives? I mean, he's not mad, but he's trying to say a point and make people understand when they come up on his lives. But he just, I don't know. He seems like he's frustrated, but do you think he's fine?
Yeah, I think he just talks to a lot of insane people. Yeah, that's just the reality.
Yeah.
And I feel that sometimes. I've done a lot of work to try and, be as patient as I possibly can, deal with people who are, obviously acting insufferable. And for me, sometimes the same thing happens to me, right? Like, I mean, fucking earlier, we had a guest that was like so insufferable that I had to respond that way. Plus, I uniquely have a patience pen, so I've got help.
Yeah, and I think you are more easy. I'm not trying to be rude, but you are more open and calm about talking than Dean is, because he just goes on like a I don't know, but he just keeps going on like really fast. I mean, he talks faster than you.
You want to know something funny? A lot of people on the internet, on Jubilee, especially on YouTube, think the exact opposite. They think that I'm insufferable and I interrupt too much and I speak too quickly, and that Dean is better in terms of that respect. So I think
No, I think you're more
what I would
calmer
take
and
here.
relaxed
Yeah, sure.
than he is.
Sure, we might think that, but I mean, also what I would take here is a lot like it just depends on perspective, what you're seeing, right? In terms
Yeah,
of
what do you
like
mean
the
by
scenario.
that?
Like yeah, like it depends. Like in some scenarios, if you just saw me when I was, crashing out, you'd think that I crash out all the time. But given that you've seen me in a general context, you're able to make assertions about me in which relate to my general personality or how I engage with people, comparative to just what you would have seen scrolling on your For You page at a certain time or moment.
Yeah, yeah. But about the Christian thing, you don't believe in heaven or hell?
I don't.
Do you think you'll just die when you?
Here, I'm gonna
will you
answer. I'm
be
gonna answer
somewhere?
this, and then I'm gonna get off. Go on to the next
Okay.
person. But yeah,
Okay.
what was your last
Do
question?
do you think there's an afterlife, or you just will be dead and life's over with?
I have no clue. I hope there is. I hope it's good if there is.
But don't you understand that there's life, and how your eyes are made, how people are made? It's not by a coincidence. It's just by Jesus Christ.
I mean, I believe Jesus was a person, but not a god.
Yeah. But you said you were brought up Christian, right?
Yep. Okay, I'm gonna get off right now. All right, go on to the next person.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye. Biden didn't do anything.
I appreciate you, man. I've debated him before in the past, everyone. I think I had him on for like 30 minutes there. We'll go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as if you want to support me, you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. As well, everyone, make sure to like the stream. I would really appreciate that. I'd really appreciate, especially if you're on YouTube, for almost the 2,900 people who are in the live. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
June.
Okay. And did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, but I support him.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could vote for either him or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
Probably.
Probably who?
Yes, I would.
Probably who?
Yes, I would support Donald Trump
Okay.
if I could go back and vote. Yeah.
Okay. So why?
The main reason is I think is the border. I know there's like policies that can help keep the border closed, and I just think Trump's tougher on that. And I just want to know what your border stance is. Can you explain it?
Yeah. So my position is that anyone who's come to the country who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, who's undocumented, I believe should be given a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country. I believe the whole point and reason why we have a border security process is to ensure the safety and security of the country. And I don't think deporting people who haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, insofar as that they should be deported, right, would be, keep making the country safer by any means. So that's kind of like what my view is. I think that mass deportation is incredibly inhumane. I think that it's something I definitely disagree with. I also think that the process in which Donald Trump is engaging in it by violating people's due process rights is anti-constitutional. It's disgusting. That's incredibly inhumane.
Yeah, I don't agree with mass deportation. So basically, you think there should be like a pathway to citizenship for people who come in here? No matter what even if they broke the law.
I don't mind
by
that.
coming in here illegal.
Yeah, I don't really mind about that. Like,
Oh,
I
you
don't I
don't?
don't hold
Okay.
people to that like a lot. Like, for example, do you think everyone who shot off a firework who did that illegally should be, held accountable to the full extent of the law?
That's a fair point.
You'd probably say, well, it depends on the context. Depends whether it was
'Cause
moral or immoral, right? There might be a law specifically where like in a certain area where there didn't have to be,
I mean, I do. I just lit up fireworks last night, so yeah, I agree. Um, it's just I just feel like there should be more of a process to get like instead of just going through the border. And so apparently, can you tell me more about the infrastructure bill? Not the infrastructure, yeah, the border infrastructure bill that Biden tried to get passed.
So you mean the bipartisan border bill, or are you referencing the
Yeah,
infrastructure
yeah,
bill?
the border bill.
Yeah, so the bipartisan border bill was a bill that Democrats were trying to get passed, where they actually worked with Republicans and gave them a lot of concessions. They were willing to compromise on building the wall, specifically to increase how fast the asylum process went within the country by increasing the amount of immigration judges, the increasing amount of border patrol specifically, and also made the immigration system go faster. Right, that would have been something like essentially a conservative wet dream, right? And they're not going to get that in the legislation now, but they would have got it back then, and they decided not to because Donald Trump wanted to run on the border as an issue in order to get elected. He cared more about running
So
on
the
it being a
only
problem than he actually cared about fixing the conditions at the border, according to his own positions, because it would have built more wall than Trump built under his entire administration.
So basically, you're saying the only reason why the bill didn't pass was because Trump said no.
It was because Donald Trump called people in Congress to undermine the bill, which was acknowledged by Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell. It was acknowledged by James Lankford, who helped, was a co-author of the bill, who was a Trump-endorsed Republican.
Damn. Okay. Well, I don't want to take any more rest of your time. I did not know that, and I'll
for sure
make sure I do more research on that. I support some beliefs of you. I am pro-choice, even though I'm a Christian. So yeah, thanks for talking with me. Yeah,
All right, appreciate you coming up.
no problem.
Mickey, thank you for the $4 Australian. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Benjamin, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Benjamin. IK, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I have a girlfriend. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18. Sorry, I meant to comment and I guess accidentally came up here.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Appreciate you coming up. Let's go on to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I was on Dean's Live earlier, dude. I was AFK. Do you hear anything?
How old are you?
Old enough to be on live.
How old are you?
How does it feel to be friends with a pedo, Parker? Dean Withers.
It's the people who were spreading dumb bullshit on the internet. No, that's the people we talked about literally on Dean's Live earlier, that were spreading shit on Twitter, right? Bullshit. It's so fucking stupid. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21. You kicked me because you thought I was someone else last time.
Okay. You're 21. What's your birth year?
2004.
Okay. And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I support Donald Trump, but I mainly wanted to debate you on
Who
abortion.
did I think you were?
You kept saying Katie.
If I thought you were, then I'm gonna kick you again. I'm sorry. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Have you ever been to Dolores Park in San Francisco?
How old are you?
25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I.
Why so?
But have you ever been to Dolores Park in San Francisco?
Why do you support Donald Trump?
You won't answer my question.
Nope. Why do you support Donald Trump? Okay. All right. I'm seriously just looking for some debates, everyone. Please respect my boundaries, everyone. I'm just looking for some debates. If they're asking, no, I have not been there recently or anything. But I don't know what parks I went to when I went to San Francisco, and I think I went like 2019. I don't remember all the parks I went to, so I'm not quite sure. I'd have to look back. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump.
Join the Parker team.
I appreciate you. W Parker team. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump.
Here we go.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
Yeah, what's your birth year?
99.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
The tax cuts, all of that. And he did everything he promised. He stopped 3 wars. Come on.
What happened to no tax on Social Security? What happened to repealing and replacing the ACA? What happened to building the wall? What happened to draining the swamp? What happened to ending the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours?
I mean, he did in 3 wars, and Biden and them, they just sent money overseas for wars. They did nothing. Like, come on. First of all, it was Kamala's job to handle the border.
Nope.
And she couldn't even do that.
The specific
And they're
authority,
promising us all this legislation.
the specific authority that she was granted was to raise private funds within Central America to reduce the likelihood of people coming here, which she raised over $5 billion in private funds for countries in Central America, specifically to reduce the likelihood of people coming here, to build up their economies, right, to make it so that less people have to flee of economic insecurity.
Okay, so why did 20 million people cross our border? Can you
The
explain that?
20 million number is made up, but a lot of people came to the country because
13, let's say 10.
A lot of people came
Millions.
a lot of people came to the country because of economic insecurity due to the pandemic and in global inflation.
Okay. So did they break the law? They broke the law, right?
I don't think you care about breaking the law. You mean you voted for a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that pardoned violent rioters on January 6th who beat police officers and were convicted.
Okay,
of
what
it.
was the crime? What was the crime?
The 34
What was the
felonies?
crime?
The falsification of business records
Yeah.
in the first degree, which is
What was the crime?
Yeah, falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a classy felony in the state of New York.
Okay, and why was he the first person in history to be charged with a felony for that crime? Can you answer that?
So there was. I don't think he was the first person. You have to provide me a source for that, but it is the
They
case
changed
that
the law to
it's
charge him.
no, they didn't change the law specifically for him. That's a ridiculous
Oh.
claim. You're saying that specifically it was
They
bumped up
did.
from a
Yes, they
no,
did.
no.
They-
You're
they-
just
they-
saying
they pushed back
you're
the-
just saying it was bumped
They pushed
up.
back the statute of They changed the law for.
Statute of limitations came well before this. That had nothing to do with the Eugene Carroll case. Thousands of other victims held their were able to try their abusers in court in civil courts because of the extension of the statute of limitations through the Child Survivors Act and the Adult Survivors Act.
You said the crime is falsification of business records,
Yeah,
and you're
yeah.
talking about accusers. How does that align?
What?
How does that even relate? The crime was falsification of business records,
Yeah.
but you're talking about sexual accusers. What do you? Can you clarify what you just said? I'm sorry.
So you're confusing the cases. There's multiple different things that he's done.
Okay, what was the crime?
Falsification.
What crime did he commit? You say falsification of business record.
Falsification of
34
business records in the
felonies.
first degree, which is a Class
And you
C
think-
felony
and
in the
you-
state of New
and-
York. The statute of limitations that you brought up was related to the SA case. Okay. The statute of limitations was not changed for the felonies case, right? The felonies case that you're referencing, right, which is a criminal
Yeah, you're right.
case.
I mixed that up. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was the crime?
I told you falsification
He
of
paid
business
off a-
records
he
in the
paid a
first
chick off?
degree. Falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a Class C felony in the state of New York. That is the crime. The reason why it was bumped up from a misdemeanor to a felony is because of a predicate crime that the jury agreed upon existing.
Okay. Well, I think it was politically motivated. So I guess we could agree to disagree on that.
What
but
makes you
what
think
I
that was
is
politically
Trump is the best
motivated?
thing for America.
Wait. Hold up. You can't just sit here and be
I
like, oh
mean-
my God, they violated the law. And then I give you an example where Donald Trump violated the law. And you're just like, I don't care. Grace, thank you. Garrett, thank you so
No,
much.
I said,
I appreciate
what
the
is the crime?
$10.
The
I have a
the funny
girlfriend.
thing is, nobody can articulate the crime.
Beat, thank you so
Less
much for the
funny how no
25 Norway dollars. Thank you. Steph, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Steph. Thank you. Mariah, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Should you? It depends on what you
my
want to
thing
do
is
with your
your
life.
chat-
If you want to, I would say yes.
most Democrats in your
Benjamin, thank you for
chat-
the $10. Thank you as well. Go ahead.
I would say most of your chat can't articulate the crime. You say yes, falsification of business records, yes, but what does that even?
I'm
What does
sorry.
that even mean?
I'm sorry. You couldn't.
Nobody even knows, but they want to call him a felony. Call him a felon.
You couldn't articulate the crime.
I know the crime, falsification of business records.
Only because I told you.
And 34 counts of that.
Only
for
was
paying a
because
chick off,
you only
and
know that.
you're really like,
wait.
thinking like-
It has nothing to do with him paying her off. It has everything to do with him falsifying business records so that the story didn't come out. The fact that you said that tells me you know nothing about the case. The fact that you say that everyone in the chat couldn't mention the crime, you can only mention the crime. You can only mention the crime because I told you.
Okay, why is question? Why is he the first person in history to be charged with a felony for falsification of business records? He's the first person in history in New York.
Again, you just made that claim up that he's the first person ever, but it is the case that like the felonies thing, I told you why it was that way because of the predicate crime that the jury agreed upon. Can you give me a single source for that claim that he's the first person to ever have been charged with that crime? I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app, by the way. Alfini, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you.
Sure.
I might be doing that.
Give me one
soon, of
second.
course.
Let me find the source.
Okay, I'll give you time. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the bio here on YouTube, or description of the video here on YouTube, the live stream. Mariah, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much, of course. Absolutely. But yeah, as always, also make sure to like the stream if you're here on YouTube. We have like 2,900 people on YouTube. We could easily run that up. For the 3,900 people here on TikTok, I'd recommend to go over to my YouTube, Parker Get a Job. But if you haven't already, make sure to follow this third account because I go on here whenever I get banned on my main account. Should have my main back, I think tomorrow at like 7 o'clock or something. All right. Have you found anything yet? Brushes, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I introduced your videos to my mom, and she loves you. I watch streams every day, and they both inform and entertain me. Thank you for all you do. Thank you so much, Brushes. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So kind of you. Seriously. Alrighty. Oh my gosh, why is someone saying in the chat, Parker, you haven't got a job yet? Diabolical. Keisha, I think it's a fan. By the way, Keisha, I think I made you a mod on this account. Here on TikTok. All right, give it a second, everyone. I might add someone up to help him out. Adriana, thank you so much for the $2. I should be on live for another 2 hours or so at least. Or an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Okay.
Okay. While he looks it up continually, I'm gonna go to the next person here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're about 5 years too early.
Brandon, are you there? All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Dude, the echo is diabolical. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 13.
The actual zygote on the stream. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Oh shit, I'm sorry, I'm on the game. Sorry.
You're good. Someone in the comment section said, "You're not funny, Parker." I think I made you laugh. I think you're just lying. I think you're just lying. I made you laugh. You just can't admit it. Okay. You just can't admit it. You're really not funny? Wait, I need you to join the live and justify that argument, brother. Yo, what's up, how old are you? I'm just kidding. I'm actually like, a lot of the times people are just like, say I'm funny, and it's like, it's not even me trying to be funny. It's just me like literally saying things how I say it. Like, I'm not even trying to make a joke. Like, sometimes it's just me, you know? Oh my God, I'm making myself tear up. What the fuck is wrong with me? Stop, Parker, please. Yo, what's up, how old are you? All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Someone said you look funny, but looks aren't everything. Is crazy. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2004.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, so premise one, in a metaphysical framework where individuals are anonymous moral agents, they exercise a free will.
Not dealing with that. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Well, good. I'm 19.
Yeah, do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
why so?
definitely. I think pulling out of Ukraine, benefiting from Ukraine, and also trying to end the war a lot more, like looking into it a lot more, is like a good thing. I like that.
Okay, so you think that giving Putin more power by, cutting our funding for Ukraine is good?
But I mean, we didn't really cut our funding. We're just getting something out of it. We're still giving missiles and stuff.
cut our funding.
No, yeah, we cut
did.
it, but we're now making trade deals. I know we did, but we're making trade deals with them for missiles too. So at least they're giving us something out of it.
Okay, but we're not giving them the same level of defense. So I don't know what your point is.
I'm just happy we're getting something out of the war, from a war that it doesn't matter how much money we're going to give to them, they're never going to win, and they're not winning now. They weren't winning.
You said it's not possible. Yeah, give me any good evidence that it was never possible.
Pure size in general. If you look at countries together,
The country's geographical size is diabolical. Brittany, thank you for the $5 for merch that says diabolical. Maybe.
Right.
Candace, thank you for the $2. Thank you. And then Spencer, thank you so much for the $2. They asked for an age check. How old are you again?
What are some of the strongest countries in the world? I'm 19.
And you support Trump? So why did I ask?
Yeah.
Sorry, I that was muscle memory. I meant to ask, what was your birth year again?
04.
Okay. And you said you're 20?
Right. 19.
But didn't you prior say 20?
No, that was someone else. That was the guy before me.
Okay. All right.
Wait, what?
Yeah, and
Confused.
then
Okay.
2004 and 19. Okay.
Yeah. December 7th.
Doesn't that not make sense?
What do you mean?
Yeah, what's your birth month?
December 7. I said, wait, sorry, I said 19.
Am I tripping? You would be
Hey, I'm ready with my sources.
2004. You'd be, yeah, you'd be 19, yeah, or no, you'd be 20. Am I tripping, chat? Am I not mathing?
Let me check.
Oh well, at least we got him to say that. What do you mean? Let you check? What?
All right.
What do you mean? Let you check?
All right, I'm all ready
Go ahead.
with the sources. So what
Can't hear me out of the app. How old are you? How old are you?
41.
You gotta come closer to the mic. I can barely hear you.
41.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Make these lazy people work.
Make lazy people work. I have a question. Do you think I have a real job?
I don't know. Do you?
Like, this is my job.
Yeah. You're lazy.
Do I have a real job?
I don't know. You tell me.
Okay, so at least you think I'm lazy. So,
You
okay.
look lazy, bro.
Oh, really? So I just want to say again, Brittany, thank you for the $5 for supporting my laziness. Thank you so much, Brittany. I really appreciate. Can you thank Brittany? Can you thank Brittany for the $5 for supporting my laziness?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Thank her real quick.
What's her name?
Brittany. Or
Brittany.
Lulu, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for supporting my laziness.
That's good. Hopefully, when they take TikTok down, you'll have to get a new job.
Well, TikTok's not coming down. And
Well,
also,
look
I
at
have,
how
there's 3,000 people watching me on YouTube right now, right?
Hey, you should go donate to all the people that are gonna lose Section A and all that.
Yeah, we should, provide more funding for different
Yeah.
resources. I mean, I don't know what you're referencing in terms of Section 8, but if you're referencing specifically like Medicaid
All those-
and food
all
stamps,
those
and you're
bonds-
referencing Medicare and ACA,
all
Garrett
those
Purchase of the
bonds that
Galaxy,
take
yes,
care-
we should be spending more of our,
Yeah.
taxpayer dollars on that.
All those bonds that just abuse the system. Yeah.
You mean, wait, I just want to clarify. You mean when you say quote unquote bums, you mean people who have children that they're taking care of, that if they're specifically losing their food stamps,
Nah.
might be 8
I
years
have
old.
children
Might be
myself.
8 years old.
Yeah, they have 5 baby daddies and take abuse.
The only
system.
person that whose kids have multiple baby daddies, right, is Donald Trump's kids.
Right.
Yeah, because Donald Trump
Yeah,
seriously,
you have
right?
to bring him up.
Wait, Donald Trump seriously, right, has had multiple divorces because he's cheated on every single one of his wives.
Yeah. But he's doing the right thing, I'm telling you. There's too many people out here that are taking care of abusing the system, and they're perfectly able to work. I'll tell you that.
Wait, restate that?
I said there's people that are abusing the system that are fine. They're not handicapped. They can work.
Okay, so again, so just because someone is not disabled, the correct terminology is disabled. Just because that's the case, that doesn't mean that like they shouldn't be able to get access to health insurance.
They can pay. I pay my own.
Libby, think of the $10. Thank you. Everyone should get free health insurance paid for by the government.
Why?
Right? Because it is the case that it's a fundamental human right, like in the same type of
What?
way that we. Okay. Do you think that
That's bullshit.
I'll clarify. Do you think that the government should provide safety and security for the American population?
No, I provide my own security.
Okay, so you don't think we should have a military or cops?
Yeah, we should have a military, but doesn't.
Why? Why?
Yeah, we have.
Why should we have a
These are the
military?
ones.
Why?
Democrats are the ones trying to.
Why?
defund them.
Why should we have cops in the military?
Why? Just in case war breaks out with other countries.
Just in case war breaks out with other countries.
Yes.
Okay, to defend us, right? To keep us safe.
Correct.
Okay. So, don't you think our safety can also relate to our health in terms of medical health?
Okay, what does that have to do with paying your own insurance?
Because it is the case that 45 to 68,000 American lives are lost every single year due to lack of health insurance. And I don't think that we should be putting, literally private health insurance, right, being the norm for everyone over those lives. Because you can still have private health insurance while also ensuring that everyone has access to to public health insurance.
No, there's a lot of money that's being spent goofy. They're not tracking all this stuff. They're finally gonna do it the correct way.
And that's because there's someone between you and your doctor. There's a middleman between you and your doctor that's for profit. Right? And there are lots of administration costs that don't relate to you getting your care.
Right. There's something going on between a lot of stuff.
So that's what you get rid of when you specifically.
I stay in Illinois. We got Section 8 all over this place. There's people that have been on this for years.
So you just want to cut people off of it, right?
Of course.
Okay, so
they don't get it.
Okay, I have a question. If they ended up being homeless, would you be okay with that?
Why would they be homeless?
I'm asking you. If they could,
why would they be homeless?
Because they can't afford their food. I mean, they can't afford their house.
They're American. They should be able to find a job easy.
Okay, let's say in their particular area they can't find a job.
Oh, come on, man. They're lazy. They abuse the government, man.
They're lazy. So you think anyone that just doesn't have a job is lazy?
Stop trying to say it's not true. It's true.
Wait, to clarify, you think anyone who doesn't have a job is lazy? Is that your view?
If they're capable of working and they're in the age of work, yeah, they're lazy, yes.
Okay, I have a question. Do you think a 64-year-old that's not working is lazy?
No.
Okay, do you think a 63-year-old
64-year-old that worked should be able to retire?
Do you think an 18-year-old that's not working is lazy?
Depending if he's in school, but he should still have a job, yes.
Okay, I'll give you an example. I was in school and I didn't have a job. Was I lazy?
Yes, that's your parents' fault. You should have a job, yes.
Okay. So I was lazy.
My daughter goes to college and she
Okay, to
works.
clarify, can I ask you this question? Do you think I'm currently lazy?
You just got lucky, that's all.
Do you think I'm lazy?
I don't know. I don't know you like that, but you obviously do good on here, so that's good for you.
Okay, but do I give off being lazy?
To wake up at 4 a.m. and go construction, that doesn't mean I gotta provide for mine.
Okay, that's not the only way of not being lazy.
When I never guess, excuse me?
That's not the only way of not being lazy. I'm clearly not someone that you would designate as quote unquote lazy.
Yet you do what you have to do to pay your bills,
Yet
right?
it is the case that at that point in my life, I didn't have a job.
But you're paying your bills by what you have to do. You're doing your hustle, right?
Yeah, so I specifically am able to pay my bills. Absolutely.
All right, so that's good. You're hustling. You're doing your thing.
Okay, so again, just because someone doesn't have the ability to pay their bills doesn't mean that they're not working hard.
Come on.
Doesn't mean that they're lazy.
Parker, there's a lot of people.
There's a lot of people that are struggling to afford basic bills that are not lazy, that work hard as fuck.
Dude, even you know what the craziest part? Even the people that are illegal they do it. They work. They bust their ass. They're not even born here, and the ones born here are sad. They don't even want to work.
Okay, so by the way, I just want to let you know, right? There are a lot of people in this country that work, right? The idea that there aren't people in this country that work and that everyone's just lazy and doesn't want to work is ridiculous, right? The idea that people are specifically getting Medicaid and food stamps and not working because they get Medicaid and food stamps is fucking laughably insane because Medicaid's not giving you a check.
I got buddies that get it. It's just freaking they eat lot. They
Elizabeth,
eat better
thank you the
than
$5. Thank you. Okay, well then why don't you report them?
Why would I? Because they have the kids. They get they work the fucking 20 hours a week.
You said they're committing fraud. Why don't you report them for committing fraud?
It's not fraud. It's abuse.
It's not fraud.
Oh,
it's abuse. That's fraud.
The system is messed up. They're doing it correctly. No, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Then they do deserve it.
Just because you have
if they meet,
six,
wait.
just
I have
because you
a question.
six
I have a
kids,
question. Do you know their
because you
income?
decided to have 6 kids, now you're gonna rely on the
Wait.
government?
Are you saying because he has 6 kids, he gets food stamps? I have a question. What do you know?
Yes.
What his income is?
Yes, it's not that high.
Would you be willing to say what his income is?
I mean, he works in he's a forklift driver. He probably makes about 50K a year.
So you're saying him making $50,000 a year is receiving how much in food stamps? How much do you think he's receiving in food stamps to be paying for lobster all the time?
900 a month.
That's not lobster all the time, even.
Dude, he eats way better than I do. I'll tell you that.
I just want to let you know, 900 a month is
And
not
he
even
gets his own
lobster all the
meal
time.
plate,
One
and he gets- dude,
with
I'm
6
telling
children.
you. 5. He's got 5.
5 children. I just want to clarify. That's like what, like $150 a kid a month?
Man, they eat good. I'm telling you, they eat good.
They eat so
I
good
go
on
there for
$150 a kid a
I go
month.
there for parties all the time, so I know. What I'm saying is, the government has to get a little bit better.
And by the
at-
way, I just want to let you know, what is the most amount? Isn't it like 500 something a month? Most amount.
But it keeps adding on, Parker.
You
If you don't use it one month, it just keeps going. They don't take it off if the month ends. Just keeps adding on to it. Just so you know that. If
okay?
you
Yeah,
only
you
use
can get up.
300
You can get up to 900. Yeah. Yeah. So like, what's wrong? That's like the
that is
typical.
nuts, dude. That is wild.
And by the way, you said they make 50 grand.
Somewhere around, but he like works 1 year, then he takes 1 year off, and then he'll work another year, and then he takes a year. They abuse the system, man. It's the truth.
This is not abusing a system. Okay, I have a question. Do you think that you'd have an issue? Oh, wait, I have a question.
I'm in Illinois, man. I know. I grew up around the
Yeah,
streets.
the idea that you think that everyone that's getting SNAP is fucking abusing the system is insane to me. You understand that's people literally
Mark,
feeding
wake
their
up,
children,
bro.
right? No, you need to wake the fuck up. People,
No, you
in
need
order
to
to be,
wake
no, I just want to let you know,
You
people
trying to tell
listen,
me
listen,
that people
listen.
don't use the system?
People, in order to be able to put food on their children's table, rely on governmental assistance to be able to do that. I've known people in my lives that relied on it, and the only reason they had food on their table and they didn't go to bed starving at night is because they had access to that. Okay?
They're
You understand that,
lazy.
right? Lazy?
They're lazy.
Lazy?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to let you know. I have a question. Let's say the parent is lazy. Does that mean the child should starve? Does that mean
No.
the child should starve?
That means a parent shouldn't have brought him to this world. That's what it
Okay,
means.
but there still should be public benefits given to the
There's-
children. Darsel, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Why didn't they take the after
crazy. I'm
pill
so sorry, Darsel.
or something that prevented them? The child is not the child. Why would you bring a child to the world if you weren't ready to?
Are you pro-choice?
What?
Are you pro-choice?
Why are you saying that?
I'm just asking. Are you pro-choice?
No, I'm telling you, why should you bring a child to this world if you're not ready to be a parent?
You want to force them to.
You want to force them to.
Yeah, you
So
said
it's the
you
kid's
said you're
fault.
pro-life.
I've voted Democrat my whole life except for this time. The only reason is because I have a daughter in sports and I don't want.
By the way,
guys.
I have to clarify. Would you ever vote for a candidate that was like a man, an adult man that's like 50 years old that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls, right, who are teenagers, who are naked without their consent?
Hey, one thing I could tell you is the guy is not perfect. He might have done mistakes, but he might have changed. Have you ever heard in repentance?
I'm just wait, hold up. Are you saying you're okay with him doing that because he quote unquote
No,
repented?
I'm not okay with it. But when was that?
What?
when
How,
was
wait,
that?
I have a question. In order to repent,
When was that?
In order to
When
repent,
was that?
in order to repent, do you have to ask God for forgiveness?
Well, what is repentance to you?
I'm asking you because you're the one claiming it.
Yes. When
yes, you have to
repent,
ask. You have to ask
it
God for
means
forgiveness.
you have to get baptized. Yes.
You have to ask
gotta
God for
receive the Holy
forgiveness. Okay.
Ghost.
You know that Donald Trump admitted he's never asked God for forgiveness?
Okay, well, God, how did he win the election then?
What? What does that have to do with him?
It doesn't matter.
repenting?
You're the one that's bringing this into the conversation. You said, "Oh, do you know that he said this?" I'm telling you, I voted for him because I can't stand men being in women's sports.
So you have an issue specifically with, again, men in women's spaces,
You think
but
that's
then you
okay?
voted for a candidate that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of teenage girls without their consent. I just want to
Right.
clarify.
Yeah.
You're totally okay with that,
It
right?
doesn't matter. The law is
You're
not gonna
totally
do
okay
it.
with men going into
Yes, I
women's
am,
spaces.
because I know that that's one person. It's not going to be for the whole world to be able to put any man in a women's sport and in a bathroom like it's nothing. That's nuts.
Wait, to clarify, I have a question. Do you think that people should go into bathrooms based upon their biological sex?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that trans men should go into the women's restroom?
I think that a man should be in men's bathroom. Women should be in
And
women's.
I asked you, trans men, should they go in the
There's
women's
only two
restroom or the
genders.
men's restroom?
There's only two genders, so I don't.
Wait,
believe
trans men who are biologically female, should they go in the men's restroom or the women's restroom?
What do you mean by trans?
I told you, trans men who are biologically female, should they go in the men's restroom or the women's restroom?
No, because whatever they
No?
were born, that's what they are.
There's no
Whatever-
restrooms?
whatever. There's man, female. I don't care about trans. I don't care about none of that.
I'm sorry. So someone
There's
who's
man and women. Do you know what a man and a woman is?
I do. Apparently you don't, because I was just telling you and you couldn't identify. So someone who's biologically female, who is a
When you're
man.
born, you either have a penis or you don't.
Thank you for telling us that. I didn't need to hear that. So again, I'm asking you a very simple question, right? Someone who is biologically a female, who is a man, should they go into the women's restroom or the men's restroom?
And I answered it already.
Which was it?
I told you. Man and woman.
Okay, someone who's biologically female and is a man, should they go into the men's restroom or the women's restroom? I think that
Dude,
they
you're
should go
not-
into the men's restroom.
You're not understanding. Do you know what a man, a boy, or a girl is? Like, do you understand?
Yeah, but he got hate speech, hateful behaviors. You got kicked. All right, we got to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 19.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I don't support either Republican.
Okay. By the way, everyone, for the 4,400 people who are here on TikTok, I'd recommend to go over to my YouTube channel right now. Parker, get a job. I might get banned here. So I'd recommend to go over to my YouTube channel. Parker, get a job. If I do a deal with a ban, you don't have to deal with me being taken down. So just letting everyone know. Let's get this next person up here quick. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
For sure. I have a few people to thank, and then I will make sure to get onto this conversation. Reverend, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Rebecca, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Brittany, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Taylor, thank you for the $3.33. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Code, thank you for the $5. Thank you, everyone. So, do you support Donald Trump? You said yes. Why so?
Yes. I'm willing to be pretty open here, but I support Trump because I care about policy results, especially on, economy, national security, and peace abroad. I mean, during COVID, we saw the lowest unemployment at only 3.5%, which was the lowest it had been in 50 years. We saw real wage growth and a historic rise in the stock market, and he also brokered peace in the Middle East and enacted criminal justice reform. And, I mean, you don't have to like his personality to admit his policies have had a powerful impact on America's jobs, families, and global standing.
Okay, so the lowest unemployment number that you just gave, it was actually lower at 2 different quarters or 2 different months under Biden's administration at 3.4%. Secondly, you said real wage growth. We actually saw real wage growth under the Biden-Harris administration if we look at real median wages. Secondly, we've seen real wages decline since Trump got in office. Q1 2025 declined from Q4 2024, along with real GDP as well. Along with the fact that peace in the Middle East is laughably false. I mean, you can't give me any good evidence of that. He increased drone strikes in the Middle East by 400%, right? Almost 4 times. And then I'd ask you, what criminal justice reform did he engage in that Democrats didn't agree with that would have been unique to him?
Can you repeat that last question you just said about the criminal justice reform?
Yeah, what criminal justice reform did he pass specifically that was unique to him that Democrats would not have supported?
It doesn't. I'm just saying, like, in general, the criminal justice reform. It doesn't matter if the Democrats would have agreed with it. It still happened under him, and he still did that. So,
well, I'm just saying that's not unique to him, and that it would have been passed otherwise. So there's no reason to grant only him, or like respect for that, or like grant him the win for that. You can't do that if it's applicable to both sides. Code, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And by the way, Sid with the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I know it's been pretty bad. Thank you so much, though, Sid with the $50. Give me some W's for Sid in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
we don't have to give only him respect for that, but he can get a little credit for it because he is the one that passed it, that did that.
Well, I just want to let you know that that was supported by Democrats. It was actually supported by Obama, and the only reason it wasn't passed under his administration was because Republicans wouldn't vote for it until Trump was in office.
Okay.
Okay. So, can you give me like a policy of Donald Trump's that you support?
A policy of his I support. I support what he's done so far while he's been in office, his first term, and not only his first term, but what he's done so far in his second term.
Okay, like, do you support the Big Beautiful Bill?
For the most part, yes.
Okay. Can you tell me one provision within the Big Beautiful Bill that you like?
I agree with making it so Medicaid, you have to prove that you are actively working to get that, and a lot of people.
No, it's specific work requirements, so a certain level of working. The work requirements already existed prior. They're extending the work requirements to make them even harder to qualify for, which will strip over 11 million people off of their health insurance. Are you arguing that that's a good thing, to strip 11 million people off of health insurance that they cannot afford otherwise?
No, I'm not arguing that's a good thing to strip 11 million people of health insurance. I'm saying that, like, I wasn't aware that there were prior requirements, and are the requirements, correct me if I'm wrong, now that you have to work for, it was like, how many hours was it? Like 60 hours a month?
It's 80 hours a month.
In order to receive 80 hours a month to receive Medicaid.
Yeah, and there are plenty of good reasons why a certain person couldn't reach 80 hours a month specifically, and that could be based upon the labor market within their area, recessionary periods. That could be based upon them, taking care of people in their family, whether they be people who are older than them or people who are younger than them. There are plenty of good reasons specifically, and again, the bill limits people from being able to, still be on Medicaid, right, after the age of 14 years old for any dependent. So if they're any older than 14 years old, you don't get access to it. For food stamps, it's any older than 7 years old. So there could be an 8-year-old, right, that isn't going to be able to get access to food tonight because it is the case that their parents have been taken off of food stamps. You understand that, right? Like, an 8-year-old can lose out on their food because of Republican policy that Donald Trump passed to give massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires and to increase the spending specifically to ICE to levels that are higher than the state of Israel's fucking military spending. Right? Along with the fact that he wants to increase funding for the military when we spend more than the next 14 nations combined, most of them being our allies, when we could cut our military budget in half and still spend over $150 billion more than China does. And that's the second most in terms of military spending.
Right. And thank you for telling me that. I don't agree with every single thing Trump does. I myself was needed and relied on Medicaid growing up with my family. So I don't agree with everything, but in terms of when I voted, which one to me was better, Trump was the better option.
No, looking back on it now with the level of critical thought and reasoning and looking back on everything now, would you still say that if you could go back in time, you would have voted for him?
Yes, I would.
So why? You're voting against your own interests. You're voting to cut your own Medicaid. Like in the past, when you were younger, you would have voted to cut your own Medicaid.
Right, but I feel
You would have cut the food stamps that Dean relied on as a kid. Dean relied on food stamps when he was a child. Okay? My friend Dean, and I think you know who Dean is. And it is the case that he would have gone to bed starving on many nights, on plenty of occasions, without without his mom having access to food stamps. He would have gone starving. He would have gone to bed with no food. And I don't think that there's a single child in this country that should have to go to bed without food because it is the case that their parents cannot afford it. Every single kid in this country should have a belly that's full.
I completely agree.
Appreciate, thank you.
So how is this, we're cutting spending on Medicaid, not completely, there's still money going into Medicaid. How is it making it so we, like, no food stamps aren't it anymore? Like, we can't have access to those. You're making it almost sound like every family won't have access to food stamps and they won't
No,
have
I never
access
said
to
every
food.
family. I'm saying he's cutting some. Right? If you want to reference the cuts in terms of Medicaid, for example, or it's essentially cutting 10%. 10%. 10% of people that were on it prior are not going to be receiving it now.
And is that because of why? What would be the limiting factor that they wouldn't receive it for?
Because of Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill. Yeah. 10% of people lose their health care access on Medicaid.
Yes, but what's the stipulation that makes them lose their access to it?
Again, we already kind of went over this. Like the specific work requirements are the main reason. The extensions and making it harder to apply for the work requirements than what existed prior.
Okay, I was just making sure 80 hours a week. I'm just trying to understand. He's making it so people have to show proof that they're working not 80 hours a week, sorry. 80 hours a month.
Push the end art. Yes. Yes.
So is the 11 million people that's going to be removed people who are disabled and cannot work?
There are people that don't meet the list of exceptions that specifically could not meet the set of work.
Okay. And I mean, I can't say I agree with everything that Trump has, funded and done. However, is there not things that people with disabilities can apply for that makes an exception to Medicaid?
Even if
and all
someone
that
doesn't have a
stuff?
disability, they should have health care. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. So would it be, so why wouldn't they be able to work 80 hours a week? A month, sorry.
Yeah, so it could be specifically because of sorry, I can't speak. It could be because of recessionary period, access to jobs, not having jobs in a certain area. There's certain places around the United States that tried to get exempt of this because of that. Childcare, taking care of people who are older than you. Transportation, like what people are mentioning in the chat. Okay, undiagnosed mental illness, temporary illness, cancer.
So that would be taken care of by other things, I feel.
Yeah. So again, in terms of those set of circumstances, we're talking about in situations in which there's not diagnosis for, which again, there could be situations for, and it is the case that they still should be able to get access to this.
Okay. thank you for giving me an insight on that. And I don't agree with everything Trump has done, and I don't exactly agree with everything on the big beautiful bill, including
But you're willing
the
to
stuff about
support him in
Medicaid.
despite of the fact that he's cutting people off of Medicaid, food stamps, Medicare, the Affordable Care Act.
Yes, because
He's adding trillions of dollars to the debt. I mean, this is Donald Trump's policy. It's not fiscally responsible. It's not providing benefits for people. I mean, it makes sense to, like, you know, not be fiscally responsible if you're providing benefits for people. But if you're, like, literally taking money from people who are lower income and giving it to rich people while simultaneously adding trillions to the debt, that's like the worst set of policy you could ever have. Tin, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you.
he's done in this term a lot of other things than just cut the Medicaid that makes it so people would vote for him and people still support him now.
What has he done that you agree with?
I mean, in the first 6 weeks, he signed nearly 100 executive orders and 100 executive actions focused on economic revitalization.
Can you tell me one of them that you agree with?
I can name they were focused on economics, revitalization, border security, religious freedoms, and he banned
any specifics. Religious freedom. He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. That sounds very much like a religious freedom, right?
He called. Repeat that again. Sorry.
He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. That sounds like a lot of religious freedom, right?
Was that when he shut down?
Bro, it's the
immigration,
same thing as fucking having Mexicans leave the country too, bro.
What did you just say? What did you just say? Say
It's
that
the
again.
same thing as having Mexicans that are here illegally leave the country.
Do you think people who are Mexican should have to leave the United States?
If they're here illegally.
That are here legally, 100%.
Why only people who are Mexican?
Anyone who is of any.
What are you talking about? Anybody that's here illegally should have to leave 100%. Why did you
wait, I have a question.
Russia, bro?
Why did you specify people who are Mexican?
Because the same thing you're talking about with Muslims, bro. If you're here illegally, white, black, Asian, anything, bro, you should just have to leave the country. Do you think Americans could just...
Weird that you said people who are Mexican. Two, we were talking about Muslims, right? Because she brought up religious freedom, and him calling for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country is literally against religious freedom. Okay? Why did you only say, in reference to undocumented immigrants, just people who are Mexican?
It was just a reference, bro. It was an example.
Weird. Okay, I'll ask you this question.
Do you not agree with that, though?
Why?
Do you think people that are here illegally should be in our country?
People who are in the country who are in the country undocumented, who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, should be given a pathway to citizenship, and should not have to leave the country.
Right, I agree with that. But do you think when we're letting
That's a democratic policy, dude.
Felons? No, I'm saying
we shouldn't let felons in. We shouldn't let felons in the country. Nor should you vote for them as president of the United States. You voted for a convicted felon held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that pardoned violent rioters on January 6th that beat police officers, were convicted of it, and were caught on video doing it. What's up?
Yeah, how many felonies was Biden convicted of?
Not a single one.
Oh, really?
How many felonies was Trump convicted of?
Don't know, but he's our president,
34.
isn't he?
34. You voted for a convicted felon,
he's
buddy.
Our president. Absolutely.
I have a question. Do you think a felon?
When you were asking about,
I have a question. If someone was a felon, if someone was a felon, if someone was wait, hold up. Not true. Actually, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris signed off on. If you look at the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden signed off on less debt-related spending, 4.3 trillion, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related, compared to the Trump administration, 8.4 trillion overall. 4.8 trillion non-COVID related. That is Donald Trump signing off on more debt-related spending. Plus, his fucking big beautiful bill will be $2 to $4 trillion. Along with the fact that the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, when even referencing prior to the administration, compared the Harris administration campaign plans to the Trump administration campaign plans, and actually acknowledged that Donald Trump would add $4 trillion more over the next 10 years comparative to Harris. Again, if you look at what they signed into law, the Biden-Harris administration
Well,
signed off
you're
on
not even
$4 trillion
answering what I
less.
just asked you. You're not even answering what I just asked
I did.
you.
What
Right.
did you
So
ask that
look
I
it
did
up
not
real quick.
answer?
I said, do or does not the Democratic Party owe more debt than Republicans?
You mean over
It's a
what?
yes or no question.
Over what period of time?
In all time.
I don't know.
It's a yes or no question.
I don't know. I mean, the parties have existed for different time periods. Why would you?
But you guys owe more debt than Republicans.
What's your source?
What do you mean? Look it up.
What's your source?
Google. Look it up.
And what's that? Google's a search engine, not a source.
Same difference.
Nope. Same thing, same difference. Same difference is not the same thing as same thing.
It's accomplishment.
What'd you say? MAGA Mike, we can't hear you, bro. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the PayPal, of the bio on YouTube, of the YouTube video or live stream on YouTube.
What's Kamala Harris's biggest accomplishment?
Inflation Reduction Act.
Has
Really?
Trump not
That's
done
all
the
you
same
got?
thing?
No.
Reducing inflation.
No. The Inflation Reduction Act, it's a little bit, don't just think of the name. It was the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and it had the $35 cap per month on insulin for people on Medicare. So that was great.
Damn, so that's worth your vote?
Oh, absolutely.
That's what makes you think like, oh, that's my chick?
One woman. Two, as it relates to this, yes, I do think that Kamala Harris has a good policy that she passed. There's also the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals for everyone, not just people who are on. For everyone in terms of pharmaceuticals out of pocket for a yearly basis, $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just people who are on Medicare. There were plenty of policies that she was specifically advocating for that I think make it worth it.
Okay, and one more question, Parker.
You gonna run away after that?
No, I'm just probably gonna go to bed.
Oh, scared, huh? You're going to bed? What time is it for you?
11:30.
11:30? What?
Yeah.
Where do you live?
Why are you asking that?
What state?
Dude?
What state do you live in?
It doesn't even matter.
Dude, it's the East Coast. It's 10 o'clock. Where the fuck do you live? In the ocean? Do you live in the ocean?
You're the Pacific.
No, you live in the Atlantic,
no,
genius.
But okay, the actual question though.
No, can you tell me where do you wait, what state do you live in?
Actually,
wait, what state? No, what state do you live in?
It doesn't matter, bro.
What state do you live in?
It doesn't matter.
Tell me or I'm gonna kick you.
You can go ahead and kick me over that.
Okay. All right. What? Where the fuck does that guy live, dude? Is that Canada? I'm like, I don't think even Canada has any point in time where it's 11 o'clock right now. Bro literally lives in the Atlantic. He must live in Atlantis, chat. He must live in Atlantis. All right, go ahead. What were you saying?
I just want to go back to what you were saying about immigration, and you said if someone is here illegally, like undocumented here illegally, but they have not committed any crimes, they should be able to stay here?
If they've not committed a violent crime or a bad crime that meets a certain threshold insofar as that we should remove them from the country, then I think that they should be given a pathway to citizenship.
I agree that they should be given a pathway to citizenship.
Hold up, yeah, you've cut out. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you now.
I was saying if they're here, and I agree that they should be given a path to citizenship, but if they're here undocumented and illegally and they're not paying taxes, but they're still using our resources, does that not further worsen the economy? Which is one of Trump's main points when he was running, is making our economy better.
Our economy is not made worse by undocumented immigrants being in the country. If anything, the undocumented immigrants are the ones being exploited, as it is the case that they're providing supply, work, and they're not even able to get wages to compensate that, even to what we consider minimum wage. So again, the idea here specifically that undocumented immigrants are harming the country because they're providing less to the country than they're getting from it is a ridiculous standard because they don't even apply for federal services. The specific services that you're referencing are state and local services, oftentimes that undocumented immigrants would get access to because of emergency, which tourists also get access to. The idea here that undocumented immigrants are uniquely just profiting from the system and then they're not providing into it is ridiculous, not only because of that, but because of the fact that undocumented immigrants have a higher labor force participation rate than natural born U.S. citizens by over 5% from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So the idea that undocumented immigrants are working less is ridiculous also. Plus, you can give them a pathway to legal citizenship, and then you don't think that's true about legal immigrants, do you? Olivia, thank you for the fireworks. Thank you.
I don't think.
You
Okay.
don't think legal immigrants harm the country in terms of the economy, correct?
Well, if you're legal, then you're paying taxes and you are.
Undocumented immigrants pay taxes. They paid $100 billion in taxes in 2022.
But I'm. Right. Okay. What about the majority of people who come here? It's not everyone. I mean, I'm sure there are.
You cut out. I can't currently hear you.
Hear me?
Yes, I currently hear you now.
I'm sure there are tons of illegal immigrants who came to America, paid taxes, contributed to America and the economy. But what about the large mass of people who come here, work and get money, and then send it back to their home country?
Nothing
to,
wrong with
you
that.
know,
Did you know that there are U.S. citizens that do that? Do you think it should be illegal for U.S. citizens to send money to content creators from other countries? Like, say, a content creators from Canada. Should they be allowed to send their money that they made to a content creator in Canada?
I'm saying my main issue about that, it's not that they're sending the money over, it's that they're here taking our resources and they are not actively feeding back into our economy.
That's what U.S. citizens would be doing as well, in the scenario in which they gave money to a Canadian content creator. So should it be illegal for U.S. citizens to donate to Canadian content creators?
No, because
Why not?
because U.S. citizens are actively.
They're actively what? You cut out. They're actively what? I can't hear you currently.
Giving back to our economy.
They're giving back to our economy. So are undocumented immigrants. Undocumented immigrants provide services, along with the fact that they pay taxes, along with the fact that they buy goods and services. That's all providing to our economy. So there's actually no relevant distinction that you can provide. Appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much. By the way, if you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. By the way, I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app. I have no clue what you're currently saying.
Sorry. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. The last thing you said was I have what was it? No distinction from what? What did you say?
I was essentially just saying you couldn't provide a distinction between the points that we were making, but
The points that we were making about immigrants, illegal immigrants not harming our economy.
it seems like we lost where we were in the conversation. I can try and bring us back to, thank you for the galaxy, thank you so much. Bring us back to points that would be relevant to establish in terms of immigration. Undocumented immigrants benefit our economy. Legal immigrants benefit our economy. Undocumented immigrants commit less crime, violent crime, drug crime, and property crime than natural-born U.S. citizens. So do legal immigrants. The idea that undocumented immigrants and illegal immigrants are either a threat to our economy or our safety is a right-wing propagandistic talking point used to demonize immigrants.
The idea that illegal immigrants, are harming our economy or are being causing violent crimes and stuff, that is a right-wing propaganda.
Yes, like the idea that immigrants are bringing crime to the country is a right-wing talking point because if a greater percentage of our population were immigrants, legal or illegal, it is the case that we would have a lower rate of crime as a percentage of our population. Because if there's a certain population that's coming to the country that has a lower average rate of crime comparative to our average rate of crime, then it is the case that it would lower our rate of crime because it would be pulling down the average. Does that make
So
sense?
is there not a high percent of illegal immigrants that do violent crimes?
Undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. There's actually a bibliography in my bio. If you go to the link tree in my bio, you can scroll down to the bibliography at the very bottom. It says sources in the beginning stages, and you can go to immigration on the Google Doc has a bunch of different folders, and it has an entire page of different sources relating to immigration and crime, showing that undocumented immigrants commit crimes at lower rates than natural-born U.S. citizens.
Right. Okay. So, but there's so many sources and so many articles and things that we hear of undocumented illegal immigrants doing these violent crimes.
At lower rates than natural-born U.S. citizens. So yes, it does happen, but at lower rates than natural-born U.S. citizens. So you should be, more scared of your neighbor committing a violent crime than you should be scared of an undocumented immigrant committing a violent crime. You should be more scared about the president of the United States being in the position he is, where he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, who also pardoned violent offenders who beat police officers on January 6th.
Well, if we're talking about politicians that were accused and committed crimes, Trump is definitely not the only one.
Wait, repeat that one more time.
I said if we're talking about politicians and that have committed or been accused of crimes, Trump is definitely not the only one.
We're not just talking about committed or accused. We're talking about him being convicted of and held civilly liable of and pardoning people who beat police officers, were on video of it, admitted to it themselves, and were convicted of it, along with the fact that no one said at all that there was no other politician that's done that. We're just saying that you should hold people accountable and which have done that, and they shouldn't be politicians.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not really understanding. If we got rid of everyone in office and if we held everyone accountable like we most likely should, we would have nobody in DC. Every politician has been accused.
Kamala Harris, can you tell me one crime that Kamala Harris has committed?
One crime Kamala Harris has... I cannot tell you one crime Kamala Harris has committed.
Can you tell me one crime that Joe Biden has committed?
He was accused of sexual assault.
So
committed? I don't know, but Trump has accusations.
Do you accept accusations?
No, that's why I don't.
Okay, so then
hate Trump.
Something that you believe someone did. How about that? Is there any crime that you believe Biden has done?
Is there any crime I believe Biden has done? Me personally, no. Has he been
accused? How about Obama?
No.
So no Democrat in the last 20 years, right? Would you say specifically, all right, they have committed a crime insofar as that you shouldn't have supported them, but you can say that here about Donald Trump. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I'm not saying that I think... Hold on. Sorry. I'm saying all of these Democratic people have also been accused of crimes, just like Trump has been convicted, accused of crimes.
Kamala Harris has not even been accused.
Okay. These people have been accused, some in the past, even convicted.
Who?
Bill Clinton, for example.
So you had to reach back to the 90s in order to find one Democrat that you can point to in which has committed a crime insofar as that you shouldn't support them. Okay, I don't support Bill Clinton. You've convinced me. I don't support Bill Clinton. Now, what's your argument for
That's
supporting
just the
Donald
one off the
Trump?
top of my. That's just the
So
one off
what's
the
your
top.
argument for supporting Trump? You've convinced me. I don't support Bill Clinton.
Right. I don't either. That was just the one off the top of my mind.
Okay,
I'm
so
not
wh-
educated.
so then why do you support Donald Trump?
Hold on. I am not. I don't have. I'm not educated enough on what each president has been convicted of to say whether I believe them or not, or know all the way back to know if they were convicted. I'm just thinking off the top of my mind. The first one that came to my mind was him. Why do I support Trump? Was your question?
Yeah.
Because of the action he has taken.
What action?
Going back to what I said earlier, the quote unquote common sense revolution, economic revitalization, border security, religious freedom, anti DEI policy.
Religious freedom. Again, he called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. How is that religious freedom? Common sense? What fucking common sense are you referencing?
It was his words, the common sense revolution, when he signed a bunch of executive orders and actions in his first 6 weeks.
Yeah, but like you can't even mention any of those that you like.
I can't even mention any of the orders that he had that I like.
Mm-hmm.
No, I cannot mention any very specific ones, but I know the broad topics that he had under, like that he had the ones under. Sorry, excuse me. And yeah.
Okay, so then doesn't that tell you that you don't have good reason to support Donald Trump if you can't tell me at all? That maybe you needed to do some of your homework?
I'm 100% sure I could do more homework, but we've seen drops in prices. He's ended 3 wars. Well, he's
Drops in
been in
prices.
office.
Really, he's ended 3 wars. What wars did he end?
He ended the he called for, Israel and Iran ceasefire.
Which
Congo and Rwanda.
Which, by the way, the Iran and Israel ceasefire, that was incredibly shaky, is barely holding. Actually, recently they just bombed each other again.
Incredibly shaky, but it's still doing something. It's still him actively doing something, and he did call a ceasefire for it.
Call for a ceasefire. Okay, that's not ending wars. So try again. What was the other one?
Congo and Rwanda, the proxy conflict in there.
And how did he end that?
He called for a treaty between the two and helped them to resolve that. And
Really, when did he do that? Can you give me any time prior to that happening he did this?
I do not know the exact date that he did that, but it
Can you give me
has
one time
happened.
he's ever talked about the Congo?
I don't have a specific time in my mind, but look it up. He did. Like, that conflict has been resolved. Well, for the most part.
Okay.
And Yemen, and I'm not really sure how to pronounce the other one. He called for a ceasefire there as well.
Yemen?
Yemen?
Yemen? So
Yes,
I just want
Yemen.
to let you know. In Yemen, he actually supported Saudi Arabia in their blockade of Yemen that literally starved and bombed 70,000 Yemeni children. So he actually helped perpetuate the genocide of Yemeni children. Do you think that's like an example of like good foreign policy, by the way?
That he supported Saudi Arabia?
Yeah,
in
and their
Yemen?
blockade over Yemen that literally led to 70,000 Yemeni children being starved or bombed to death.
He called for, there was a ceasefire between Yemen and
Okay. Well,
the,
do you know what a genocide is? Mass killing,
yes.
mass murder, right? That explicitly Donald Trump called for and supported the blockade that led to the mass murder of Yemeni children. Is that good foreign policy relating to Yemen?
You're saying, is that good foreign policy?
Is that good foreign policy? Yeah.
that we hold on. I'm trying to understand. Is that good foreign policy for them? I'm confused what you're saying here. If there was a ceasefire call
No, that's
between
obviously not good foreign policy. Calling for an embargo that led to the mass murder of 70,000 Yemeni children is clearly bad policy. Like, I think should be something that you easily identify here. Like, obviously the mass
genocide
slaughter
is
of
not
children
good.
is bad, right? Like,
Yes,
okay.
obviously.
Okay. So then obviously you don't support Donald Trump when it comes to this.
It's
Akaria, thank you so much for Purge of the Galaxy. Thank you.
What do you mean I don't?
You
Hold
shouldn't
on.
support Donald Trump as it relates to this. There shouldn't be a reason. You said he provided peace. He didn't provide peace. He increased military drone strikes in the Middle East by 400%. He literally recently bombed Iran, right, which started a conflict that can lead to more global tension, right, around the entirety of the world.
Him bombing Iran, did that not call for a ceasefire between Iran and Israel?
Wait, I'm sorry. He bombed Iran. Do you agree that there would be more peace within the Middle East if he never bombed Iran?
No. Have they not? Was there not a ceasefire called between Israel and Iran?
She just argued less bombing equals less peace. Or more bombing equals less peace. That's diabolical. That's preposterous.
Less peace?
Yeah, you just argued more
More
bombing
bombing.
equals less peace. Or more peace. Sorry, fuck. I can't speak.
I don't think killing more people equals more peace, obviously. But I'm saying
Okay, again. So how is us bombing Iran versus us not bombing Iran leading to more peace?
that okay. In this situation, if you were the president right now, what would you have done to try and resolve this conflict
That's
different
not an
from what
answer
you
to my
did?
question. Why are you asking me a question?
What was your question? Sorry.
How is not bombing Iran, or how is not bombing Iran comparative to bombing Iran leading to less peace?
Because these two countries, they were in war, they were fighting, and somebody needed to step in and help, or whatever. And by Trump doing that,
Why did the U.S. have to bomb Iran?
it's honestly,
You
it was kind of
you
like
have no fucking clue. Why are you
wake-up.
justifying this? You have no fucking idea.
I'm not justifying war and genocide, but I'm saying it was a wake-up call to Iran and Israel.
A wake-up call is not a justification to bomb them. Do you agree that there's less peace if it is the case that you bomb Iran? Yes, of course there's less peace if you bomb
Has
Iran.
there been less peace since he bombed Iran, but since before?
Yes, there's been less peace.
How so?
There was likely going to be a war between them. There was an active war between Israel and Iran. Ellis, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Felonius, thank you for the $5. It was actually someone gave it to me.
What? How so?
What do you mean?
How so has there been less peace after he bombed Iran compared to before?
There were more bombs dropped after than before.
And your source for that is?
The fact that there were bombs dropped after and there weren't bombs dropped before. AP News, NPR, PBS, Reuters, every fucking media source on the damn planet. Yes.
There were no bombs dropped before.
There were
Prior to Trump bombing, there were no bombs dropped before.
There were less bombs that were dropped.
Okay. So, but there was no ceasefire called before. Trump had did that. There was none.
Were they bombing each other before?
Yes, you just said that yourself.
No, I meant like prior to the entirety of Israel starting this. No, they weren't directly bombing each other.
If the war wasn't started yet,
Israel started, and then Donald Trump added to the conflict by bombing Iran as well. Okay, that leads to more conflict. So again, more bombs dropped because Donald Trump decided to bomb Iran. He also assassinated a top military general in Iran when he was first in his first admin. That also increased conflict with Iran. I mean, Donald Trump just is like a pro-war candidate that masquerades himself as an anti-war candidate to get idiots to vote for him. Not trolling. Literally. That's what it is.
You just glitched out. Can you repeat just the last thing you said?
Yeah, Donald Trump is a pro-war candidate that masquerades as anti-war in order to get idiots to vote for him.
How is he pro-war?
I can just give you one example specifically with the fact that he bombed Iran. I can also point to the very facts that he increased military drone strikes in the Middle East by 400%. He wants to increase military spending in terms of everything. I can keep going. That's incredibly pro-war.
He wants to increase military spending so people don't try to
Even more than like what would have increased otherwise.
even more than what was that?
Even more than what would have increased otherwise.
You're saying he increased military spending? Yes. He increased military spending not because he wants to start a war, but because he wants to have a strong military, have a strong global standing in America, so people don't try to start wars with us.
We already had that. I don't know why we need to spend $900 billion as opposed to $800 billion. I think if anything, we should decrease military spending.
And why is that?
We spend more than the next 14 nations combined, most of them being our allies. We could cut military budget in half, still spend over $150 billion more than China, which is the second largest military in the world.
Okay.
In terms of spending, by the way. Or I don't know if Russia passed them, but I'll have to check.
Okay.
Yeah, Russia's less. Okay. Is there anything else you have to talk about?
No. Thank you for giving me a little bit of insight on this. I will go and do my homework and look into these things some more. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. All right. I appreciate you coming out.
Thank you.
Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. If you want to support me, as always, I would really recommend to go over to my YouTube and subscribe if you are there. There's 4,600 people here on TikTok. I'd recommend to go over to my YouTube in case I do get a ban, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you?